Chapter 3179 Fighting Yen Dan. The fights whittling down the roster from 8 to 4. Annoyed Han Senator. His opponent was going to be Yen Dan from the Yen Kingdom. That was fine with him, but Bauer and Feng Yin had to fight each other. Regardless of who won, one of them would lose a slot that cost a lot of god power to get. There was nothing he could do about it. Feng Yin did not want to win. She said she would leave the fights and return the gold-winged peacock king to Han Sr. Bauer, you must work hard and win the part one have lost, Feng Yin said as she stroked Bauer's head. I will, Bauer said as she blinked her eyes. In the Yen Kingdom, King Yen Yunshao secretly met with the crown prince, Yen Dan. Yen Yunshao looked very grave as he asked, my son, do you think you will be able to defeat Dollar? Truth be told, I am not confident, Yen Dan replied. That Dollar is an impossible character to predict. If he can break Zhuo Donglai, who wielded a power that could break the world, I think he must be an elite who can break the world too. Yen Yunshao nodded and said, you are correct. Those kinds of elites are like phoenix feathers and Kirin horns in this world. All of them are so good like the sky, but they are scary. However, they are still beatable. Powers to break the world are taboo ones abandoned by god spirits. There are a lot of taboos in this world, so getting that kind of power may not be a good thing. Yen Dan just quietly listened to his father speak. He knew Yen Yunshao had likely called him over for another reason. Those powers are strong, but the powers of a god spirit can still combat it, Yen Yunshao went on to say. If you say that a break world power is a sharp blade, then god spirit powers will be a shield. You can use the power of a god spirit to restrict break world powers. But the god fights do not permit you to combine with a god spirit, Yen Dan said. We can only depend on our god spirit blood pulse. It will be very hard to break the world. Of course, it will not work if you are left to depend on your own powers, but it is not as if there is not another way. Yen Yunshao pointed at a rectangular wooden box on the table and said, Dan, my son, open the wooden box. Yen Dan's heart jumped. He seemed to think of something, so he happily opened the wooden box and looked inside it. His eyes turned bright. He seemed surprised as he asked, Father, is that the Yen Kingdom sacrificial god tool, Flying Yen Spear? A short spear was inside the wooden box. The spear's body was made of black metal. There was a mysterious symbol on top. The spear's head was very strange. It was like a flying yen that was pulling its wings back. Not bad, Yen Yunshao said with a laugh. This is the Yen Kingdom sacrificial tool, which has been passed down the many generations. It is the Flying Yen Spear. The sacrificial tool was placed on this table day and night, gathering god spirit power. When humans get their blood pulse tested, they sacrifice a morsel of their blood. This sacrificial tool contains the blood of countless members, and it has absorbed the blood of those members. The Yen Kingdom's sacrifice is the Flying Yen Spear. It was placed on the god table for empty god. After many generations of kings have gone by, I cannot imagine how much blood from members it has managed to absorb to have the powerful power it wields. In Long the King's time, the Yen Kingdom was thrust into a crisis. We had to use the sacrifice to defeat the evil and help our country prevail against that crisis. The Flying Yen Spear left the god altar that time, and we had to produce a new spear on the god altar. The new Flying Yen Spear was special too. It was made from a rare gene race's horn. It had god power cultivating it day and night, and it was dyed with the blood of our members. It has been here absorbing them throughout many centuries of our glorious kingdom. The godly power it contains can be no worse than the first Flying Yen Spear. In the end, when our kingdom prevailed and overcame that crisis, the two Flying Yen Spears were always kept atop the god altar. They can only be used when there is a big crisis. Yen Yunshao stroked the Flying Yen Spear. With an overbearing presence, he said, the Flying Yen Spears are not a god spirit, but their power can rival a god spirit. They can be a fine substitute for empty god. With the aid of these two spears, even if you square off against an elite who can break the world, you will have no issue. Father, do you want me to use the flying yen spears to combat dollar? Yen Dan looked at Yen Yunxiao with shock. The flying yen spears were very important to the kingdom. No one ever thought they would see them used unless there was a major crisis. To learn there were two of them going to be used now might have been seen as overkill. Yen Yunxiao saw the worry scrawled over Yen Dan's face. He sighed and said, "Right now, it is just you and I, a father and son, here. As a father, I am not going to hide things from you. Our Yen family is the weakest ever seen in the Yen kingdom. Things have only gotten worse in the past few years. Other kingdoms might not do much for a rare gene race, but to the Yen kingdom, it has been many years since we had a rare gene race. It would be excellent if we managed to get one more." "Do not worry, father," Yen Dan said with seriousness as he bowed. "I will try my best. I will try to get first place on behalf of the Yen kingdom in these god fights and claim a rare gene egg for us." "As a father, I believe in your abilities," Yen Yunxiao said with sharp eyes. "You are a very smart person. The whole of the Yen kingdom is putting its hopes in you. This time, using the flying yen spears is not for the sole purpose of obtaining a rare gene race. It is merely because I want the people who want to take advantage of the Yen kingdom to know we still have mighty people in our midst and cannot be bullied so easily." "Yes," Yen Dan replied. He sighed on the inside and thought, "Is the Yen kingdom that bad that we need to use this trick to show off? It looks like the situation in the Yen kingdom is in direr straits than I thought." "The flying yen spears were blessed by empty god's god power," Yen Yunxiao said as he put the wooden box in Yen Dan's hands. "They can work as a substitute for empty god. Only the Yen kingdom's royal blood pulse can enable one to use them. With the power of your talents and the two spears, I think you will be able to fight dollar." It was like he had just given him a 1,000-pound burden. Upon receiving this request, Yen Dan felt a lot of pressure fall upon his shoulders. "Do not worry, father. I am going to win." Yen Dan accepted the wooden box and spoke with utter seriousness. He was still wondering whether or not he should use it, but now he was fairly certain of his decision. If he was unable to defeat dollar, he would have to use it. He had to win no matter what. The fights whittling down the roster from 8 to 4 did not occur simultaneously. The fights happened sequentially. The first fight featured Bauer in a contest with Feng Yin. All the audience hoped to see ones from the same group killing each other, but Lucky decided not to join the fight. Therefore, Ingot was able to reach the top 4. The second fight was between Dollar and Yen Dan. It was unknown whether or not it was a coincidence, but the fights with the god of wealth all came first. In the Geno Hall, a god spirit walked in. His right hand was placed on his chest as he bowed to the leader. He said, "Mr. Leader, the fight between Dollar and Yen Dan is about to begin." The leader of the hall squinted his eyes. The two sides of the hall had 12 powerful god spirits. They all looked at the floor in space. In that space, it was recognized as the God Space Battleground. Chapter 3180 Fighting Yen Dan, 2. When Hansen entered the space battleground, Yen Dan was already waiting inside. Upon seeing Hansen arrive, Yen Dan immediately combined with his gene race. His back featured a spread of glorious bird wings. His power vastly increased in a short amount of time. "Isn't that Yen Bei Fei's RIP Space 9 Rob Yen? It looks like Yen Dan wants to fight dollar to the death this time." Sky King noticed the difference in Yen Dan's demeanor, so he could not help but express his surprise. In fact, most elites who knew anything about the Yen kingdom could tell Yen Bei Fei was using his RIP Space 9 Rob Yen. After combining with it, Yen Dan's body brimmed with a scary power movement. A gray presence spread across his body, covering it in a gray fire. He grew a horn on his head and a snake tail on his backside. It's the Yen Kingdom's demon-eyed unicorn snake. He has combined with 2 gene races. They are adult classes. Yen Dan should not be able to do much more than that. The demon-eyed unicorn snake was a very famous gene race in the Yen Kingdom. Many people knew about it. In the next second, Yen Dan's presence exploded. Red flames blew up across his body. He looked like a volcano in the midst of an eruption. It turned everything around him red. Several fiery, red feathers spread across Yen Dan's back. They were like the feathers of a phoenix. Huh. Southbound leaving bird. Another rare gene race that happens to be in ultimate mode. This time, the Yen Kingdom really has invested quite a bit. Sky King looked at Dan Yen with genuine shock. It was not as if he was shocked that the Yen Kingdom possessed so many rare gene races. He was more shocked that Yen Dan could use 3 rare gene races and combine with them all at once. That required a high level of body fitness. If ordinary humans tried to do something like that, the chances of success were low. Most people who tried were usually overwhelmed by the power of the gene races and ended up self-destructing. Yen Dan seemed to be displaying trouble, but he ultimately managed to do it. His body released 3 distinct colors: red, gray, and black in the shape of fire. His entire body looked like a demon god descending. It was an incredibly weird and strange sight. Han Sen did not react to the spectacle, but the nobles of all the 6 kingdoms were incredibly shocked. Even King Jingzhen looked surprised as he remarked, "What does Yen Yunxiao want? This is just a god fight, yet he brought out the flying yen spears. Is it really worth all of this?" When Rocky D witnessed the reveal of the flying yen spears, he was also shocked. He has even brought out the 2 sacrificial god tools. Clearly, I might have underestimated the Yen Kingdom's desire to fight and win. This is going to be interesting. If you win, it is legal, Han Sen coldly said. If you lose, it is illegal. It doesn't really matter. Well said. In that case, we must certainly try our best. Yen Dan did not wish to waste any time. Combining with 3 rare gene races put a lot of strain on his body. Yen Dan put all of his scary power into the flying yen spears. The black bodies of the spears emitted a scary fire. They were like demonic spears wreathed in a hellish fire. Combining the powers of 3 rare gene races to use the flying yen spears is bound to unleash an attack even greater than if Empty God himself walked down here and tried attacking, 1,000-mile reach said. Jia Shizhen shook his head. It might be even scarier than that. The flying yen spears are 2 sacrificial god tools. They are sacrifices of Empty God himself. Yen Dan must be an inheritor of Empty God. If he uses it with 3 rare gene race power buffs, it will be scarier. Before 1,000-mile reach said anything in response, Yen Dan's hands wielded the flying yen spears. The pair of short spears were already coming for Han Sen from space. At that moment, the once lost short spears had become a black demonic yen. They broke space and came flying toward Han Senator. That Empty God power came from Empty God. It made the demonic yen disappear in space. When they appeared again, they were piercing through Han Sen's body. The power of those attacks was stronger than Zhuo Donglai's purple mist that comes from the east. In Han Sen's eyes, he was not at all interested in it. Yen Dan's power was full of outside power. The outside power was overwhelmingly strong, but he could hardly hold on. No matter how strong that power was, Han Sen would not see it as anything else except a mask. Han Sen used his finger as a sword. He pointed at Yen Dan. He was going to use the spirit sword skill. Blurg. Yen Dan immediately felt the spirit sword skill's sword mind. His crushed heart finally broke. He spat out some blood. The power around his body erupted into chaos. He coughed up some blood due to the power inside his body being messed up. The three gene races uncombined from his form. The flying yen spears lost control and fell out from the nothingness. The elites of all the kingdoms gasped. Yen Dan had put a lot of effort into his attack, but Han Sen had been able to wreck his attempt with just a finger. Yen Yunzhao's face looked ashen. He expected Yen Dan might lose, but he did not expect his son to lose that way. He did not expect one sole finger to be his bane. Yen Dan had not expected such a result. He had prepared for so long, yet he had been hit like that and made to lose badly. Rocky D was excited. He looked at Yen Dan with eyes that were on fire. Right. It is this look. It does not matter if you are a god or a demon. If you don't have stubbornness in your heart, then you are nothing but rubbish. That is the right kind of stare. That is the stare an elite should have. Bring it out. Right now, that is what you need. Yen Dan wiped the blood from his mouth. He stood up. He did not care what it took. He was determined not to lose. Yen Dan could not lose. The Yen kingdom could not afford another loss, which was why he was going to keep on fighting. It did not matter how much it cost. He had to win. He pulled something out from his chest. Yen Dan held it tightly in his hands. He briefly looked frozen. He then used all his strength to crush whatever was in his hands. Many weird powers came out from his clenched fist. The powers floated into Yen Dan's body like a blizzard of snowflakes. The moment the power touched down on him, it was absorbed into his skin. When the weird power melted into him, Yen Dan's loose body presence was back in full force. The three gene races were resummoned, and they combined with him. This time, Yen Dan's body did not look exhausted. It was like he was happily eating rice and drinking tea. It was now that easy for him. Yen Dan's face even managed to muster a smile. Our fight has just begun. Yen Dan opened his eyes and looked at Han Senator. His eyes had turned pure black. There were no pupils or white of the eyes to be seen. It was like he had the eyes of a demon. You are not Yen Dan. Han Sen frowned. He looked at Yen Dan and asked, Who are you? Chapter 3181, Fighting Yen Dan, 3, Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio, can you tell that quickly? Yen Dan asked with an evil smile. Your feelings are certainly quite sensitive, but we are old friends. Therefore, you are free to guess who I am. Rocky D, Han Sen said with a frown. Your feelings are very accurate, but you have only guessed it partially correct, Yen Dan said. Right now, I am Rocky D and Yen Dan. He waved his hand. The flying yen spears returned to his hands. The spears had a demon-like flame wreathing all around them. The flames were greater than before. One spear was held in front of his chest, and one spear was pointing at Han. Senator Yen Dan looked like his eyes were on fire as he said, Come on, fight me. Let us see just how strong you are. Stop using those small tricks of yours to trick people. My heart is like the heart of a god or a demon. Even with 1,000 moves, I will not slip and create a single flaw. The powers of your sword are useless to me. After that, one of the short spears in Yen Dan's hands came thrusting toward Han Senator. The short spear looked like a flying yen. It ripped through space and disappeared. Chi! Han Sen's body retreated. The flying yen spear went right past his cheek. It scraped the skin on his face, leaving a small red mark behind. The powers of a god spirit are very interesting, Yen Dan said with a laugh. He then took out the other short spear. 2 short spears turned into flying yens. They disappeared from the zone of space around Han Senator. They were transparent. It looked like they were going to attack Han Sr. Han Sen frowned a little. He was good at teleporting. He might have even been a master at it, but the powers of Empty God did not solely rely on teleportation. Its powers turned bodies into nothingness. Teleporting required breaking space. It was a movement in space that allowed Han Sen to predict where the flying yen spears would come out. Empty God's powers did not require someone to rip space. It was like two flying yen spears went invisible in front of Han Senator. He was unable to their presence or movement. Even if Han Sen used his powers, he could still not feel the presence of the two short spears. Han Sen was fighting two enemies he could not see. Until his body was hit by a flying yen spear, he could not react. No matter how fast Han Sen's reaction was, he was one step too late. If it was not for his body being very strong, the flying yen spears would have killed him. He would have likely had his head chopped off. The Empty God powers are very interesting. Yen Dan looked at Han Sen, who was continuing to be hurt by the flying yen spears. He laughed and said, "It looks like you cannot do anything to deny this power." Han Sen did not answer. He was still trying to feel where the flying yen spears were, but he kept failing every time. Who cares if you have powers that can break the world? Yen Dan asked. You cannot sense where the flying yen spears are. Even though you have enough power to destroy everything, you do not know where they are. Having all that power is useless. Han Sen ignored him, but he was incurring more and more wounds. Is Sanmu going to be okay? Feng Yin worriedly asked. Bauer licked her lips and replied, "It is fine. My daddy just needs to figure out the Empty God's powers. Otherwise, he would have killed the two Yans already." Just as Bauer said, Han Sen wanted to figure out the Empty God's powers. Dealing with two flying yen spears was not difficult for him, but Empty God power was a bit weird. It was able to prohibit him from sensing the movement of the power. If he met it again, there would be no way to counter it. Han Sen had to figure out how to overcome the Empty God powers. That was why he kept allowing the flying yen spears to attack him. It is no wonder this is Empty God's sacrifice. Even elites like Dollar cannot do anything about it. If this keeps going on, Dollar will be killed. I do not think so. Did you not see that Dollar has only been slightly wounded? I believe he has found a way to break it. Speaking of that, Dollar is really strong, isn't he? Sacrificial items like the flying yen spears with 3 ultimate gene race buffs have only been able to damage his skin a bit. No matter how strong he is, it doesn't matter. Even if it takes a long time, repeatedly getting hit will eventually result in his death. He will lose. Yen Bei Fei was a bit worried. Yen Dan had combined with another creature's soul, which was forbidden. He was worried about what might happen to Yen Dan after this fight and the aftermath of his actions. Chi! There was another armor-cracking noise. Han Sen's Blood God Dragon and combined protection scales armor was cracked by the flying yen spears. I see it. Han Sen cared little for the injuries he had sustained. He took a deep breath. It was as if he had sorted out all of his confusion. Are you going to give up? Yen Dan saw that Han Sen had stopped. He stopped dodging the flying yen spear's attack and frowned. In the next second, Han Sen's hands suddenly moved. It was so fast that one could not even follow where it went. The 2 flying yen spears were being held in his hands. The flying yen spears buzzed in his hands. They were going to break space and leave, but Han Sen held on to them tightly. The weapons were unable to break free and escape. Yen Dan clapped his hands and said, "That is very powerful. You can grab the flying yen spears that contain Empty God power. I must say that is very impressive." His mood did not change just because his spears were being controlled. "It is a shame that grabbing them is a useless waste of your effort," Yen Dan said. "Don't you know that these are God's sacrifices? Only God's spirits or God's spirit inheritors can use them. Even in your hands, they still possess what it takes to kill you. His three powers started to blaze as they became empty God powers burning all around him. The flying yen spear's powers exploded. A scary power made the tools escape Han Sen's hands. They were going to fly into his chest, which was very close to them. When the two spears left Han Sen's hands, they disappeared into space. He knew they were going toward his chest, but he could not feel them or see them. Blood God Dragon is a bit bad. Han Sen did not move. He cast the Xian Yellow Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra at the same time and entered Break World mode. The moment his chest felt pain, Han Sen's hands broke space. He suddenly grabbed the flying yen spears. He did not need to waste time thinking. The power in Han Sen's body was greater and faster than he gave himself credit for. The direction of his body enabled him to grab the two spears while they were coming toward him. This time, Yen Dan was really shocked. This is a scary guy. Does he have a battle power that is this immense? In this universe, when it comes to the battle power of the body, you are the best. It is a shame that in this world, there is more than one way to fight. Using your body to fight is the most stupid thing. After that, Yen Dan pulled in the space around him. The Rip Space 9 Rob Yen power turned into a bow, and the demon-eyed unicorn snake power turned into an arrow. Yen Dan pulled the bowstring as far back as he could. God light exploded as the arrow was released. It turned the arrow into a light that was soaring toward Han Sen. Chapter 3182, Weakness Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. Han Sen's hands fought the flying yen spears. He did not have any more power to endure the arrow Yen Dan had fired. When the arrow left its cradling string, it was hidden by empty power. He could not see where the arrow went. The arrow's power looked like it was touching Han Sen's body, but it wasn't actually touching him. It crushed his skin downward. It was about to puncture his skin, but Han Sen's body had already reacted. He slightly leaned to the side of the arrow. Han Sen's body was able to endure the power of the arrow. Unfortunately, his entire body's power was focused on combating the flying yen spears. If his body was hit, it would likely break the balance he had struck. Therefore, Han Sen did not opt to immediately tackle the arrow. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Yen Dan drew his bow again. The rain of arrows he fired at Han Sen was something akin to a meteor shower. It was like they could block every possible angle Han Sen could turn. Feng Yin was very worried. She clenched her hands tightly. She put her hands atop her chest as if she was praying for Han Sen's safety. Bauer was different. She looked like she didn't care at all. She just sipped on a carton of juice. Han Sen did not move. He kept using his combination of Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra to put into the flying yen spears. The Blood Pulse Sutra's power was blood inherited. The Xian Yellow Sutra's power could force a return to origin. The positive and negative, those two powers combined, could create a remarkable chemical reaction. The powers that could break the world were related to the Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra, but they were completely different. The breaking world powers kept invading the flying yen spears. Han Sen clearly felt that the flying yen spears were exhibiting some changes. Those changes made him start to feel there was some weird connection between him and the flying yen spears. It was now a very critical moment. Han Sen did not have the time to take care of anything else. He let his body go and used his power to handle the flying yen spears. Han Sen was quite scary when he focused on the fight, but it would have been scarier if he had not put any effort into it. His body moved amid the arrows. It was like his body had no measure of weight. Many scary, invisible arrows landed on him. They might have pushed against his body, but none of them were able to perforate him. No matter how cruel and scary that power was, It could not damage Han's senator. His body's touch and reflective power was very granular in its detail. Any type of movement could react to it. The humans of the universe were all frozen. They used the powers of gene races to fight, so they had never seen anything like this before. The fact that he was able to push his self-battle power to this level was frightening. After this fight, many humans started to focus on self-battle power practice. Although they might never reach Han Sen's level, it made the humans of the universe of kingdoms strive to improve their inner power. Overall, it brought them up to a higher tier. Yen Dan frowned slightly. He coldly said, "No matter how fast your body is, I do not believe you will be able to dodge all of my powers." Yen Dan's body moved. It was like a shadow surrounding Han Sen, and it was moving fast. The bow in Yen Dan's hands kept firing as he went. The rain of arrows came from 4 sides and 8 directions. Yet, Yen Dan did not dare get too close to his enemy. He knew he could not compete with the scary self-battle body power. He did not dare fight Han Sen face to face. In fact, Han Sen cared very little about Yen Dan. He was in a critical moment when it came to fighting the flying yen spears. He felt as if he improved once more, he could break the core powers of the flying yen spears. By doing that, the tide would be turned. Even Han Sen's heart was not moved during this fight. He had already pushed his body to the max. It made him able to move swiftly and smoothly amid the rain of arrows as easily as if it was a walk in the park. Traveling by 10,000 flowers and bushes without a single leaf touching him. Dollar's body battle power is terrifying. Sky King could not help but compliment what he was witnessing. In the Geno Hall, the hall's leader and 12 god spirits watched the battle unfold with their heads held low. They saw Han Sen having a chill stroll in the midst of an invisible rain of arrows. Han Sen's battle body power has reached the max, a god spirit said with a sigh. I do not think any one of us will be able to beat him here. This power is not unchangeable, Empty God coldly said. Even if his body's battle power does not allow him to lose, it does not mean his body is invincible. So, what? His body is better than that of a god spirit. He is invincible. Do you really think there is a power in this world that can stop him? Another god spirit did not agree with Empty God's assessment. Even if he is invincible, he still has to play by the rules, Empty God coldly said. The break world power can hurt him, and my power can affect him too. I have faith in Dollar. Perhaps he really can reach that step. Hardly. Qin Xiu wanted to reach that level too, but he failed. Do you guys believe Qin Xiu was weaker than Han Sen is right now? Qin Xiu achieved an invincible body, but even he still failed. The 12 high-level god spirits continued their discussions. Meanwhile, the hall leader only smiled and continued to watch the fight between Han Sen and Yen Dan unfold. He said nothing. Yen Dan used many tricks, but he was unable to harm Han Sen's body. Over time, the power of the flying yen spears grew steadily weaker. Many people knew Yen Dan's power was fading. He did not stand a chance. When Dollar completely controlled the flying yen spears, Yen Dan would lose. Yen Dan did not look disappointed. He was still holding his bow but had stopped firing arrows. He looked at Han Sen and smiled. You are a very powerful person. It is a shame the people around you might not be as strong as you are. I am counting down the time until Rocky D arrives. When Han Sen heard those words, he immediately frowned. The time is now. Yen Dan suddenly moved his bow. Many arrows suddenly fired. In Jade Wall City's Foam Family Castle, a man and a woman arrived at the castle's door. The man was wearing a top hat and 3-piece suit. He had a very thick, big, black beard. He was holding a beautiful cane. The woman looked like a maid, but her head had a dragon horn. The castle's guards walked before them and asked, "Do you need something?" Rocky D continued walking ahead as if the guards did not exist. The guards tried to stop him, but the dragon lady's eyes froze. The guards felt as if they had been stared at by a big dragon. They were filled with a terrifying fear of the big, scary dragon. Their bodies were pushed to the ground. Their limbs were spread out across the floor. They were unable to move. Han Sen, no matter how strong you become, you are a human with weaknesses. Therefore, you can only lose. Rocky D squinted his eyes as he held the cane. He was going inside the Feng family castle. Feng Fei Fei, Feng Yin Yin, and the others were all there watching the god fights when they heard the guards scream. They hurried out to have a look. They saw Rocky D and the dragon maid coming. Their faces immediately changed. Han Sen had told them about Rocky D. They recognized who this character was because Rocky D's shape and appearance were very easy to remember. Chapter 3183, Wooden Sword Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio, who are you people? How dare you come to the Feng family? Are you not afraid of the Qin Kingdom's law? Feng Fei Fei was protecting Feng Yin Yin and Bauer as she shouted at Rocky D. Beautiful lady, if this was a normal day, I could spend all day discussing the law and other knowledgeable things with you. Alas, today is not a normal day. I have come here for her. Therefore, I am sorry. Rocky D used his cane to point at Bauer. Feng Yin Yin protected Bauer, but the dragon maid stared at her. A scary sort of power suddenly whelmed and suppressed her. It affected Feng Fei Fei too. She and Feng Yin Yin were pinned to the ground and unable to move. Boom! Fire blazed as a small white fish appeared in front of them. The power of the dragon maid vanished. It was like her power had been burned to a crisp by the fire. You can play with the small fish, Rocky D coldly said. The dragon maid nodded. Her body expanded, tearing the black maid outfit she was wearing. She turned into a black dragon standing on all fours. Everyone in the Feng family's castle trembled as the dragon's breath came bearing down on the little flying fish. The small flying fish spewed white fire that struck the big black dragon's dragon breath. It created a scene in which neither of the two could win. One white and one black, two different fires, collided and erased each other out. Rocky D circled the battleground and walked toward Bauer at the back. His face had a gentleman's smile as he said, "You are a cute little princess. You should not be afraid. Uncle is going to take you to a beautiful castle where you will be a privileged guest there." Really? Bauer asked with a weird blink. Bauer, do not trust that man. He is a bad guy. Feng Yin Yin grabbed Bauer and retreated. I am not exactly a bad guy, Rocky D said with a smile as he started walking toward Bauer. That is because I am not human. I am a god. You can call me a bad god or an evil god. One of those two will work. My name is Rocky D, and my god title is Paper God. Let's go. Feng Fei Fei tried her best to protect them. She wanted to run away with them. Rocky D waved his hands. Two paper pieces flew out of his hands. One of his hands looked like it was a crane holding a cold blade. The two sheets of paper were suddenly cut into two paper persons. The two paper men stood up. According to their actions, Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin no longer had control of their bodies. They behaved as the paper men did. Unable to do anything about it, they let go of Bauer and walked to the side. Do not worry, you two beautiful ladies, Rocky D said with a smile. I am an honorable god spirit. I wouldn't dare dream of killing a woman. He walked past both of them and approached Bauer. Beautiful little princess, do you want to come to my castle as an esteemed guest? Rocky D lowered his body to perform a gracious gesture. Okay, Bauer laughed and said with a nod. She put a small hand in Rocky D's hand. Rocky D smiled, but Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin looked as if they were in a desperate rush. Unfortunately, they could not move or speak. They had to watch Bauer be taken by Rocky D to the castle's door. "Let go of Lady Bauer." A calm voice sounded from in the castle. Rocky D looked back. He saw a middle-aged man holding a tea set going toward them. Judging from his clothing, one was able to tell that he must have been a servant at the castle. When Rocky D saw that person, his eyes froze. He looked at the middle-aged man and called out his name. He did so slowly and word by word. "Jian. Boo. Gu, please let Miss Bauer go." Jianbu Gu stepped forward with an expression that did not change. Rocky D was holding Bauer by the hand. He did not let her go. He smiled and said, "Jianbu Gu, the oath you made has yet to see you released. So, what? Are you really going to stop me by fighting me? Are you going to break your oath? Or, are you just going to do nothing and watch me walk away?" Jianbu Gu coldly said, "I did make an oath. Of course, I will not break it. What is the point of you stepping forward now?" Rocky D asked with a lift of his lips. "So, what? Does it matter that you are Jianbu Gu? A Jianbu Gu that cannot wield a sword is no better than a gutter rat." Jianbu Gu did not answer. He walked toward Bauer. He put the tea set in front of Bauer and said, "Miss Bauer, this is a gift for you." Rocky D was scared of Jianbu Gu, but he did not do anything. He looked at what was on the tea set. It was a sword. It was a short sword made of wood. It was only 1 foot long and looked like a toy for children. Rocky D and the others could tell the wooden sword was not a gene race or a sacrifice. It was like an ordinary decoration that had been made from wood. "What is this?" Bauer picked up the sword and asked with curiosity. "This is a wooden sword I always carry around with me," Jianbu Gu said. "My father made it for me when I was young. It was a birthday gift. This is so important. I cannot take this from you." Bauer shook her head. She wanted to return it to Jianbu Gu. Jianbu Gu put away the tea set and smiled. "Do not worry about it, Miss Bauer. My father was just an ordinary man who did not have a god spirit blood pulse. It did not matter what type of wood or the craftsmanship, the wooden sword he made for me is just a common thing. Please, do not think of it as useless. Take it." "I love this gift," Bauer said as she held the wooden sword. Rocky D looked at the wooden sword and coldly asked, "Jianbu Gu, do you think that wooden sword is going to stop me?" He could not tell what was so amazing about that wooden sword. It was just as Jianbu Gu said. It was an ordinary wooden sword with nothing remarkable about it. The material and craftsmanship were decidedly average. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could crush it with ease. "No." Jianbu shook his head and said nothing more. He walked away with the tea set in his hands, making no effort to stop Rocky D. Rocky D looked weird. After watching Jianbu Gu return to the garden, he turned his gaze back to Bauer's new wooden sword. There was nothing special or powerful about it. "Princess Bauer, let's go." Rocky D was confused. If Jianbu Gu was not going to fight, then he did not worry. He did not think a wooden sword could do anything much to him. Bauer nodded and said to Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin, "Sister Fei Fei and Sister Yin Yin, I will go to his home to play. I will be right back." Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin were worried, but they could not move or speak. They could only watch Bauer hold Rocky D's hand and head for the castle's gates. The castle's gates were twisted by some power. After they went through the gates, they vanished. The dragon maid still had the form of a big black dragon. She spat out a dragon breath that shook the little fish back a bit. She soon returned to her image of a dragon maid. After that, she fled through the castle's gates. When the little flying fish followed, the door into space returned to normal. The little flying fish went outside, but it could no longer see Rocky D or the dragon maid. Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin were given back control of their bodies. When they ran outside of the castle, they could not see Bauer. Chapter 3184, I Want to Kill People. Translator, Nioebo Studio. Editor, Nioebo Studio. In the space battleground, Yen Dan kept firing his arrows. He was like a crazy storm, flinging arrows at Han Sen without reprieve. He thought he could expose flaws in Han Sen's heart by telling him what had happened in his absence. The arrows did not harm Han Senator. His body was still able to keep that fight to survive mode going. Not a single arrow was able to bring harm to his body. Han Sen still tried his best to break the flying Yen spear's defense. He had a feeling that once he succeeded, he would be given something quite surprising. Yen Dan coldly grunted. The southbound leaving bird gene race exploded. The arrows were given fire. They were no longer only operating in empty power mode. A sky full of arrows came raining down on Han Senator. They were not transparent anymore. They came with very powerful fire arrow power. The moment they touched down on Han Sen's body, the arrows exploded like a sun. Many suns were exploding near Han Senator. Scary powers seemed to be able to melt space. After the group of suns was extinguished, Han Sen's body broke out from space. It was still complete. It was not damaged. Yen Dan frowned. Out of the 3 rare gene races with an ultimate body, the southbound leaving bird had the greatest amount of power. Yet, not even the power of the southbound leaving bird could damage Han Sen's almighty body. By comparison, the other gene races were beyond useless. Suddenly, Yen Dan's eyes turned bright. It was like he had just felt something from amid all that was going on. He had combined with Rocky D's small amount of God spirit juice. Although it was still Yen Dan, and he was not really controlled by Rocky D's soul, he somehow had a weird connection to Rocky D. Your daughter is in Rocky D's hands. If you want her to be safe, exit the fight now. Yen Dan used a secretive voice to speak to Han Senator. He did not want people to know he had used this dirty method to win the fight. Really? Han Sen finally said something, but he quickly stopped speaking. The flying Yen spears in his hands came to a stop. They were like dead objects fixed in Han Sen's grasp. If people were to look closer, they would have seen red markings upon those spooky black spears. They were like bloody, enlarged veins that had started to creep all across the flying Yen spears. The blood pulse break world powers completely took control of the flying Yen spears. They were now under Han Sen's control. Han Sen was feeling rather sublime. The structure of the flying Yen spears was now inside his head. He felt the heartbeats and souls that resided inside the flying Yen spears. It was a feeling that could not be described. It was like the flying Yen spears were his own creation. He was the god that made the flying Yen spears. But it did not feel like it. Even a god might not be able to understand someone's heart completely, but Han Sen's feeling made him think he fully understood the flying Yen spears. Yen Dan's voice sounded again. Han Sen, did you hear what I said? You need to lose to me or else your daughter will die. Han Sen's eyes looked cold. He looked at Yen Dan with a razor-like glare that was sharper than any blade. Han Sen did not enjoy killing people. He did even enjoy killing his greatest enemies. It was because he was able to understand. From the viewpoint of an opponent, it was normal to want to kill them. He treated people the way they treated him. There was no reason to add unnecessary emotions into the mix. Yen Dan's words made Han Sen fill up with a lust for murder. The look Yen Dan received from Han Sen gave him the creeps. In shock, he suddenly started to step back. He quickly looked normal again. Bauer was in Rocky D's hands. He was now in the space battleground. Even if Han Sen did not care about his daughter's life, he could concede and leave the space battleground. He did not have to be afraid of Han Sr. Han Sen, if you do not believe me, I can tell you that your daughter is wearing sunglasses. Those sunglasses are. Yen Dan did not think Han Sen believed the story about Bauer being taken away by Rocky D. Therefore, he described to him what Bauer was wearing. I have never seen your daughter before, so I have no idea what she looked like, Yen Dan said. Do you believe me now? If you do not lose, then your daughter will have to die. Han Sen looked at Yen Dan coldly and said, I believe you. I believed you from the beginning. He was holding the flying yen spears. They exploded with a weird power. Yen Dan looked at Han Sen and asked, if you believe it, then what are you going to do? Kill you. Han Sen was cold and emotionless when he said that. When Han Sen's voice was heard, the two flying yen spears in his hands underwent some changes. The indestructible spears were dissolved. They became the most primitive of substances. They appeared like smoke surrounding Han Senator. The flying yen spear's souls followed Han Sen's thoughts. He used their origins as a blueprint and dissolved the flying yen spears. This process did not require fire to burn them or a hammer to break them. This was a swap of the substance's original form. It was perfect for others to reforge. Emptiness and mist were going toward Han Sen's hands. They formed the shape of something in Han Sen's hands. A black short bow appeared in Han Sen's left hand, and a black arrow manifested in his right hand. The bow and arrow were releasing a powerful empty god power. Yen Dan's eyes turned red. He madly spoke to Han Sr., do you not want your daughter to live? Is this fight more important than her life? If you do not concede, she will die. It will be a gruesome death too. No one can kill my daughter. And you? You will die. Even a sky full of gods and demons will be unable to save you. Han Sen put the black arrow against the short bow's string and tugged it. The bow was not big. The moment Han Sen pulled the string, Yen Dan's heart still jumped. He developed a cold sweat. It was like he had suddenly been shrouded by an aura of death. Yen Dan felt as if he was in the middle of a strong crisis that could quickly result in his doom. He knew Han Sen was going to kill him. He was not joking around. Without hesitation, Yen Dan conceded. Although he did not like it, he could not keep going. Han Sen, your daughter is dead. Yen Dan madly whispered to Han Senator. At the same time, a space tunnel appeared next to him. Yen Dan entered it, ready to leave the space battleground. The audience of the Seven Kingdoms could not hear them speak, but they saw Yen Dan conceding. They knew the fight was going to end with Dollar emerging victorious. They then heard Han Sen's mad voice. I said you are dying today. Yen Dan's body was about to pass through the space tunnel. He looked as if he underestimated the scenario. It is a shame you cannot kill me today, and you will never be able to. Yen Dan already knew he had conceded and earned the protection of a god spirit. A god spirit would not allow a person who had conceded to be attacked, and he had already entered the space tunnel. Han Sen pulled the bowstring as hard as he could and yelled, no matter which god spirit controls the space battleground, Dollar will seal the space battleground and not allow anyone to leave. I want to kill someone. Is he crazy? When everyone heard Han Sen's words, they were surprised. Yen Dan looked disdained. Chapter 3185, Extra Story for commemorating 2 years, The End is Not the End. Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. My name is Han Jinji, a 5-year-old child in Elephant Kindergarten, Year 3. I should be at the stage of a flower with a colorful life. To me, all I see is darkness. I am from a family of liars. My father was a liar. My grandfather was a liar. My granddad's granddad was a liar. I don't know which granddad it started with, but we are a family of scammers. The scammers are an organization. The people in this organization disguise themselves as fortune tellers. All they do is lie to people. Although the organization's members can tell fortunes, none of them believe in fate. The so-called fate is just a tool for scammers to lie with. The scammers do not believe in fate and reincarnation. They do not believe in karma. They do not talk about relationships. They are good at watching people and calculating their decision. If people become a target of the scammers, it means nothing but bad luck for them. They would end up losing money easily. If their luck was very bad, the family would probably be broken, and people would die. I come from a family with that kind of background, but I believe in fate. More accurately, I can see fate. Yes, to use words that modern people use, you might say that I have superpowers. My powers enable me to see things. My powers enable me to see more than the fate of a person. Every substance in this world can be seen through by me, and I can analyze the fate of all. For example, I can see the results of the next lottery. I will be able to tell what the lottery numbers are. If I wanted to, I could see which horse will win in the next horse race. I can even tell what job people will end up doing, who they will end up marrying, and where they'll die. If I choose to, I can see everyone's ending. Although my powers cannot enable me to see one's progress, seeing the end, which is all I can do, is enough. I am like a cheater who can see all the answers to an exam. It does not matter how I get somewhere. As long as I can see the answers, it does not matter. I cannot be wrong. Some people think this is great. It is like living the life of a cheater. It certainly makes people jealous and crazy, but I would rather not have any power. The power to see the fates of all has led me down a dark life. Although I am only 5 years old, I carry the weight of an old man on his deathbed. I am not interested in anything. In kindergarten, I have a very good friend. He loves to play football. His dream is to become a football-playing superstar. He also wants me to practice playing football with him so I can become his best partner. He wants to win the World Cup and become a superstar. I thought this was a great idea. After thinking about it, my superpower started. I saw my little friend's future. In the future, I can see he is not a football player. He is a fat, middle-aged salesman who gets drunk every day. Not even mentioning football, after running 150 feet, he would probably end up collapsing due to exhaustion. It was at that moment I lost all interest in football. No matter how hard I tried to play with him, I knew he would not end up being a football player. It would just be a waste of time. The fates I see are never wrong, and they can never be changed. In elephant kindergarten, I have a very beautiful classmate. I like her a lot. I would like to be her best friend. I might even like to be more than that. When I think about her, my superpowers kick in. It enables me to see into her future. She will be married to a 40-year-old bald guy. She will wear a wedding dress and go down the aisle of a church with that man. At that moment, my life was ruined. I lost interest in everything because no matter what I did, I saw the end of all futures. I go to watch football, but I know the result. I go and watch a movie, but I know what the ending will entail. If I go to watch pretty women swim, but I see the pretty women become old before they die. This world is cruel to me. Darkness is all around me. It's all there is. I have tried to change fate, such as me hating onions. I saw that my mother was going to make onions and fried eggs in the morning, so I threw all the onions away at home and bought all the onions in the supermarkets and markets of 3 shopping districts. Don't ask me why a 5-year-old kid can do this. Money has never been a concern for me. The next morning, I saw that the eggs for breakfast still contained onions. It broke my little heart. Baby, you should eat more onions. Recently, Granddad from the countryside has grown a lot of onions. It was a great harvest this year. We have lots and lots of them. Mom was happy as she was telling me this. So, we ate onions for a month. I started to think it was a punishment from God for me trying to change fate. No one can understand my pain. In this world, there are no unknowns to me. There is nothing fresh for me. I have lost the thing in my life I most cherished. What was that? It was a hope for the future. On my way home from school, I watched the sunset above the river. It made me feel extremely sad. I asked myself why a 5-year-old kindergartner would end up walking home alone. It was no big deal because my mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and aunties are all scammers. They are the masters of it. They have always been busy. They never had the time to pick me up from school. Of course, my mother tried to take me to school. On our way there, she scammed 2 wallets and a car from someone. By the time we reached school, she tried to scam my kindergarten teacher. I forced her out of the school and begged them to never take me there again. Sigh. What is the point of my life? Sitting near a river, my heart just felt sad. Going home was meaningless to me. There would be no one at home. I heard that everyone will be taking part in an operation to scam a rich man. It has been half a month since I saw them. Little brother, why are you here? Did you lose your family? A soft voice sounded in my head. From the tip of my nose, I detected a very young presence. I raised my head to take a look. I realized it was a big sister wearing white sports clothing. Her hair was up in a ponytail. I was shocked. I had never seen such a beautiful woman there before. She was obviously out for a jog. She must have been living in the area. The big sister noticed I did not respond. She crouched to my level, took my hand, and asked me, "Little brother, what is your name?" "My name is Han Jinji." I could not help but answer. Usually, I did not talk to people, but I was a kindergartner who judged people by their appearance. This girl was mega pretty and cute. I was more than obliged to answer her. "Your name is pretty funny," the big sister said with a soft smile. "It does not sound like a name someone this young should have." "My name was given to me by my grandfather," I replied. "He said our family cannot be made to obey ghosts and gods, nor do we need to have manners. We don't need to be kind or care about ethics and moralities, but we must be respectful. Otherwise, we are not human. That is why they gave me the name Han Jinji. It was so I could have a bit of humanity." Actually, I never understood what my grandfather meant. When they started to lie, they never seemed to care about the well-being of others. When they got home, they never talked about lying. "Your grandfather is funny," the big sister said with a smile. Maybe she thought I was joking. I did not dare look at her. I was afraid I might accidentally see her future and end up watching her die or have sex with an old man. That would only make me sad. "Little Gigi, would you like to come and drink a milk tea with me?" the big sister asked. Although I did not like milk tea, I was a kindergartner who judged people via their appearance. Therefore, I nodded in acceptance. I grabbed her hand and followed her to a milk tea shop. I was not afraid of her being a human trafficker. When I was free, I helped 2 human traffickers who once tried to sell me. When I left, they thanked me. The big sister was cute and nice. Drinking milk tea with her made me very happy. It made my sorrows fall out of mind for a time, which led me to eventually look at her. It was at this time my damned abilities of clairvoyance kicked in. The scene that broke my heart played in my head. The beautiful and cute big sister got out of a red sports car. Then, a group of people dressed in black gunned her down. Her blood spilled out like flowers. Without a doubt, she was going to die. My mood dropped into another realm of darkness. I only saw the future without knowing how or when it would happen. I also did not know where it would happen. Whatever the case might have been, I could not stop it from happening. I hated myself for having powers like that, and I hated myself for being even more useless. I did not want things to end that way. The big sister could see I was looking upset. With genuine worry, she asked me what was wrong. Little Gigi, what is wrong? Big sister, can you not drive a red sports car for a while? I tried again to change her fate. Why? The big sister asked with a weird look. I can see the future. If you drive a red sports car, your life will be cut short. I knew this would be very hard for her to believe, but I really wanted to convince her. I did not want to watch her die. The big sister looked surprised. She used her soft hands to touch my head. She smiled and said, "Little Gigi, you are concerned for my well-being. I thank you very much for that, but I am not going to die. I knew you would not believe me, but the future cannot be changed." I was very disappointed. I felt an ache in my heart. I hated myself for being so useless. The big sister grabbed my hand and looked serious. She said, "I believe you, little Gigi. You just need to remember that the end is not the end. If you really have a superpower that enables you to see the future, if you see people down the line who require assistance, you should not give up the pursuit to course correct and help them. It does not matter what happens in the end. Just try your best to do your job. Is that okay?" My mood was terrible. All I did was nod. I didn't even listen to her properly. I left the big sister in a sour mood, but I kept thinking that I could not let this go. She was a kind and cute big sister. I could not sit idly by and let her die. Even if God wants her dead, I must do what I can to save her. My heart suddenly mustered the courage needed to fight. Although I did not know her name or know where she lived, it was not a big problem for people who were born into a family of scammers. Scammers were very good at gathering information and predicting things. I thought about the future scenes. The location where the big sister got killed was at a large crossroads. There were no signs. Judging from the plants near the road, there was only one place in the city it could have been. The telltale sign was the allen grass. When it happened, it had to be in this city. The width of the main road was 120 feet. There are only 3 main roads with a width like that. I kept analyzing the images I had. I studied a map to try and find my target. Judging from the moon's location, the time should be around 10 a.m. It is tonight. I looked at the time. It was 5 minutes away from the time of the hit. No, I hated myself for not trying to save the big sister sooner. If I had been able to do things sooner, I might have been able to keep her safe. Before we parted ways, I should have gotten her phone number. That could have helped this situation be avoided. I madly ran out of the room. I stole the bike my mom rode to buy food each day and went as fast as I could to the location I had determined the event would be taking place. The traffic rules and lights could all go to hell. I had to save big sister. I rode as fast as I was able to, but the bike felt as if it was no quicker than a snail. I watched time go by. I was in a huge rush. Finally, I arrived at the street I saw in my future vision. I saw big sister's red sports car. She got out of the car. She was very pretty that night. She was wearing a red jacket and stockings. Her heels looked very attractive. At the same time, I saw men in black holding machine guns. Big sister, hurry, run, I was too late to save big sister. I rode as fast as I could to the men in black and shouted. Tata! Pang! The sound of the guns and a collision made their noises louder. I steered my bike to hit the men in black. The men in black fired their guns, but they did not hit the big sister. This is great. I did not think about what the result might have been. I just felt happy about saving the big sister. I had never felt this happy before. Cut. 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 Who is this kid? I am sorry, director. That is my friend. After falling onto the ground, I saw a middle-aged man with a megaphone. He was shouting madly. People were using all kinds of tools around. The big sister apologized to the middle-aged man. I had an emotion overwhelm me that had never happened before. I was frozen. The big sister came in front of me. She held me in her arms and asked with worry, "Little Gigi, thank you for saving me. Are you okay?" "I am fine. I am just glad you are okay." I was finally starting to realize what had happened. I was not annoyed by my mistake. I actually thought it was rather wonderful. After I told my 5-year-old story, I lit up a cigarette and breathed deeply. I exhaled the smoke. With a righteous look, I said, "Ever since that time, I understood that the end was not the end. If I found people who needed help, I would help. I would ask for their phone numbers. Although the chances are 1 in a million, I have decided to save whoever I can." It was the promise I made to that big sister. The pretty girl sitting next to me looked at me. She looked scary. She was like a volcano about to erupt. She madly shouted, "Han Jinji, is that why when I went to the bathroom you decided to ask that pretty woman for her phone number?" Slap. What happened next was a slap. There was then the scene of a pretty woman madly leaving. Fine. I admit it. The story is real, but I only wanted to hit on the hot woman. I couldn't help it because I am Han Jinji. I am a guy who judges people by their appearances. Seeing the pretty woman leave, I picked up a cigarette and took another hefty puff. I let the smoke flow out. In my eyes, I looked into the future of the beautiful woman. There was a fire where Han-sen was. Fire was everywhere in the bar. Wires sparked. Lots of lights fell from the roof. A big, circular light hit the beautiful girl's head while she was running. Ding! The fire alarm started ringing. Can I change the future? Seeing everyone running in fear with the fire spreading, I calmly sat in front of the bar. I picked up a drink and looked at the light in the center of the bar. The scammers are an organization, the people of which are scammers that disguise themselves as fortune tellers. All they do is lie to people. Although the organization's members can tell fortunes, none of them believe in fate. The so-called fate is just a tool for scammers to lie with. The scammers do not believe in fate and reincarnation. They do not believe in karma. They do not talk about relationships. They are good at watching people and calculating their decision. If people become a target of the scammers, it was nothing but bad luck for them. They would end up losing money easily. If the luck was worse, the family would probably break and people would die. I came from a family with that kind of background, but I believe in fate. More accurately, I can see fate. Yes, to use words that modern people use, you might say I have superpowers. My powers enable me to see things. My powers enable me to see more than the fate of a person. Every substance in this world can be seen through by me, and I can analyze the fate of all. Such as, I can see what the results of the next lottery will be. I will be able to tell what the lottery numbers are. And if I want to, I can see which horse will win in the next horse race. I can even tell what job people will end doing and who they will end up marrying, where they'll die. If I want, I can see the ends of everyone. Although my powers cannot enable me to see one's progress, seeing the end, which is all I can do, is enough. I am like a cheater that can see all the answers to an exam. It does not matter how I get somewhere, but as long as I can see the answers, it does not matter. I cannot be wrong. some people think this is great. It is like living the life of a cheater. It certainly makes people jealous and crazy, but I would rather not have any power. The power to see the fates of all has led me down a dark life. Although I am only 5 years old, I carry the weight of an old man on his deathbed. I am not interested in anything. In kindergarten, I have a very good friend. He loves to play football quite a lot, and his dream is to become a football-playing superstar. He also wants me to practice playing football with him, so I can become his best partner. He wants to win the World Cup and become a superstar. I thought this was great, but after thinking about it, my superpower had only just started. I saw my little friend's future. But in the future, I can see he is not a football player. He is a fat, middle-aged salesman that gets drunk every day. Let's not even mention football, but after running 50 meters, he would probably end up collapsing due to exhaustion. It was at that moment I lost all interest in football. That was because, no matter how hard I try to play with him, he will not end up being a football player. It would just be a waste of time. The fates I see are never wrong and they can never be changed. In our elephant kindergarten, there is a very beautiful classmate of mine. I like her a lot. I would like to be her best friend. I might even like to be more than that. But when I think about her, my superpowers kick in. It enables me to see into her future, and in the future, she will be married to a 40-year-old bald guy. She will wear a wedding dress and go down the aisle of a church with that man. At that moment, my life was ruined. I lost interest in everything because no matter what I do, I see the end of all futures. I go to watch football, I know the result. I go and watch a movie, I know what the ending will entail. If I go to watch pretty women swim, I will see the pretty women become so old before they die. This world is so cruel to me. Darkness is all around me. It's all there is. I have tried to change fate, like me hating onions. I see in the future that my mother will make onions and fried eggs in the morning. So, I throw all the onions away at home and buy all the onions in the supermarkets and markets of 3 shopping districts. Don't ask me why a 5-year-old kid can do this. Money has never been a concern for me. But the next morning, I can see the eggs for breakfast still contain onions. It breaks my little heart. Baby, you should eat more onions. Recently, Granddad from the countryside has grown a lot of onions. It was a great harvest this year. We have lots and lots of them. Mom was so happy when she was telling me this. So, we ate onions for a month. I started to think this was a punishment from God for me trying to change fate. No one can understand my pain. In this world, there are no unknowns to me. There is nothing fresh for me. I have lost the thing in my life I most cherished. And what was that? It was a hope for the future. On my way home from school, I watched the sunset above the river. It made me feel so sad. I asked myself why a 5-year-old kindergarten kid would end up walking home alone. It was no big deal, as my mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and aunties are all scammers. And they are the masters of it. They have always been busy, never having the time to pick me up from school. Of course, my mother has tried to send me to school. But on my way to school, she scammed 2 wallets and a car from someone. By the time we reached school, she tried to scam my kindergarten teacher. I forced her out of the kindergarten and begged them never to come to take me to school again. Sigh. What is the point of my life? Sitting near a river, my heart just feels sad. Going home is meaningless to me. There will be no one at home, as I have heard everyone will be taking part in an operation to scam a rich man. It has been half a month since I saw them. Little brother, why are you here? Did you lose your family? A soft voice sounded in my head. From the tip of my nose, I detect a very young presence. I raise my head to take a look, and I realize it is a big sister that is wearing white sports clothing. She also has her hair done in a ponytail. I was shocked. I had never seen such a beautiful woman near there before. She was obviously out for a jog. She must have been living in the area. Little brother, what is your name? The big sister noticed I did not respond. She crouched to my level, took my hand, and asked me this question. My name is Han Jinji, I could not help but answer. Usually, I would not talk to people, but I was a kindergarten boy that judged people by their appearance. And this girl? She was mega pretty and ultra cute. I was more than obliged to answer her. Your name is pretty funny. It does not look like a name someone this young should have, the big sister said with a soft smile. This is a name that was given to me by my grandfather. He said our family cannot be made to obey ghosts and gods. And neither do we need to have manners. We don't need to be kind or care about ethics and moralities, but we must be respectful. Otherwise, we are not human. That is why they gave me the name Han Jinji. It was so I could have a bit of humanity, I said. Actually, I never did understand what my grandfather meant. When they started to lie, they never seemed to care about the well-being of others. But when they got home, they never talked about lying. Your grandfather is funny, the big sister said with a smile. Maybe she really did think I was joking. I did not dare look at her because I was afraid I might see her future by accident, end up watching her die or have sex with an old man. That would only make me sad. Little Gigi, would you like to come and drink a milk tea with Big Sister? The big sister asked. Although I did not like milk tea, I was a kindergarten school kid that judged people via their appearance. Therefore, I nodded in acceptance. I grabbed the big sister's hand and followed her to a milk tea shop. I was not afraid of her being a human trafficker. That was because, when I was free, I sold 2 human traffickers that once tried to sell me before. And when I left, they thanked me. The big sister was so cute and nice. To drink milk tea with her made me so happy. It made my sorrows fall out of mind for a time, which led me to eventually look at her. But it was at this time my damned abilities of clairvoyance kicked in. The scene that broke my heart played in my head. The beautiful and cute big sister got out of a red supercar and then, a group of people that were dressed in black gunned her down. The blood of her body spilled out like flowers. Without a doubt, she was going to die. My mood dropped into another realm of darkness. I could only see the future, without knowing how or when it might happen. Neither did I know where it might happen. But whatever the case might have been, I could not stop it from happening. I hated myself for having powers like that, and I hated myself for being useless even more. I did not want things to end that way. Little Gigi, what is wrong? The big sister could see I was looking upset, and with genuine worry, she asked me what was wrong. Big sister, can you not drive a red supercar for a while? I tried again, to change this fate of hers. Why? The big sister asked with a weird look. It is because I can see the future. If you drive a red supercar, your life will be cut short. I knew this would be very hard for her to believe, but I really wanted to convince her. I really did not want to watch her die. The big sister looked surprised. She used her soft hands to touch my head. She smiled and said, Little Gigi, you are concerned for my well-being. I thank you very much for this, but I am not going to die. I knew you would not believe me, but the future cannot be changed. I was so disappointed. I felt an ache in my heart. I hated myself for being so useless. The big sister grabbed my hand and looked serious. She said, I believe you, little Gigi. You just need to remember that the end is not the end. If you really have a superpower that enables you to see the future, if you see people down the line that require assistance, you should not give up the pursuit to course correct and help them. It does not matter what happens in the end. Just try your best to do your job. Is that okay? My mood was terrible. All I did was nod, not even listening to her properly. I left the big sister in a sour mood, but I kept thinking that I could not let this go. She was such a kind and cute big sister, I could not sit idly by and let her die. Even if God wants her dead, I must do what I can to save her. All of a sudden, my heart mustered the courage needed to fight. Although I did not even know her name or know where she lived, this was not a big problem for people who were born into a family of scammers. Scammers were very good at gathering information and being able to predict things. I thought about the future scenes, and where the big sister got killed was at a large crossroad. There were no signs, but judging from the plants near the road, there was only one place in the city it could have been. The telltale sign was the allen grass. So, when it happened, it had to be in this city. The width of the main road was 40 meters. There are only 3 main roads with a width like that. I kept analyzing the images I had. And I studied a map to try and find my target. The time should be around 10 o'clock, judging from the moon's location. It is tonight. I look at the time. It was 5 minutes away from the time of the hit. No, I hate myself for not trying to save the big sister sooner. If I had been able to do things sooner, I might have been able to keep her safe. Or before we parted ways, I got her phone number. This could have definitely been avoided. I ran out of the room like mad. I stole the bike my mum rode to buy food each day and I went as fast as I could to the location I had determined the event to be. The traffic rules. The lights. They could all go to hell. I had to save big sister. I drive as fast as I was able to, but the bike felt as if it was no quicker than a snail. I watched the time go by and I was in a huge rush. Finally, I came to the street I saw in my future vision. I saw big sister's red supercar. She got out of the car, so pretty that night. She was wearing a red jacket and stockings. Her heel also looked very attractive. But at the same time, I saw the men in black hold their machine guns. Big sister, hurry, run, it was too late to save big sister. I drove as fast as I could to the men in black and shouted. Tata! Pang! The sound of the guns and the sound of a collision made their noises together. I and my bike hit the men in black. The men in black fired their guns a bit, but they did not hit big sister. This is great. I did not think about what the result of this might have been, but I felt so happy about saving big sister. I had never felt this happy before. Cut. 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 Who is this kid? I am sorry, director. But that is my friend. After falling onto the floor, he saw a middle-aged man on a megaphone. He was shouting madly. People were using all kinds of tools around. Big sister apologized to the middle-aged man. I had an emotion overwhelm me that had never happened before. I was frozen. Little Gigi, thank you for saving me. Are you okay? Big sister came in front of me. She held me in her arms and asked with worry. I am fine. I am just glad you are okay. I was finally starting to realize what had been happening. I was not annoyed by my mistake. I actually thought this was rather wonderful. After I told my 5-year-old story, I lit up a cigarette and breathed deeply. I exhaled the smoke and with a righteous look said, ever since that time, I understood that the end was not the end. If I found people that needed help, I would help. I would ask for their phone numbers. Although the chances are 1 in a million, I have decided to save whoever I can. It was the promise I made to that big sister. The pretty girl that sat next to me looked at me. She looked so scary. She was like a volcanic eruption. She madly shouted at me, Han Jinji, is that why when I went to the bathroom you decided to ask that pretty woman for her phone number? Slap. What happened next was a slap. And then there was the scene of a pretty woman leaving madly. Fine. I admit it. The story is real, but I only wanted to hit on the hot woman. I couldn't help it because I am Han Jinji. I am a guy who judges people by their appearances. Seeing the pretty woman leave, I pick up a cigarette and take another hefty puff. I let the smoke flow out, and in my eyes, I looked into the future of the beautiful woman. Where Han Sen was now, there was a fire. In the bar, a fire was everywhere. Wires sparked. Lots of lights fell from the roof. A big, circular light hit the beautiful girl's head while she was running. Ding! The fire alarm rang. Can I change the future? Seeing everyone running in fear with the fire spreading, I calmly sat in front of the bar. I picked up a glass with a drink and looked at the light that was in the center of the bar. Chapter 3186. One arrow pierces through the heart. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor. Audiobook Studio. The God Fights were a fighting competition governed by God spirits. Every rule was conducted and enforced by God spirits. If people conceded, they earned the protection of a God spirit. Not even the royals of the 7 kingdoms and those with inherited blood pulses were allowed to break the rules. Han Sen was making a God spirit lock in a person who had already conceded the fight and was leaving the space battleground. This seemed impossible. It was not just Yen Dan that did not believe this. No one believed it. Han Sen knew the God spirits would not listen to his commands, but he had not said what he had to control the God spirits. He wanted to tell the God spirits that the fleeing man was a dead man and that they should not be a part of this. When Han Sen spoke, he broke the rules of the world. He pushed his power to the max and kept pumping power into the bow he wielded. This Han Sen is getting too cocky, Empty God coldly said. How dare he threaten us? Yen Dan was a blood pulse inheritor, so Han Sen's words made Empty God very upset. Moment God bowed to the leader of the hall and said, Mr. Han Sen is breaking the rules again. I am afraid he is only going to become the next Qin Xiu. Are we really going to stand back and let him do whatever he wishes to? Although Han Sen is wrong, it is not a big deal, another God spirit said. There is no need to be hung up over such trivial matters. After all, he has the chance to take the next step. Can we just let him destroy the world we have tirelessly cultivated just because he might walk that step? Empty God looked angry as he spoke. What you said is wrong. Everything happens for a reason. The God Chaos Party sent people to eliminate him. Do you expect Han Sen to just stand around and allow those people to strike him down? Are you calling him a sitting duck? The 12 God spirits were split down the middle with each side sharing one of 2 opinions. One side wished to put a leash on Han Sen or even kill him when it was necessary. The other side thought they should not interfere and let Han Sen's actions slide. Only 1 or 2 God spirits were ambivalent or neutral about it all. The hall leader sighed and said, let's just lock the space battleground. Otherwise, the entire space battleground will be destroyed. Yes, Master. The hall leader had decided. Although some God spirits did not agree with the choice, they held their tongues about it. Plus, they knew that if they allowed Han Sen to destroy the space battleground, it would reflect more poorly on the God spirits. Space and time in the Geno Hall were different from the outside world. The God spirits had been talking for a long time. To the outside world, only a second had gone by. Yen Dan had not left the battleground, but the space tunnel was on the cusp of shutting down. At this time, the closing space tunnel reopened. Yen Dan had almost escaped, but he immediately teleported back into the space battleground. Yen Dan looked shocked about being back on the space battleground. His face could not be described. The space tunnel behind him was gone. Why is it like this? I conceded. I already conceded. Mr. God Spirit, I already conceded. Why? Yen Dan pleaded, his conceding again, but the space battleground made no movement. No tunnel through space appeared. The whole of the space battleground was dead silent. The big universe was dead silent too. No one believed this would happen. The God spirits were really doing as Dollar said. They were locking down the space battleground. Gods, why? I am a loyal devotee. I do everything properly and have never once offended you. Why are you treating me this way? Where is the justice? Where are the laws we abide by? Where are the gods now? Yen Dan sadly roared. He questioned the sky. The Yen Kingdom's people and nobles all looked angry. From what they saw, Yen Dan had received unfair treatment. You disobeyed the god spirits. That means you should die. Han Sen's voice sounded cold. It was like he was commanding God's judgment. He let go of the bowstring he had pulled back as far as he could. It looked like a full moon. Bzzzt. The moment the arrow left its string, it vanished. Yen Dan could not see the arrow. He was shocked and scared. He knew he could not protect himself from the power in that arrow. He wanted to live, so he released the 3 rare gene races that combined with him. There was a god bird made of fire, a demon-eye weird snake, and a black-backed white-belly yen. They all appeared in front of Yen Dan. They all shielded him. The power of the 3 rare gene races exploded. They formed a line in front of Yen Dan. At that moment, it was like an invisible power pierced through the bulwark. The bodies of the 3 rare gene races were blown through, leaving a bloody hole in each as the invisible force passed through. The invisible power did not stop there. Yen Dan's head, behind all the gene races, became the recipient of a hole. Now, the audience was able to see that the black arrow had managed to stick into Yen Dan's forehead. It went through the back of his head and disappeared into the nether. Pang! The 3 rare gene races exploded at the same time. They turned into a sky full of blood rain. Yen Dan's corpse fell from space with his eyes wide open. The universe went dead silent. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. One arrow had managed to eliminate 3 rare gene races and kill the elite, Yen Dan. That violent arrow technique frightened all those who watched it. The most shocking part was the fact that the arrow was able to kill Yen Dan after he had conceded the fight. The implications of this were far scarier than the arrow itself. Although Dollar said Yen Dan had committed blasphemy upon the god spirits, people who knew about this suspected that Yen Dan had done something he shouldn't have. He should not have associated himself with the god Chaos Party. Even so, the god spirits still broke their own rules. A man who made the god spirits bend one of their own rules was scarier than the arrows he could fire. People were frightened to think about something like that. This arrow did not just murder someone. It killed the hearts of many people. The kings of the 7 kingdoms all strangely looked at the body on the space battleground. The royals represented law and order, but that body was able to break the rules of the god spirits. That rule destroyer made them feel extremely worried. Is Dollar a god Chaos Party member? An elite thought. Most did not think so. A member of the god Chaos Party could not participate in a god fight. Otherwise, Rocky D would not have helped Yen Dan. He could have done this himself. Yet, Dollar was not a member of the god Chaos Party member but could still do that. It made people feel weird. Dollar belongs to the god of wealth. Who is that god of wealth? How can his members make the god spirits all agree with him? How powerful must the god of wealth be? Is he a reboot god spirit? People really wanted to find out where the god of wealth temple resided. After this fight, the 7 kingdoms sent out many people to scour the universe for the god of wealth temple. After Han Sen murdered Yen Dan, He quit the space battleground and returned to the foam castle. He knew Bauer was probably fine, but he was still worried. Chapter 3187, Cutting Paper Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. A mountain pierced through the skies. A strange god temple was on its peak. The god temple structure was very defined. The primary hall was only 9 feet tall. It had a few side halls. Overall, it looked very large, but a large god temple like that gave people the feeling that it could easily break. It was hard to describe how weird it was. When one looked a bit closer, one realized that the god temple was composed of a white substance. It looked like it was made of paper. It was no wonder that it looked like a place that could easily tumble with one stab. Everything about the white temple was strange. Even the tables, god altar, god stove, and god statues were made of paper. It felt like a very spooky and scary place. Bauer looked at the god temple with interest. She seemed to be rather interested in the locale. Bauer looked at Rocky D and asked with a blink of her eyes, "What would happen if I lit a match in here?" "This is a god temple. It is not ordinary paper. Water, fire, or any other kind of weapon cannot actually deal harm to this temple." Rocky D sat on a paper chair. He flicked his hands and had 2 human-sized paper people bring a plate forward. They brought over paper plates and paper cups. They poured out a cup of coffee for Rocky D. Rocky D drank his coffee in an elegant posture as he asked Bauer, "What does the cute little princess want to drink?" "I want to drink tea." Bauer was not polite. She just sat down on the paper chair. The thin white paper turned into an S shape. Bauer sat on it. The paper trembled like the thin wings of a cicada, but it did not break. In some ways, it was like a rocking chair. The paper maid quickly brought a cup of tea over. Bauer looked at the paper man made of paper with genuine curiosity. "These paper people look rather funny," Bauer said. She watched the paper people with keen interest as she picked up the cup of tea to wet her whistle. "If you like, I can give you a few of these paper people. I can cut them out into any face you like. If there is some handsome celebrity or general you admire, I can cut them out for you." Rocky D drank his coffee with a warm smile. "I like your face. Why don't you give me a paper person that looks just like you?" Bauer happily looked at Rocky D. Rocky D's eyes twitched a little. He looked at Bauer, who had a big pair of gleaming eyes. She looked like a clear spring without any dust. It did not look as if she was making a joke or toying with him. Plus, Bauer had followed him there without issue. Rocky D just thought she was a child who enjoyed playing around. After thinking about it, Rocky D's lips developed a smile. His beard lifted as he thought, "I really am a handsome gentleman who has thousands of women and goddesses loving me. Despite how troublesome it is to look this fine, I cannot help being so attractive." He looked very cocky as his eyebrows raised. Rocky D put down his cup. He coughed lightly and asked, "Do you really want it that much?" Bauer nodded. Her little hands became 2 little fists in front of her chest. She looked at Rocky D happily as she answered, "Yes. I really, really, really want it. If your face became a paper person, it would look so good." Rocky D smiled and nodded. "Okay. Since you are being so sincere about this, I can make one for you. But this is a limited edition, okay? There will only be one in this entire universe. You need to look after it with the utmost care. I will treat it like the most important thing in my life." Bauer raised her head as if she was making a solemn and profound promise. Rocky D loved Bauer's attitude. He took out a white sheet of paper and said, "After I make you this, you must stay here nicely until your father comes to pick you up. With your paper copy, it is fine if my father does not come," Bauer said. Rocky D felt very cocky and thought, being too charming is a bad thing. Even a small little girl like her fancies me to be her daddy. Sigh. This is so troublesome. After that, Rocky D picked up a sheet of paper. His right hand's index and middle fingers behaved like a pair of scissors that cut through the sheet. He kept cutting to cut out his face. He put a lot of effort into the task. It must be stated that Rocky D's skills were very good. Although it was only going to be something like a silhouette without any precise facial details, it looked a lot like him. Even the little beard on it was a bit raised. After cutting, Rocky D trimmed it a little and happily gave it to Bauer. You must look after this thing as if it were your child. This is a unique silhouette. Bauer picked up the paper silhouette and looked as if she cherished it greatly. She said, "Thank you, Uncle." Uncle? Rocky D's eyes twitched. He patted Bauer on the head and smiled. Little princess, you should think about calling me Mr. God. If you really want to start calling me handsome Mr. Minister, I think that would be rather dandy. It is up to you, of course. I think calling you an uncle is very fitting, Bauer said as she looked at Rocky D. Rocky D's face looked rather glum. He grunted. Whatever. You just stay here and sit still until Han-sen comes to pick you up. Okay. If you are here with me, it is fine if my father does not show, Bauer said with a laugh. I do not have any time to play around with you. You can entertain yourself to pass the time. After Rocky D said that, he readied himself to leave. No, I want you to play with me, Bauer said with a shake of her head. Who in this world would waste time playing with you? Besides, I am a very busy man. Rocky D wanted to ignore Bauer. He turned around and walked out of the God temple. After walking a few steps, he felt as if his body was no longer listening to him. He could no longer control his body. He walked back to Bauer. What? What is going on? Rocky D's face changed. He tried using power to control his body, but it did not work. He then saw Bauer playing with the paper man he had just made. Salute. Bauer was holding the paper man. She made the paper man perform a saluting gesture. Rocky D's body lifted its right hand by its own volition. He had no say in it. He was suddenly just like the paper man. He performed the saluting gesture. Rocky D's face changed. What? How is this possible? She has that control power. Isn't she a human girl? A human girl at that age should not have such wicked powers. Even with a powerful gene race, there is no way she could channel so much power without fault. She did not even combine with a gene race. What is going on? Rocky D now regretted his deeds. If he had not cut out his own silhouette for Bauer and given it to her, no matter how strong she was, she would have been unable to control him. Aside from himself and one of the 12 Annihilation God spirits, he never thought there would be another being with the same type of power and powerful enough to control him. Even the God spirit from the 12 Annihilation God spirits would have been unable to control him completely with his paper shape. Take a dump. Bauer moved the paper man to open its legs and squat into a pooping position. No. No. I am a gentleman. How could I perform such an embarrassing action? Rocky D shouted at the top of his lungs. His face turned red. He wanted to smack a wall. But he could not control his body. He looked like the paper man who was taking a dump. Chapter 3188, Bloodpulse Test Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio, pick your nose. Crawl like a dog. Pee like a dog. Bauer was playing with the paper man. Rocky D was feeling grossly embarrassed. Why don't you just kill me? Rocky D madly shouted at Bauer. Uncle, why would I kill you? You are such a nice person. If you die, no one will be able to play with me, Bauer replied as she tilted her head and looked at Rocky D. Rocky D had asserted the position of a dog peeing as he madly replied, "Who are you? There is no way you are Han Sen's daughter." He felt as if he had been well and truly tricked. She was such a powerful person, so how could she have been the daughter of a human? "Uncle, your question is so strange," Bauer said as she looked at Rocky D with confusion. "I am my father's daughter." "That is impossible. You cannot be Han Sen's daughter. There is no way a human can bear a daughter like you." Rocky D could tell that Bauer was not lying. Despite how little he believed it, it appeared as if she was telling the truth. His heart jumped. He blinked and he said, "I think Han Sen must have told you a white lie. He is not a father. He is a fake one." "That is complete and utter nonsense," Bauer said with a smile. "I am my father's daughter." Rocky D quickly replied, "It is easy to find out if you are Han Sen's true daughter. All we have to do is conduct a test to find out the truth." "How would we test that?" Bao asked with curiosity. "There is a treasure behind the God Temple," Rocky D said. "It is a treasure that belongs to the God Chaos Party. All you must do is put a drop of blood into that God item. The God item can then analyze your genes. It will trace you back to your very origin and find out where you were from. It can trace your ancestors." "Really? That is interesting." After Bauer said that, she walked behind the God Temple. She was still holding the paper man. Rocky D followed Bauer behind the God Temple, but not by his own will. The two of them went to the back of the primary hall. They saw something that sort of looked like a well. A bronze tripod was in the center of the well. Although the tripod was only 3 feet high, it looked very old. The tripod had many mysterious symbols on it. Bauer looked at the bronze tripod and asked, "Is that the treasure you are referring to?" "That is so simple." Rocky D quickly said, "Do not look at it like that. Of course, it may look very normal, but this bronze tripod was made from the genes of a god. It has an incredible amount of power, and there is only of them in existence. You will never be able to find another one of these for as long as you live." "Is it really that unique and good?" Bauer asked as she looked at the tripod. "Did you say I can find out who my family is through one drop of blood?" "Yes," Rocky D said. "Although it cannot be like the 3-life stone that can find out 3 lives and 3 past lives, this tripod can find out the truth of the bloodline in your family. If you would like to join the God Chaos Party, you will have to use this tripod to find out. It has never been wrong through all the years it has been used." "In that case, let's give it a try," Bauer said. She moved the paper man. Rocky D was pushed toward the bronze tripod. Rocky D was so scared that he shouted, "No. No. No." It was a shame he was being controlled by a paper man and unable to resist or move away. He walked in front of the bronze tripod. He reached out his finger and placed it on the bronze tripod. Bauer picked up the small wooden sword Jian Bu Gu had given her. She used it to cut Rocky D's finger. That ordinary-looking sword possessed a sword mind, and thus it was able to cut Rocky D's finger. For just one sword mind to hurt Rocky D's body like that, not even Rocky D would have believed it was a wooden sword had he not been there to witness it. That asshole Jian Bu Gu. His sword mind is already at such a stage. Rocky D was shocked. A drop of blood oozed from Rocky D's finger and fell into the tripod. The symbols on the tripod suddenly lit up. Bauer's eyes opened wide as she looked upon the tripod in shock. The light on the tripod kept changing. It was like an endless font of light was now in operation. Not long later, a light shadow came out of the tripod. The light shadows were like a projector. It was like a hologram that created the shape of a body. It revealed Paper God, also known as Rocky D. It looked just like Rocky D minus the clothes he wore. Rocky D's body started to change. He became smaller and smaller. Then, his body started to change. In the end, he turned into a normal cat with a black shadow. It was the shadow of a cat, so it was not solid, but it also had life. It was very weird. The shadow of the cat became smaller. It turned into a fat and cute, albeit small, cat. It then turned into a Gene egg. "Uncle, you are a cat." Bauer weirdly looked at Rocky D. "I am not a cat. That was a shadow phantom. You do not understand what a shadow phantom is." Rocky D, who was feeling embarrassed, tried to correct Bauer. "But it looks like a cat," Bauer said with honesty. Rocky D felt destroyed. His face turned red, but he kept his mouth shut. He did not want to talk to Bauer anymore. After Rocky D turned into a Gene egg, the video stopped playing. The bronze tripod returned to normal. Bauer tilted her head as she asked, "Why did I not see your mother and father?" "I am a rare gene race that was born in a god pulse," Rocky D said. "Of course, I do not have any parents. If you have parents, the bronze tripod will show them." "Okay." Bao had a brief time to think about it. She walked in front of the bronze tripod, reached out her finger, bit it, and let a drop of blood fall on it. Bauer knew she originally came out of a gourd, but she wanted to know if there was any other bloodline she was related to. She did not really want to find out whether or not she was Han Sen's daughter. Bauer's blood entered the bronze tripod. The bronze tripod started to glow. The symbols on the tripod started to glow like the sun. They started to melt. Rocky D's eyes went straight while watching this. He was the minister of the God Chaos Party. He had seen many of these tests before. He had seen rare gene races that turned into God Spirit gene races or even fallen annihilation God spirits. Whenever he had tested it in the past, this had never happened before. The bronze tripod was burned into steel juice. It melted rapidly. Lots of red, bronze juice dripped. The moment the bronze tripod collapsed, the bronze tripod had a shadow. The light shadow formed in the air. The bronze tripod collapsed. There was boiling bronze juice everywhere as the shadow faded. Rocky D was frozen as he looked at the bronze tripod. His eyes widened, and his lips started to quake. He had no idea what he had just seen. When he regained his composure, he looked at Bauer. His vocal cords had the shakes as he said, You. Rocky D is a sinner, so please forgive me." If Rocky D could have moved, he would have been kowtowing before Bauer. Chapter 3189, A Name That Cannot Be Spoken. Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. Bauer blinked and looked at Rocky D. After a while, she asked, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes." No, Rocky D was not making much sense. "So, do you know me or not?" Bauer asked with a frown. "I am aware of your existence, but I have never seen you before," Rocky D quickly said. "Oh, in that case, tell me who you think I am," Bauer said. She squinted her eyes as she peered at Rocky D. Rocky D displayed a wry smile as he said, "Would not dare say it. Therefore, I will not say it. If I dare say your name, this world will be thrown into chaos." "What is that supposed to mean?" Bauer's eyes repeatedly blinked. "You must believe that I, Rocky D, only obey you diligently," Rocky D said with sincerity. "If you are willing for me to die, I will gladly die. I will die in your service with honor." "I do not like the way you are talking to me now," Bauer said. "If you speak to me like this again, I will tear this paper man in half." She held the paper man high up. It looked as if she was going to rip it up. Rocky D remained calm. "If that can keep your secret, I am willing to give up my life for that cause." After that, Rocky D closed his eyes as if he was willingly ready to embrace a demise. "Do you really think I am not capable of killing someone?" Bauer's face looked dim. If my death can bring you pleasure, then the pleasure is all mine, Rocky D said with seriousness. Bauer stared at Rocky D for a bit. She then picked up the paper man and waved it in Rocky D's direction. Rocky D's body flew toward the paper man. His body grew smaller. He combined with the paper man. The paper man was just a silhouette, but it now had color and a face. It had become a colorful paper man. When you want to tell me, you can come and talk to me. Bauer looked rather annoyed. She pulled out a book and stuck Rocky D, the paper man, inside the pages of the book. After doing that, Bauer pushed the sunglasses on her face and said to herself, "What is wrong with this guy? It really does look like he is not afraid to die." The dragon maid had received an order to wait outside Foam Castle and wait for Han Sen's return. She eventually saw Han Sen emerge from the castle, so she walked forward and casually said, "Come here. Follow me if you wish to see Bauer." "Sure." Han Sen did not say anything else. He nodded and followed the dragon maid. The dragon maid opened a tunnel through space. She took Han Sen with her to travel through it. They arrived at the paper god temple atop a mountain. "You wait here." The dragon maid walked in front of the god temple and stopped. She bowed and shouted into the paper god temple, "Mr. Minister, Han Sen is here." After a while of waiting for a response, none came from Rocky D. This made the dragon maid frown. She bowed again and said, "Mr. Minister, I have brought Han Sen here." Still, no one answered her. The paper door of the paper god temple opened. A cute little girl emerged from beyond it. Upon seeing Bauer walk out, the dragon maid was given a fright. She quickly seemed to understand something. She was furious, so she grabbed Bauer and shouted, "What did you do to Mr. Minister?" "Bzzzt." A wooden sword flew above Bauer. It went in front of her. The wooden sword was ordinary, but the sword mind was so holy that it was like a god one could not dare to offend. It crushed the dragon maid and pinned her to the ground. She could not straighten her back. It felt like a terrifyingly heavy sword was crushing her. Bauer jumped into Han Sen's chest and complained, "Dad, you were so slow. I was worried that I had come too soon and ruined your fun." Han Sen smiled. Seeing Bauer safe and sound, he felt immeasurably relieved and asked, "Where is Rocky D?" "He is here." Bauer opened the book she kept next to her chest. She took out Rocky D's paper form. "This is Rocky D." Han Sen looked at the paper man with shock. It did look like Rocky D. It was like a miniature version of him. It looked like a paper man that was drawn on top. "What are you looking at? If it was not for Master Bauer, you would be dead." Rocky D felt furious to be looked at by Han Sr. "You weren't kidding, and he can speak." Han Sen thought this was rather interesting. He held the head of the paper man and remarked how much it felt like paper. Rocky D felt very embarrassed, so he shouted, Let go of me." He was still trapped in paper form, so he could not fight back. Han Sen lifted his head. "Let go of Mr. Minister," the dragon maid madly shouted. She wanted to stand up, but the sword mind power made her bones crack. It looked as if she was going to break. She could not stand up. That is a very powerful sword mind. Mr. Jian is stronger than I thought. It is no wonder why he is regarded as the biggest swordsman in the Qin kingdom. Han Sen looked at the wooden sword in shock. The dragon maid's power was almost similar to Decapitation Queen, but a wooden sword was able to keep her suppressed. The sword mind of its master must have been frightening. Han Sen gave the paper man of Rocky D to Bauer and asked her with curiosity, how could he be like that? Bauer pushed her sunglasses and smiled. "I simulated his power and used it back on himself. His powers were quite interesting. I forgot about that trick." Han Sen only just remembered the treasure sunglasses she had. He did not expect the power of the sunglasses was effective even in the universe of kingdoms. Bauer looked strange. She told Han Sen about her experience with Rocky D. Han Sen was surprised to hear it. He looked at the paper man version of Rocky D and asked, "Rocky D, do you know something about Bauer's history? If you tell me, I can let you go." Rocky D looked at him with disdain. He lifted his lips and said, "You do not have the credentials needed to talk to me. Talk to my dad nicely." Bauer reached out her hand and squeezed Rocky D's face. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Rocky D screamed. "Whatever," Han Sen said. "Let's just go back. Bring Mr. Jian's wooden sword. I am sure it is very important to him, so we should do our best to return it to Mr. Jian." The wooden sword was an ordinary item, but the sword had Jian Bugu's sword mind. It was like Jian Bugu's self-sword. Han Sen did not understand why Jian Bugu would use a wooden sword for a self-sword. No matter how strong a sword mind was, it was very weak. If Mr. Jian encountered an enemy that was as strong as he was, the sword would be rendered useless. Bauer took back the wooden sword. The dragon maid was free. She turned into a big, black dragon and roared at Han Sen and Bauer. Pang! Han Sen gathered up power. He punched the dragon maid and sent her flying. The giant body was like a mountain that was shaking. "Do not kill her!" Rocky D shouted. "Dad, just let her live," Bauer said with a blink of her eyes. Chapter 3190, Guessing Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. Han Sen and Bauer went to the Feng family castle. The dragon maid followed them from behind. She knew she would be unable to fight them, but her resolve had not been completely dissolved. Han Sen was a bit worried. Instead of chasing the dragon maid away, he had allowed her to come back to the Feng family castle. He took the Rocky D paper man from Bauer and went into the garden. "Rocky D, I have things I would like to tell you." Han Sen put Rocky D on a stone table. He glanced at the dragon maid, who was staring at them intently. Rocky D moved his paper body. He was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but he still told the dragon maid, "You can wait outside the garden." The dragon maid adhered to the command and waited outside the garden. Even from there, she still watched. After the dragon maid left, Han Sen spoke to Rocky D. "Rocky D, you seem to know something. Why don't you spill the beans?" Rocky D patted himself on the chest and coldly replied, "What makes you think you have what it takes to talk to me in such a capacity?" "I am Bauer's father," Han Sen coldly said. Rocky D immediately jumped and said, "You do not have what it takes. If you dare to say that you are Master Bauer's father, I will kill you." Han Sen smiled. "You cannot deny I was the one who raised her from a baby." Rocky D moved his lips, but he did not say anything. "If you are not willing to say anything more, then how about I guess?" Han Sen asked with a smile. He had experienced far too many problems in his lifetime. He was confused about many things. The more time he had spent guessing, the more experience he had when it came to guessing. Upon seeing Rocky D not speak, Han Sen started to talk to himself. "You call her Master Bauer and are so polite to her. That must mean she has a higher position than you. That also means she is stronger than you. People like you would go and fight a god spirit. At the end of the day, you manage to be stronger and at a higher level than them. So, why would you treat a child like a master? Yet, you are. For that, there can only be one possibility. You and Bauer have some sort of connection, or perhaps you owe her a favor of some sort." "Humph." Rocky D coldly grunted. He did not actually say anything. Han Sen laughed and went on to say, "No matter whether or not you owe her a favor or if you two are related, people like you would remember her. You would not forget her. There is no way you did not recognize her in the beginning, yet you did not recognize her in the beginning. It was not until you conducted the test did you change your approach to her. You obviously saw something in the test that enabled you to recognize her. Rocky D did not say anything. He merely coldly stared at Han Sr. I heard Bauer say that the bronze tripod was a treasure of the God Chaos Party. It is an item that enables a member to test their blood, and there is only one such tool in existence. Han Sen looked at Rocky D and said, but this bronze tripod is only able to test blood. It cannot determine one's past life. If it was like that, it would not be a reincarnation. You only saw Bauer in this life, and you only recognized who she was in this life. Why did you not recognize her in the beginning? You only recognized her after seeing Bauer's blood pulse light shadow. Han Sen squinted and peered at Rocky D. He then asked, do I need to keep talking? I do not know what you are talking about, Rocky D coldly replied. Han Sen looked at Rocky D and said, Bauer is in danger. She is in big danger. Am I correct? Yes. If I were you, I would let her go. Let me and Bauer leave this place. Rocky D spoke the words in an ordinary tone of voice. I believe what you say is true. If I do not let Bauer leave and do not want you to return to your former self, what do you expect will happen? I think the God Chaos Party will not let you, Mr. Minister, simply vanish and disappear from the world. Rocky D's heart jumped. Before he spoke again, Han Sen said, I and Bauer are like father and daughter. It does not matter whether you accept that fact or not. I will not allow her to leave my side. I do not think Bauer will want to leave my side either. You do not have the power to change that. So, if you really are standing on Bauer's side, I think there is a thing or two you can tell me. This time, Rocky D did not deny things. He remained silent but did not speak. His eyes lingered on Han's senator. After a while, he said, you need to know that if Master Bauer's identity is revealed, there will be a disaster that will shake the sky. I cannot hold it, and you cannot hold it. You should really tell me who she is, Han Sen said. That is the only way we can be prepared, right? Rocky D shook his head. I cannot tell you her name, and I cannot disclose her history. If I tell you these things, the universe will be thrown upside down. That seems really serious. Han Sen looked at Rocky D and asked, there has to be something you can tell me, right? Rocky D hesitated and said, hide her. Do not let the God spirits realize who she really is. Do not let the God Chaos Party find her, or there will be a grand disaster. I cannot put her in hiding forever, Han Sen coldly said. Bauer will not agree with that. Even if she did agree with it, I would not accept that. At least not now, Rock D said. You need to wait until she grows up. Maybe then she can. How far must she develop? Must she become reboot class? Han Sen asked as a test. I do not know, Rocky D said. He looked weird as he spoke. Master Bauer's limit is not something we can guess or even try to understand. Han Sen stared at Rocky D and said, fine. This is the last question. Aside from you, are there any other creatures that can reveal Bauer's identity? Yes, or maybe there are none, Rocky D weirdly said. Be clearer. Han Sen frowned. Rocky D sighed and said, back in the day, perhaps some people might have been able to tell. These days, I cannot even be sure if those guys are alive. Even if they were, I cannot be certain they would notice. If Master Bauer did a test like the bronze tripod again, people might recognize something. According to your theory, Bauer is safe. Han Sen felt a bit relieved. If I was unable to recognize who she was in the first place, I doubt there are many in this world that can do what I could not, Rocky D said with seriousness. Still, it would be best for her not to be flaunted around, just in case. I understand, Han Sen said. You should go. The restrictions on your body can now be removed. I don't think you need Bauer to undo the spell put on you. Are you really letting me go? Rocky D looked shocked. Keeping you here is sure to attract more trouble, Han Sen casually said. I do not want to kill you, therefore I will just choose to let you go. Are you not afraid that I will leak the secrets about Master Bauer? Rocky D asked. I am afraid, but I do not think you will. After Bauer left, you could have run, but you didn't. Han Sen smiled. Humph. Rocky D coldly grunted. He twisted the paper and jumped. In the air, he became his real self again. He reached out the paper man in his hand to Han Sr., give this paper man to Master Bauer. If she needs it, she only has to use the paper man, and I will lend her my assistance. After that, Rocky D threw the paper man at Han Sen like a card. He turned around and left the garden, taking the dragon maid with him. Chapter 3191, God Fight Reward Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor. Nioebo Studio. Before the space tunnel closed for their departure, Rocky D turned around and asked Han Sen, do you not think breaking the world is awesome? There is strength in between breaking the world, and you just broke the world. Not many elites can kill you, but there are still one or two that might. If I were you, I would let Master Bauer go with me. I am not going to hand my daughter over to anybody, Han Sen calmly said. I will not let anyone hurt her. Rocky D grunted coldly. He did not turn his head as he left through the space tunnel. Seeing the space tunnel shut down, Han Sen said to himself, if this really is how I think it is, then this will all be a great deal of trouble. Han Sen entered the top 4 rounds of fights, and Bauer joined in too. Their luck wasn't too shabby either. They were not pitted against each other. They had to fight the others who were also in the top 4. Han Sen was quite surprised by the turnout. In their semi-final matches, neither Han Sen's nor Bauer's opponent showed up. They had given up and quit. It was the most boring set of semi-finals ever witnessed, and the same was going to hold true for the finale. The semi-finals did not happen, and the finals weren't going to depict a grand bout either. Bauer immediately quit, which enabled Han Sen to achieve the number 1 rank in the God fights. The other 2 people were very famous in the Geno universe. As for them conceding, people did not say much about it. Everyone knew that fighting Han Sen was likely futile, so everyone thought they too would quit if they were in their shoes. The same was true for going up against Bauer. After all, they had even managed to make the God spirits break the rules. It would have been weird for them to actually consider fighting the pair. No one wanted to risk their lives in a battle with such an unfair environment. If they entered the space battleground, they might not have been able to make it out alive even if they conceded. If they did not concede, they could not use God spirit gene races. If they used them, they would be punished by the God spirits they had pledged their loyalty to. If they did not use them and could not fight Dollar and Ingot, it would have been a fight in which they were practically throwing themselves into the furnace. It was a death wish. Even stupid people knew the best course of action. Han Sen was the most dishonorable winner in the history of the God fights, but no one questioned his claim to be a victor and the might that secured him the number 1 position. Although he had won without fighting, Han Sen felt good about it. He did not have time to waste concerning himself about whether or not it was right to win the God fights without battling. All he cared about were the results. When Han Sen earned first place in the God fights, a light fired into the space battleground. It landed on Han Sen, making his body disappear. Han Sen did not fight back. It was a teleportation light. It did not harm him. Han Sen's vision constantly flashed. When he was able to see again, he realized he was inside a giant God hall. The God halls were the most obvious things to recognize. There was a light in the center that was very old and mysterious. The light had small lights. There had to have at least been 10,000 of them. Han Sen was no stranger to these lanterns. The 10,000 lanterns were race lanterns. Every race lantern had the race's name on it. The first was still the very high. Han Sen carefully looked at the race lanterns. He did not, strangely enough, see a human race lantern. Obviously, the humans had yet to light up their lanterns. The elusive god was sitting on the god throne of the god hall. Han Sen was very familiar with that bloke. Now, he should have called him God Hall Master, the strongest reboot god spirit in the universe. It is impossible for humans to light up a lantern for themselves, God Hall Leader coldly said. I have already told you that humans should not exist in the Geno universe. Their existence makes sense, Han Sen said with a laugh. If humans already exist in the Geno universe, why can we not light up a lantern? The fact you can't means you can't, God Hall Leader said. There is no why. You just can't. If humans really did light up a lantern in the Geno universe, let's not mention the others for a moment, but even god spirits like me would not ignore such an event. Letting the crystallizers light a lantern is the best we can do. Fine. I don't really care about humans lighting up lanterns, anyway. The reward for coming first in the god fights should be mine now, shouldn't it? Han Sen smiled at God Hall Leader as he spoke. Fine. God Hall Leader did not mention anything about Han Sen breaking the rules again. He agreed with him rather quickly. He lobbed the gene egg at Han Senator. It landed in his hands. God Hall Leader smiled at Han Senator. He looked at him as he said, that is a rare gene egg. It is a Xian holy turtle. Are you satisfied now? I thought you said the number one would be able to pick which rare gene egg he wanted. Can I not be given a turtle? Han Sen looked at the pitch-black thing. It looked very average. Okay. God Hall Leader clapped his hands. A wheel of fortune appeared in front of Han Senator. Han Sen looked at the wheel of fortune as he asked, how are the slices all so empty? How am I supposed to know what I am going to get? God Hall Leader laughed. You just spin it. No matter which slice you get, I will write down Xian Holy Turtle. 2. If you do that, then why did you need a wheel of fortune for it? Han Sen looked at God Hall Leader with an icy expression. What is important is that it can make you feel like you are in control. It can satisfy and provide your heart with a bit of a thrill. God Hall Leader pointed at the wheel and said, hurry up and spin the thing. What is the point of spinning? Do you think I am that free? Han Sen's eyes twitched as he spoke. Okay. That will save you some time. God Hall Leader admired Han Sen's ability to understand so much. He clapped his hands. The big wheel of fortune disappeared. Usually, you do not need to come here to claim your reward, God Hall Leader said as he smiled at Han Sr. Today, I asked you to come because there is something that I would like to bend your ear for. I'm busy. I still have my kids to feed. Why don't we talk about this another time? He did not believe God Hall Leader was so willing to just invite him in for telling stories. That is fine by me, God Hall Leader said, acting as if he did not care. I suppose the extinction of humanity is no big deal. What is going on? Han Sen had to concede. God Hall Leader asked, you have been to outer sky where the very high roam, correct? You know what that place is like. I have heard it resides in a zone between the real world and the antimaterial world, Han Sen said. I never did find out if there was any validity to the claims. God Hall Leader nodded. Yes. Outer sky really is a buffer zone that resides between the real world and the antimaterial world. There should not be any glitches in a buffer zone like that, such as the lake that resides in outer sky. It is an outright crack between the real world and antimaterial worlds. That is why people can fish up some stuff from that antimaterial lake. Han Sen had already been able to guess that much. He had always been curious to learn about why a glitch like that existed. God Hall leader seemed to see what Han Sen was thinking. He sighed and said, "This has something to do with God Chaos Party and the war against the God spirits." To put it simply, after a big fight and a reboot, the universe did not totally recover. There are many glitches in it now. That is why people like you and Qin Xiu are allowed to exist. You reincarnate between the real world and the antimaterial world. That is why there are spirits like Moon God and Zhou Dong Lai. They carry memories over from a past life. You are not going to make me fix those glitches, are you? Han Sen quickly asked. I don't have the power to do that. God Hall leader rolled his eyes. I know you don't have that power. The God Chaos Party is in a buffer zone. They are trying to open a path through the real world and the antimaterial world. Although they have not yet succeeded in doing so, it would be best if their antics were put to an end. Therefore, after saying that, God Hall leader smiled and looked at Han Sen. Chapter 3192, God Chaos Party Old NES Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. When Han Sen returned to the Feng family castle, he felt a bit depressed. The Xian Holy Turtle was good stuff. It was a rare gene race. It was just that it was a newborn baby that had recently hatched. It had a scary level of defense. After combining with it, one had a Xian Holy body. It enabled the body's strength to increase and gave it a shakeback power. The Xian Holy Turtle was good at everything. The only problem was the fact the Xian Holy Turtle used earth elemental powers. It did not go well with the Dongxian Sutra or Jade Skin. Therefore, it could not be used with the reverse gene races of those two skills. Han Sen was wondering if God Hall leader was enacting payback for his behavior in the God fights. While giving him a decent reward might have seemed great, it was basically God Hall leader giving him a gene race Han Sen had no use for. It made Han Sen feel terrible. It looks like I will have to go to that buffer zone. Otherwise, getting rare gene races will be too difficult, Han Sen said with a sigh. He still used the black crystal armor to evolve the Xian Holy Turtle. Although he could not use it as a reverse gene race, it was still Han Sen's first rare gene race. If he was able to find a God Spirit blood pulse that went well with it, he could level it up as a God Spirit gene race. It would at least be useful in some capacity. 2. Seeing the Xian Holy Turtle in his Sea of Soul swallow the black crystal armor, it turned into a black orb. Han Sen remembered the things God Hall leader told him. According to the theories of God Hall leader, the powers to break the world were called Break World. Not many elites were actually able to use Break World. God Chaos Party's leader was one such individual, and Qin Xian was barely half of that, but others couldn't. The reason Qin Xiu was only half of that was that he used a glitch in the world to access the Geno universe. He did not use his own power to accomplish that. Han Sen was unable to break the world. The reason he was able to go to the universe of kingdoms was because of World God King's power. The Super God Spirit mode was strong, but he could not use it to break into another world. Han Sen had only just reached the Break World level. He was practically a beginner. He was still far away from the real Break World level. In fact, Han Sen was not just able to break the world. Even God Chaos Party's leader, who was the vice president of the God Chaos Party in the past, was unable to reach a Break World level. When there was a big fight and the universe had to be rebooted, the world was fractured with glitches. Now, God Chaos Party's leader was planning to use those glitches to make a tunnel that would enable access to the other universe. Han Sen did not know how forging a path between the worlds would benefit the God Chaos Party, so he asked about it. God Hall leader looked at Han Sen, licked his lips, and said, "The two are made from opposites. To the Geno universe, the universe of kingdoms is the antimaterial world. To the universe of kingdoms, the Geno universe is the antimaterial world. That means to one universe, the other can be considered hell. When the tunnel between both worlds opens, the creatures of these two universes can go between the universes. That would be like demons from hell crawling into the ordinary world. The two universes would be in chaos. Han Sen rubbed his nose. He knew God Hall leader meant he was a demon, and he had nothing to defend himself against that claim. Since he had been in the universe of kingdoms, he hadn't exactly done anything positive. God Hall leader also told Han Sen the creatures of the universe of kingdoms would have an extremely hard time when trying to practice break world powers. If the two worlds were to be opened, there would be many creatures like Han Sen or Qin Xiu appearing who could easily learn break world powers. The God Chaos Party wanted to absorb those creatures. If that situation did come to pass, there would be too many break world people appearing. Even God spirits would be unable to maintain control of the world. The aftermath would undoubtedly be something quite severe. Fortunately, for now, the world had glitches. Breaking the worlds would not be easy. The God Chaos Party was only in the initial stages of planning. Putting aside if it would work, if they wanted to break through it and did work, it would take 1 billion years to punch through a hole in the fabric of the universe. The God Hall leader did not really expect Han Sen to be capable of destroying the God Chaos Party. He only wanted Han Sen to give the God Chaos Party some trouble. After rebooting, the two universes' buffer zones had been torn to shreds. Each layer did not connect. The outer sky, which belonged to the very high, was just one layer. It was the one that was the closest to the Geno universe. There were 33 buffer zones in existence, similar to that of the outer sky. They were in places God spirits were unable to occupy. It was dangerous for God spirits to venture to such places. One, because the two universes had a space between them, the Geno Hall and the God Temple palaces would be unable to work. If the God spirits died there, they would be unable to respawn in their God temples. According to the news he had received in the past, the God Chaos Party had broken 7 layers near the universe of kingdoms. It would still take them a long time to break through the rest. Now, the 7 layers were all occupied by the God Chaos Party. If God spirits entered such a place, they would have to be careful. It had been a long time since news of their progress had been received. God Hall leader was saying he wanted Han Sen to get in there and kill as many members of the God Chaos Party as he was able to. If he was unable to kill them, he could at least harvest some information. That way, he could find out how many layers the God Chaos Party had managed to break through. God Hall leader promised that if Han Sen delivered him accurate news, he could give Han Sen a very special and rare gene race. Apparently, Han Sen was going to love it. It was a tempting proposition, but the territory of the God Chaos Party was not the sort of place one could freely waltz into. The only thing Han Sen had on his side was that the two universes' powers would not be suppressed when inside a buffer zone. By being there, Han Sen could use all of his powers and not be restricted. Of course, what tempted Han Sen even more was the God temples of the God Chaos Party's members. By destroying God temples, he could get more God bases. No one wanted fewer God bases. Han Sen had asked God Hall leader why the members of the God Chaos Party were not called God spirits despite them having God temples and God bases. The God Hall leader did not answer him. He just told Han Sen how to get there. Han Sen was interested to see it. Before that, he wanted to see the Qin Kingdom's Alpha Temple. The Qin Kingdom must have had people who could break the world. Let's not mention anyone else, but Jianbu Gu must have been a break world elite. My powers are restricted by the universe. Breaking an Alpha Temple would be difficult. Han Sen kept thinking. He still planned on sneaking into the Alpha Temple to have a look. To prevent trouble pursuing him, Han Sen went looking for Qin Bai. He planned to take Qin Bai with him to the Alpha Temple. Having the Qin kingdom's future king Qin Bai there could make a big problem become a very small problem if he was discovered. He could turn a very small problem into not a problem at all. He could avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Qin Bai, is Bauer at home? When Qin Bai went to the Feng family castle, he did not go inside. He asked his men to bring Han Sen out. He looked angry. I am playing in the garden with Feng Yin, Han Sen said with a smile. If the crown prince wants her, then I can go get her. No, no, no. Qin Bai's face turned white as he pulled Han Sen. Chapter 3193 Destiny Well, Qin Bai pulled Han Sen away from the doors of the Feng family castle and asked, Han Sen, why have you come looking for me? Han Sen looked at Qin Bai as he asked, Mr. Crown Prince, have you been to the Alpha Temple? Of course, I have been there. Every year, when we perform sacrifices, we have to kneel for half the day. We have to kowtow and bow. It is all so very annoying. Qin Bai looked as if he did not have many fond memories of his trips to the Alpha Temple. He looked like he hated the place quite a bit. He strangely asked, why are you asking me about it? Han Sen laughed and said, I have heard there is a very powerful treasure in the Alpha Temple. Do you know what it is, Crown Prince? What are you talking about? How can a place like the Alpha Temple have great treasure? It is just a temple with an Alpha statue inside it and a few tools for sacrifices, of course. There is nothing else there, so why would there be treasure? Qin Bai joined the sacrifices every year. He knew what was inside the Alpha Temple. Aside from these things, are you sure there is nothing? When Han Sen heard that, he felt disappointed. If Qin Xiu really had put Wanner's dead body inside the Alpha Temple, there should have been some kind of evidence. There couldn't be nothing at all. Qin Bai thought for a bit and said, there are some weird things, but they are not treasures. For instance, there is a well there. What kind of well? Han Sen's eyes suddenly brightened. After thinking a moment, Qin Bai said, the Alpha Temple has one main and two sub-halls. There are 3 halls in total. The right hall features an old well. It is octagon-shaped. The well has the Alpha's writing on it. He wrote down the word, destiny. Therefore, the well is called Destiny Well. People frequently call it the Country Well. After pausing, Qin Bai looked around and saw that nobody was around. He quietly told Han Sen, I have heard that the well can be quite creepy. There is a chain thicker than an arm on the platform. The chain leads all the way down the well. I heard that the chains have locked up a suppressed pulse god beast from the Qin kingdom. I heard these stories when I was a young boy. The suppressed pulse god beast helped the Qin kingdom suppress luck. It has kept the Qin kingdom going for 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations and made the kingdom rich forever. After Han Sen heard that, he was so happy. He thought, if Wanner's body is in the Alpha Temple, it will probably be in the Destiny Well. After thinking about it, Han Sen told Qin Bai, I have heard about the powerful treasure residing inside Destiny Well. Qin Bai's head shook like a drum. Impossible. I do not know if Destiny Well has a suppressed pulse god beast, but that is an odd place to put treasure. The legends claim that the Alpha put the Qin kingdom in a very good situation. In the 2nd generation, it was said the Alpha's son was very naughty. During a sacrifice, he decided to answer the call of nature right inside Destiny Well. Afterward, the Qin kingdom's fortunes soured. It was bad for many years. It almost destroyed the kingdom. It was all because of that incident. As a result, all the kings used this story to educate their family members. They must not do anything bad to the Destiny Well. If it was not for having to attend ritual sacrifice, I'd never visit the Alpha Temple of my own volition. Although Qin Bai was a bit naughty and spoiled, there were limits to his own tenacity. Han Sen, you are not planning on doing anything in the Destiny Well, are you? I would advise you to put those thoughts to bed right now. Qin Bai looked around and pulled Han Sen into a corner. He quickly said, "You must not go there. There are very scary elites guarding there. They are the greatest defenders of the Qin kingdom. Even if Jade Wall City was broken, you could not infiltrate that one zone. Without the permission of my father, not even I can visit there freely. You are strong, but if you went there alone, not even you would make it back." Qin Bai was sincerely looking out for Han Sen's best interest. He would not have told Han Sen the secrets of the temple if he did not want what was best for him. "Oh, what kind of scary characters?" Han Sen asked. Qin Bai shook his head. "I am not entirely sure. That is just what my father told me. When I have been by Destiny Well, I have never seen anyone guarding the place. I am fairly sure it is the truth. What father tells me is never incorrect, and he never lets me tell anyone else about this stuff. He says that if I ever encounter a crisis in which I cannot solve and my life is threatened, all I must do is escape to the Alpha Temple. Once there, I can find help and someone to save me." Hearing Qin Bai say that, Han Sen was sure there was something unusual about the Alpha Temple. Even if it was not Wanner's body, it likely had something important to do with the Qin kingdom. The Alpha Temple has the Qin kingdom's strongest guardians. If I forced entry, it might end up bad for me. Although Han Sen was strong, under the suppression of the world's rules, he was not sure if he had what it took to fend off the Qin kingdom if it entirely turned against him. "This is giving me a headache." In Han Sen's heart, he was feeling a bit depressed. "Han Sen, if you really want to look at Destiny Well, I can take you there during a time of sacrifice," Qin Bai said. "Outside of those times, it is not wise to visit." Han Sen's eyes looked bright as he asked Qin Bai, "When the next sacrifice rolls around, can you take me there?" "Yes, I can." Qin Bai smiled and said, "There will only be royals, officers, and chosen people that are allowed to go in. If you would like to enter, you can disguise yourself as my servant." "Are your servants expected to be eunuchs?" Han Sen asked with a weird look. "They are eunuchs," Qin Bai answered with a nod. Han Sen did not want to become a eunuch. Aside from that, there did not seem to be another way to get close to Destiny Well. It was the only thing he could do. He told Qin Bai that the next time there was a sacrifice, he wanted to be taken along. For now, Han Sen gave up on the plans of infiltrating the Qin kingdom's Alpha Temple. "Han Sen, Thousand Mile Reach and Teacher Jia have not stopped being mean to me. My days have been poor. Do you think there is a way in which they might stop being so mean to me?" Qin Bai looked at Han Sen as if he was a beacon of hope. "They are being harsh because they want you to be good," Han Sen said with a smile. "You only need to do your homework. Do that, and you will be fine." "You say that like it is easy," Qin Bai said while he cried. "There are 6 teachers and a dozen nannies. There are so many of them teaching me. I have to learn everything. If I don't eat or sleep, it is likely I still wouldn't learn it all before the day I die." Han Sen pitied Qin Bai. He loved to fool around, but he was born to a royal family. Furthermore, he was the only successor. He could tell how much the Qin Kingdom king wanted him to be good before he ascended. Normal people would just control how to use gene races. Qin Bai was the Qin Kingdom's future king. Controlling gene races was not enough. There was too much he had to learn. After thinking a moment, Han Sen had an idea. "How about this? I have been planning a trip recently. Why don't you go to the king and ask for permission to join me on this trip to learn?" Chapter 3194 Traveling and Studying. When Qin Bai heard what he said, he developed a wry smile and replied, "It is very hard for me to leave the palace for any duration of time. I always have to come up with excuses to leave the palace and see you. Why would my father allow me to travel and study with you?" "Just give it a go," Han Sen said with a smile. Perhaps your father might agree. By the way, when you ask your father, you can tell him that Mr. Jian is going too. I would not dare tell my father something like that, Qin Bai said with a sigh. He is going to say I am a loser. If you give it a go, you might have a chance, Han Sen said with a tilt of his head. You can never know anything unless you try, so why not? I have given you the option. It is up to you if you want to act on it. What do you think the percentage of this working is? Qin Bai asked with a gnash of his teeth. I would say there is a 50% chance, Han Sen casually said. Whatever happened before always meant there was still a 50% chance. When Qin Bai heard that, he felt excited. If there is a 50% chance, I will risk getting told off. Let's go give it a shot. After sending Qin Bai on his way, Han Sen returned to the castle. He saw Bauer playing with a wooden sword. It was the same one Jian Bugu had given her. Did I not ask you to give it back to Mr. Jian? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Bauer said, Mr. Jian said he didn't need it. He said it was a gift for me, so I don't have to give it back. Han Sen remained silent. He then walked to Mr. Jian's room. Han Sen knocked on the door. Mr. Jian's voice soon sounded from beyond. The door is not locked, so please come in. Han Sen pushed the door and went in. He saw Mr. Jian was holding a needle and stitching up clothes. He thought it was weird. He was the Qin Kingdom's first elite. He was a person who could use a sword mind to suppress a god spirit. Strangely, he was now looking like a family man. Please sit, Mr. Jian said. He kept fixing clothes as he spoke. Mr. Jian, I am planning a long-distance trip, Han Sen said with seriousness. Would you be willing to come with me? You bought me as a slave, so you can tell me to do whatever you want, Jian Bugu flippantly said. I am going to a place called 33 Days, Han Sen said to Jian Bugu while he looked at him. I am sure it is a place that you are no stranger to. Jian Bugu put down his needle, looked at Han Sen, and asked, will you be taking Qin Bai to 33 Days? 33 days is dangerous, but I can look after myself, Han Sen casually said. There is no need to worry about that. Qin Bai is the Qin Kingdom's crown prince. He is the future of the Qin Kingdom. He should experience more. It will only bring him goodness. It will not be anything bad. What do you think, Mr. Jian? Although you might be able to say that place is too dangerous, Jian Bugu said. I have been through 7 skies and almost died. Plus, you have a rivalry with the God Chaos Party. Going there is like a lamb waltzing up to the slaughter. Mister, if you have been, I am sure you must know that place relatively well, Han Sen said with a smile. I have never been there before. Would you mind introducing me? Jian Bugu tried to remember the locale. 7 skies is for fallen people. They obey the evil gods of the God Chaos Party. That place is different from the universe of kingdoms. Fallen humans and gene races are all full of hatred there, and they are under the effect of the mysterious powers of 33 days. Humans and gene races undergo scary changes in that place. You have seen what Rocky D is capable of. If you have, then you should know how scary the gene races there might be. Aside from that, there are many other scary things there. Even god spirits can die in that place, and we are talking about Qin Bai. Jian Bugu made an oath not to care about the Qin Kingdom, but he was from there. His heart still cared about the Qin Kingdom. There is no need to worry about my problems with the God Chaos Party. I have a way to sort things out, and it will not affect this trip. After pausing, Han Sen said, plus, this time I want to see one sky. I will not go deep. I do not think there will be many dangers. It would be fantastic if you could go so you could watch out for Qin Bai. Jian Bugu looked at Han Sen, but he did not say anything. His eyes looked weird. I said my life is indebted to you. You can ask me to do anything your heart desires. In that case, please ready yourself, Han Sen said. It does not matter if Qin Bai comes or not, but you and I are still leaving come tomorrow. He left after speaking. That night, someone broke into the Feng family castle. They put something down in Jian Bugu's room. Jian Bugu left the Feng family castle. He went out in the middle of the night. It was unknown where he went. Han Sen saw everything, but he learned nothing the next day. Han Sen heard Qin Bai's happy voice call out, Han Sen, where are you? Why are you not up? Come and pack. We have to go. Why are you so early? Han Sen yawned and emerged from his room. He saw Qin Bai looking very excited. He knew Qin Jinjin had permitted him to go on the journey. Han Sen, you are a god. Father did not agree right away. After I mentioned Mr. Jian, as you said to do, father immediately acted differently. His determination to not permit me to go was weakened. He did not fully agree either. At first, I thought it failed. This morning, my father told Thousand Mile Reach that I would be allowed to travel with you. Qin Bai looked at Han Sen with sheer admiration. As I expected. Han Sen blushed and pretended to gasp. Qin Bai wanted to say something, but Bauer walked in. He immediately hid behind Han Senator. He forced a smile and said, Bauer, hello. Crown Prince, hello, Bauer said with a blink of her eyes. It has been a while since we played chess together. Why don't we play some? No. No, Qin Bai's face had turned white. He shook his head and said, I have stuff to do with Han Senator. I can't play chess today. Perhaps next time. Bauer, have you packed your things? Han Sen asked while doing his best not to laugh. Bauer lowered her head. Her left hand held the small flying fish whereas her right hand had small cat in it. She nodded and said, I have packed. When Qin Bai heard that, his face changed. In shock, he said, Bauer is so young. Are we studying together? Traveling is better than studying books, Han Sen said with a smile. It will be nice to have her learn something new too. Bauer did not speak. She looked at Qin Bai as if she was smiling, but she was not smiling. Qin Bai now regretted his decision to come. If he knew that demon child was going, he would not have been so excited. Qin Bai made up his mind that he was not going to do anything to invoke her ire. He would not promise to play chess with her either. Everyone was packed and ready to go. Before they departed the Feng family castle, they saw a man and a woman waiting outside. Qin Bai looked and noticed it was his teacher, Thousand Mile Reach, whom he admired. The other was Jia Shizhen. He knew something bad must have happened. Thousand Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen bowed to Han Sen, but they both looked at the small flying fish Bauer was holding. The small flying fish had a bit of notoriety. After all, it had recently shocked the universe. Everyone knew about it. It was only Qin Bai who did not fight or watch the fights who did not know about the small flying fish. Everyone else knew. Thousand Mile Reach said, Mr. Han, the king has asked us to accompany Mr. Crown Prince on your journey. Will this disturb you? Qin Bai's face immediately collapsed. Chapter 3195 Soldier Weapon Sky. Even the universe's buffer zones were places ordinary people could not go. Han Sen used break world powers at a spot God Hall leader told him to go to gain access. When he did as he was instructed, he created a space tunnel. He then took many people inside. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. It was so huge that one could not imagine it. All kinds of big, small, strange, and weird weaponry were strewn about all over the place, including knives, lances, swords, halberds, axes, onos, hooks, tridents, arrows, shields, knives, hammers. They were looking at a forest of weapons that reached far into the distance. It was further than the eye could see. The whole place was full of weapons. There were knives so big that they were like little mountains. There were some godly lances high up in the sky that could easily kill. There were rotten knives and swords. There were bronze, steel, wood, and stone weapons. The weapons were made from all sorts of materials, had countless types of textures, and were many different shapes. Jia Shizhen and Thousand Mile Reach had heard stories about this place. This was the first time they had seen the place. Jia Shizhen was utterly flabbergasted. The legends claim the first sky is Soldier Knife Sky. It is heaven for weapons. It is true. Thousand Mile Reach looked at the ocean of weapons with shock and sighed. Qin Bai did not look overjoyed on the way there, but he was now looking surprised. He asked, "Are the weapons here real? Can you kill people with them?" Thousand Mile Reach said, 33 days is better than the universe because this place is not hampered by the rules of the universe. You cannot use the rules and theories of the big universe to explain anything here. In Soldier Knife Sky, all the weapons are like the universe's flowers, grasses, trees, and woods. They have lives and souls of their own. Unless they are willing to follow you on your departure, they will become dust if you try to force them out. After pausing, Thousand Mile Reach added, if they are willing to follow you after you take them away from here, they can serve you as brilliant weapons. Of course, these weapons are like ordinary flowers, grasses, woods, and trees. There are different species. Their qualities and powers are different. Most of them would be ordinary weapons. They would be like Baron or Viscount class weapons in the Qin Kingdom. That is not too bad, Qin Bai naively said. If we can ship a lot of them back, the armies of our kingdom would never have to worry about a weapon shortage. It is not that easy, Thousand Mile Reach said. Let's not mention the fact that ordinary people can't enter the Soldier Knife Sky realm, but even if they could only take a weapon one by one. If we force them out, most of them will become dust. You cannot take them all. Plus, some of these weapons have scary existences. Their powers can be scarier than those of a god spirit. Even if you could take them back, if you shock them, you might not stay alive to even start doing that. Does that mean these weapons are actually gene races? Han Sen asked. You might say that, but these weapons are different from ordinary gene races, Thousand Mile Reach said after a brief think. For starters, they are not in egg mode. They cannot have a god spirit mark. They are only half weapons and half gene races, so they cannot move by themselves. Even while they are asleep, they will only wake up when pulled out. 11. If I can pull out a weapon that is as good as a god spirit, does that mean we can have a god weapon? Qin Bai was showing a lot of interest. He looked at the weapons around him. He seemed to really want to give it a go. If you can get the approval of a weapon that can work, Thousand Mile Reach said with a streak of seriousness. It would be best not to try that. If you do not get the approval of a weapon and pull it out, it might result in a fighting scene. If you lose, it will self-destruct and turn into dust. It won't allow itself to be used by people. I see. Qin Bai shrugged and gave up the whole idea of obtaining a new weapon. God weapons were great, but Qin Bai did not think they were anything fun. He had some at home already, so there was no need for him to risk his life for any of these. Han Sen did not say anything. He looked around. He was quite interested in the weapons he saw. If there was a powerful weapon that was like a god spirit, he would not mind pulling some out to try. The weapons were all asleep. One could not tell if one was good or if one was bad from their image alone. On top of that, there were too many of them. He could not go and check out all of them. If he wanted to try and do that, he'd die of old age. Baoer's interest was far greater. She ran to a little gem-like sword that was sunk into the ground. She reached her hands out to pick it up. Careful. Thousand-Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen exclaimed with shock. When Bauer pulled out the emerald short sword. The emerald short sword made a crunchy sword sound. It flew from Bauer's hands. Thousand-Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen felt nervous. They were going to save her, but they recognized the small flying fish and knew how strong that little critter was. Still, they did not think Bauer, who was just a kid, possessed that much power. If the small flying fish did not react next to Bauer, she would be in danger. Before they could move, they heard Bauer say, "Turn around." The small, emerald sword listened to her. It circled Bauer and drew a circle for her. Bauer thought it was very funny. She waved at the green, gem-like short sword that was flying around. She was having a lot of fun with it. She behaved like it was not that fun. Bauer was holding the emerald short sword in one hand. It looked like it had many pieces of broken emerald all over it. She pulled them all out. Suddenly, there were 30 to 40 emerald short swords. Thousand-Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen were shocked. They wanted to stop her, but Han Sen did not say anything. They bit their tongues and did not say what they wished to. The way she was pulling them out made it seem that if there was one emerald short sword that did not listen, Bauer would be in danger. They were prepared for something to happen, so they were ready to save her at any moment. The emerald short swords all adhered to Bauer's will. None of them rejected her. After Bauer pulled them all out, all the emerald short swords listened to her commands. They turned into a human shape. Next, they formed the shape of the Chinese character for big. They flew around in the air like soldiers learning a formation. Qin Bai thought this was really funny. He thought, "It looks like Thousand-Mile Reach is just bluffing people. Bao has pulled out so many, yet she is fine. All of these things must be really easy to pull out. I am going to get one." Qin Bai watched the group of emerald short swords being controlled by Bauer with ease. It was funny. He could not help himself from trying to do the same. He looked around and thought about which would be best for him to pick up. "Mr. Crown Prince, you have to be careful," Thousand-Mile Reach quickly said. "I know," Qin Bai said in agreement. He did not keep it in mind. He locked onto a 3-foot-long diamond great sword that was taller than him. Qin Bai thought, Bauer is so small, so it makes sense that she draws short swords. I am a crown prince. I need a big one to look cool. He walked toward the diamond great sword. Chapter 3196 Pulling out a sword. Mr. Crown Prince, let's summon a gene race to protect your body before you draw the sword of your choice. Thousand-Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen did not delay. One went left, and one went right. They followed Qin Bai, ready to save him the moment he needed to be saved. There is no need. Qin Bai walked up to the big sword. He reached his hand out to touch the sword's grip, but it was too high. After he touched the handle, he could not use any strength. Seeing that the big great sword had a blunted blade, Qin Bai used his body to hold the sword and pull it. The scared Thousand-Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen knew that with this kind of pulling, assuming the great sword did not approve of Qin Bai, it would attack Qin Bai's body. He would not be given any time to react. The two of them wanted to stop that from happening, but Qin Bai had already pulled the diamond great sword out. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. The great sword exploded with a sharp sword light. It broke Qin Bai's armor, dyeing his armor with blood. Jia Shizhen's reactions were blisteringly quick. She fired out a lightning-like sword light to send the great sword flying away. Thousand-Mile Reach flew and grabbed Qin Bai. He immediately examined Qin Bai's wounds. Fortunately, Jia Shizhen's reactions had been fast enough. Before the great sword could strike Qin Bai's ribcage, it had only damaged his skin. Jia Shizhen unleashed another sword light to cut the diamond great sword in half. After the diamond great sword was broken, it self-destructed. It turned into a mushroom cloud until it fizzed away into dust. If Jia Shizhen had hit the great sword while Qin Bai was holding it, it would have blown Qin Bai into dust. Qin Bai's eyes were open wide. He looked at his chest, which was bleeding profusely. He only now realized what had happened. He felt pain and said, "Ow. It is hurting like hell." Qin Bai had never felt pain this severe before. It made his eyes bring on the waterworks, which also made his nose snotty. 1,000-Mile Reach summoned a healing power gene race to heal Qin Bai. "Mr. Crown Prince, it is only a small wound. There is no need for you to shout this much." Han Sen squatted down next to Qin Bai and heartily laughed. "You are not the one who is hurting, so, of course, you don't feel hurt," Qin Bai responded through the wails and tears. Han Sen laughed but did not reply. The wounds he had incurred were far worse than the likes Bai Qin had ever seen before. These wounds were nothing. Han Sen could not tell Bao Qin something like that. He smiled at him and said, "Right, if it was me, I would not touch the swords randomly either. I would not go and collect any without first getting a gene race. Mr. Crown Prince, you are way too brave. You are saying things to mock me," Qin Bai madly said. Han Sen laughed. Bauer added, "You are brave, but you are also weak. You cannot even conquer a sword. You are a weak ass." "Who said I cannot do it? I just missed. That's all." Qin Bai was annoyed as he spoke. He wanted to get angry, but it was Bauer who was talking. So, he made himself sound weaker again. "You missed, huh? In that case, pick up a few more and let me see your true might." Bauer looked at Qin Bai with interest. Qin Bai was a little bit scared, but he liked having a bit of a reputation. Thus, he shouted, "I am not afraid of you." Bauer would not let him go. She laughed and said, "Sure. In that case, you go right ahead and pick another one up. I bet you will end up peeing your pants." The wounds on Qin Bai's body had already been healed by 1,000-Mile Reach. Hearing Bauer say what she did, Qin Bai could not help but say, "Humph, watch your tongue, Bauer. I am going to show you how I pick one up." 1,000-Mile Reach looked at Han Sen, hoping he would stop this contest. Han Sen behaved as if nothing was going on. He was merely talking with Jian Bugu. Qin Bai said he was so powerful, but he did not move his feet. He peered at Han Sen with a beggar-like look. He quickly noticed that Han Sen was not even looking at him. He was just talking to Jian Bugu. "What is it? Do you really not dare to try?" Bauer asked as she lifted her lips. "There is nothing I would not dare to do," Qin Bai said. He gnashed his teeth and started looking around. He went off in the direction of a little stick. It was bronze and looked very small and thin. Because of what happened last time, Qin Bai did not go and select a weapon that looked so mighty. That bronze stick looked safer. He wagered the damage it might deal would not be so high. After what happened last time, Qin Bai summoned the strongest gene race he had at first. After he combined with it, he went to the bronze stick. He had a lot of God-class gene races to combine with, but his power was limited. Since he had always skimped on his practices, he could only combine with one gene race. He could not combine with many. He carefully walked to the bronze stick. He cautiously generated the power of the gene race and enabled the gold light to protect his body and hands. Qin Bai then used power to pull. He pulled out the bronze stick, but his hands were trembling. It was like the blade was trying to struggle to break free from his hands. Qin Bai held it tight as he shouted, "You are mine." The bronze stick was incapable of escaping. It eventually decided to self-destruct. Its power was not as strong as the gene race Qin Bai had, but the explosion released a strong power that blew Qin Bai backward and onto the ground. He was not injured, but his hands felt numb. "You are too weak," Bauer said with a shake of her head and a lengthy sigh. "You cannot even conquer a short, broken, bronze stick." Qin Bai's face turned red. He did not say a word. He climbed to his feet and marched straight toward another weapon. He noticed that with the protection of a god-class gene race, the weapons were not all that scary. They just made him hurt a little. He was able to endure the pain. Qin Bai's luck was not so fortunate. He pulled out 7 weapons. None of them approved him to be their master. They all self-destructed. It was lucky he was Qin Bai, the crown prince of the Qin kingdom. He had gene races with immense power. The explosions of normal weapons could not hurt him. Eventually, hits like these stacked up. Qin Bai was no longer able to accept them. He felt very depressed and thought, Bauer managed to easily pull them out. So many emerald short swords approved her. I have pulled out so many, so why have I yet found one that approves me? Am I really that useless? Han Sen, am I really useless? Why do the weapons not approve of me as their master? Qin Bai started to doubt his life. 1,000-mile reach and Jia Shizhen both sighed. The heart of an item was like the heart of a person. Qin Bai always loved to goof around, so he had yet to be stabilized. There was no way the weapons were going to approve of him. Han Sen laughed. "Crown Prince, you just haven't found a way to use them correctly yet. If you use the right method, getting the approval of one of those weapons is not difficult." Qin Bai's face turned bright as he said, "I see. What kind of method do you need?" "Bauer, give your wooden sword to the crown prince to use," Han Sen said to Bauer. Bauer drew the small wooden sword and passed it to Qin Bai. Han Sen then said, "Hold this sword and try to pull out the weapon from that side." Qin Bai was feeling rather hopeful as he held the wooden sword. He walked to the weapon Han Sen had pointed at. It was another diamond great sword. "Can I really do this?" Qin Bai did not believe it. He looked at Han Sr., "Why not just give it a go?" Han Sen asked with a smile. Qin Bai gnashed his teeth. He used gene race power to protect his body. He grabbed the great sword and gave it a big yank. The diamond great sword was pulled free. This time, the diamond great sword did not attack him. He managed to hold it flawlessly. It released a god light. It made Qin Bai very shocked and happy. "I really did it." Chapter 3197 Method. Han Sen, why is it like this? Why am I now able to grab the diamond great sword with the wooden sword in my hand? Why did it approve of me? Qin Bai looked at Han Sen with confusion. There is a solution to everything in this world. It all depends on whether or not your solution is the correct one. This small, wooden sword is one such method, but it can only help you claim an ordinary weapon. Han Sen was not going to tell him that the small wooden sword mind was equal to Jian Bugu's. There would not be a sword that did not approve of Jian Bugu's sword. It is no wonder why Bauer could conquer so many emerald short swords. Qin Bai exclaimed with shock. Han Sen was not going to tell him that Bauer had not used the short wooden sword. She did not need the wooden sword to do what she did. "I want to conquer the other weapons, so what will I have to do to get those?" Qin Bai asked with curiosity. "Is there a small wooden knife and a small wooden spear?" Han Sen smiled and said, "The way to sort this out is not just using a small wooden sword. If you can find the right solution, you can conquer any weapon. You can return the small wooden sword to Bauer now." Qin Bai returned the small wooden sword to Bauer. The weapons there were different from people. They did not think much. If the diamond great sword had already been conquered, even if there was no small wooden sword, it would not leave him. Han Sen looked around. He looked at a knife and pointed it out to Qin Bai. He said, "Try and pick up that knife." Do I just walk there and pick it up? Don't I need to ready myself in some way? Qin Bai asked as he peered at the knife. It was a beautiful, long knife with a scabbard. The scabbard and handle were encrusted with gems. It seemed to be brightly twinkling. It was very shiny. Nope, Han Sen said with certainty. You don't need anything. You just need to go over there and pick it up. I promise you it will obey you. Really? Qin Bai did not believe him. Just try it. Are you going to learn the truth or chicken out? Han Sen smiled. Jia Shizhen and Thousand Mile Reach were curious and looked at the knife. They guessed what Han Sen was trying to do, but they did not believe he was that smart. Jian Bugu smiled but did not speak. He quietly watched what was happening. Qin Bai was easily provoked, so he ran over and tried to pick up the knife. Qin Bai had merely touched the handle when a will came surging out of the knife. It seemed like it was dying to enter his arm. It was easily picked up without any resistance. Seeing the knife happily circle Qin Bai in flight, it adhered to Qin Bai's own actions by jumping. It was not just Qin Bai who was surprised. Thousand Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen were shocked too. They understood something. They looked at Han Sen with admiration. Han Sen, why is it like this? Qin Bai curiously asked. Han Sen replied, didn't I tell you there is always a solution to figuring things out? It all depends on whether or not you can use those methods. The weapons did not approve of you because you did not know yourself or understand them. You approached them in the wrong way, which is why you failed. What is that supposed to mean? Qin Bai did not understand. To sort out these problems, you must first understand the type of problem you have, Han Sen said. Your problem lies in your will not being able to match the will of the weapons. That was why they did not obey you. Your will matches with this knife's will. Thus, when you tried to draw it, the knife was willing to follow you. I see. In that case, how am I supposed to find out which knife has a will that is similar to mine? Qin Bai looked at Han Sen with interest. He wanted to use his own power to discern which weapons to select. You will have to use a weapon-watching skill, Han Sen said with a smile. Thousand Mile Reach is an expert with this. You should probably ask her. I would not dare. I am much worse than you, Mr. Han. Thousand Mile Reach spoke honesty. He would not try to lick his boots. The weapons were asleep, so the presence of their will was at a minimum. Thousand Mile Reach could not find a suitable weapon for Qin Bai to select based solely on gauging their appearances. Thousand Mile Reach, you should stop being so humble, Qin Bai said with great interest. Just tell me which it is. Thousand Mile Reach felt touched. He had taught Qin Bai for many years, and this was the first time he had ever seen Qin Bai want to learn something. He really admired Han Senator. Jia Shizhen strangely looked at Han Senator. She was shocked by Han Sen's knowledge, power, and patience. It was no wonder he was able to teach Qin Bai a sword mind in such a short amount of time. Jia Shizhen thought, it is no wonder why Mr. Jian is so willing to follow him. Han Sen is very peculiar. Thousand Mile Reach kept walking, explaining the foundation of weapon-watching skills to Qin Bai. Qin Bai listened very intently and kept on asking questions. He asked about many things. Before this day, it would have been an impossible concept for him to fathom. In the past, when Qin Bai had his lessons, he felt as if he was in pain all the time. He felt as if he was locked up in prison. He only answered things when he was asked for. He was like a robot that did not learn much. He would never actively seek things out to learn. Han Sen really to teach Qin Bai. After all, this was the boy who had become his friend after he arrived in the universe of kingdoms. Han Sen would have liked to help him in any way he could. He did not want to watch him fail as a king and end up destroying the Qin kingdom. If one took things from a serious perspective, Qin Bai was an heir of Qin Xiu. Han Sen's body had some of Qin Xiu's blood in it. In some way, they were related by blood. But outsiders could not really help much. If Qin Bai wanted to become a king, then it was good. It all depended on whether or not he could be awakened. Mr. Jian, where is Soldier Knife Sky's God Temple? Han Sen took a walk with Jian Bugu, who had been at the back of the group. Go in that direction. Within 3,000 miles, you should be able to see the presence of that God Temple. Jian Bugu looked ahead. He appeared as if he was longing for something as he said, I wonder if the sword is still there. What sword? Han Sen asked with curiosity. There is a sword a mile from here, Jian Bugu said. Back in the day, I was there when I was almost beaten. In the end, I was unable to draw it. After all these years, I do not know if it is still there or not. If you were almost beaten by that sword, Mr. Jian, I bet it must be a magical item. Why don't you lead us there to take a look? Han Sen was interested in the sword. 1,000 Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen were of a similar mind. Qin Bai showed excitement too. He wanted to try the watching weapon skill he had just learned. Jian Bugu pointed in a certain direction, so the group traveled that way. There was not a single human seen. Aside from weapons, it was as if there was nothing else there. Boom! After walking for almost 10 miles, an explosion came from the sky. The wind suddenly changed. The sky looked dark. It looked like a storm was rolling in. Chapter 3198 One sword. A bolt of lightning struck through the air. It looked like the sky and the earth were torn in two. All the weapons in the sky were like storms. They had the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Suddenly, they all started to rain down. Qin Bai was so shocked that he screamed. He held his head and hid behind 1,000 Mile Reach. 1,000 Mile Reach developed a wry smile. He did not generate a power to defend them from the weapon rain that could destroy the sky and the earth. In the next second, the rain of weapons started to hit the ground. They pierced through their bodies, but they did not get hurt. It was like a sky full of screams, explosions, cries, and wails. It created a symphony from hell. Han Sen and the others saw that the area around them was like a Shura battleground. Countless life forces were killed by the scary weapons. The sky and the earth had been broken by the weapons. The mountains and rivers were cut flat. The life forces dried up, and blood flowed in the river. The sky and the earth were in chaos. The legends claim that the Soldier Knife Sky used to be an old arena, 1,000 Mile Reach said. There was an old god that came to this place to reveal his power. He killed many creatures that dared to disrespect God's spirits. He destroyed the sky and the earth. Because he was so horrible, some marks persist in the air as scars. They still exist now, even after all that time. So, whenever it rains, this is the sort of scene that is witnessed. Although he knew it was just a fable, the scene that destroyed the sky and the earth was very scary. There were certainly gods involved. People knew it was just an illusion, but their hearts still felt scorned. It was pointless for Qin Bai to hide behind 1,000 Mile Reach. The impact on his heart was something he alone had to absorb. Qin Bai looked bad. He almost coughed up blood. He did not expect to see a scene that could break someone's mind like that. He held his head and cried, Han Sen, save me. Han Sen sighed and said, Mr. Crown Prince, there are things other people cannot help you with. You must face these alone. I have a skill here. If you copy it, you should feel better. After Han Sen said that, he read a skill to Qin Bai that could soothe his mind. His voice was not too strong, but it was able to be heard over the battleground and other somber acoustics. His voice went into Qin Bai's ear, enabling him to hear it all. Qin Bai held his head and shouted, I feel terrible. How am I supposed to learn anything like this? Hurry up and find a way. Before reading it out again, Han Sen said, because it is this hard for you to endure, that is why you must learn. You need to learn this to accept it. Aside from that, no one can help you. I believe you can do this. Qin Bai's legs shook. His face went pale. He felt as if the blood in his chest was madly rumbling. He was only able to focus on his heart. He gritted his teeth and tried to remember what Han Sen had said. He used the method to soothe his mind and fight against the terribly powerful impact that was damaging the sky and the earth. Qin Bai was not dumb. In fact, he was very smart. Since he always wanted to play, he never bothered to learn much. Now that he had no choice, he learned really fast. He managed to learn some good things in a short amount of time. Although he still couldn't fight against a god in an illusion, he still felt much better. He had tasted something sweet. Now, Qin Bai was doing everything in adherence to what Han Sen had told him. Not long later, the illusion was gone. Qin Bai's shaking legs went soft. He dropped to the ground in a sitting position. Han Sen, your skill works, but it is not too useful. Is there another one? Qin Bai complained. No, Han Sen said with a smile. If you think it is useless, it is because you have only just learned it. In a while, it really will become useful. Mr. Han is correct, 1,000-Mile Reach said. Mr. Crown Prince, you should practice it some more. In Soldier Knife Sky, there are always some old battle scenes. Sometimes, they can last hours. When Qin Bai heard that, his face turned bitter. If I knew that, I would not have come along. Han Sen, you tricked me. Han Sen loudly laughed. It is kind of difficult, but don't you also think it is rather interesting? You have always lived in the palace and never seen things like this. When you go back home, if the officers say you are ignorant and young, you can ask them if they have ever been to the Soldier Knife Sky. After that, ask them who is more ignorant. When Qin Bai heard that, his face turned bright. He was sick and tired of hearing people call him young and ignorant. Whenever he made a mistake or wanted to do something, the officers would tell Qin Jinjin. The word they most often used was ignorant. After hearing those two words, Qin Bai felt like punching a wall. In its totality, what Han Sen had said made sense. Those officers eat well and wearing nice clothes at home all day, Qin Bai madly said. And me? I have been to this dangerous place. They would not dare to call me young or ignorant after these trials. Han Sen knew that matter how much Qin Bai went through, the officers would still call him ignorant and young. There was a difference between being really ignorant and not actually being ignorant. It was always good to experience something new. Han Sen, hurry up and tell me more about the skill that I must practice. Qin Bai couldn't wait before asking for more. Although when Qin Bai did things his interest did not last long, in the Soldier Knife Sky, he knew he absolutely had to. Otherwise, if this scene happened again, he would have to suffer again. In fact, most ordinary people were like Qin Bai. If they were not pushed into a corner, they would never notice the true strength they had inside them. This was why traveling was better than studying books. By studying books, one could get lazy. One could not be lazy on a trip. When one encountered trials and issues, one had no choice but to sort them out. If one did not overcome one's problems, the punishment would quickly ensue. Han Sen kept slowly teaching the skill to Qin Bai. The skill was not a Geno art. It was just a skill to reinforce one's mind. It could work in any world. Qin Bai tried his hardest to learn it this time. 1,000-Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen nodded. They thought the king had made the right choice. If Qin Bai had not been given the chance to experience all this, he would have never become someone mature and suited to the palace. He was not like ordinary princes. He was the king's only son. Qin Jinjin only had him for a son. There was no pressure, so the whole palace favored him. He had never been tricked, so his development had been slow. They admired Han Sen, too. No matter if it was the weapon-watching skill or teaching Qin by the god-staring skill now, it was all so weird. As they listened to him speak, they learned it too. Jia Shizhen weirdly looked at Han Sen and thought, who is this person? What he has learned is like a sky man. They had walked 100 miles when Jian Bugu pointed forward and said, the sword I recall is over there. I cannot believe it is still around. Everyone looked to where his finger indicated. They saw an empty grove in the forest of swords. Weapons were everywhere in that realm. For a few dozen miles, the place was empty. No other weapons were seen. Han Sen glanced at the empty space. A sword was in the center of it. Chapter 3199 1-inch thinking, then 1-inch gray. That sword did not appear to be very special. It was made of bronze and looked rather antique. It had no frills or special adornments. It was just a sword that had some interesting and old text scrawled across it. 1-inch thinking, then 1-inch gray. Han Sen slowly read the words on the sword out. They were only a few words, but it enabled the people there to feel what it was like to miss someone profusely. Jian Bugu said, yes. This is the sword. When I first encountered it, I thought it was just an obsessed type of a sword. After saying that, he saw Qin Bai stepping toward it. He swiftly stepped forward to prohibit Qin Bai's way. He casually said, this sword is different from the other swords of Soldier Knife Sky. This empty area is his. You cannot access it. Mister, what would happen if we did? Jia Shizhen politely asked. Jian Bugu's face usually looked calm. Now, he looked rather confused. He said, in fact, there aren't many big issues that can arise. Unless you absolutely have to, though, I suggest you do not enter. Would our lives be put in danger? Qin Bai asked. Ordinarily, there should not be a danger posed to your lives, Jian Bugu said. The sword will not harm anyone randomly. If you really want it, you can try to draw it. Perhaps you will be able to keep it. That is good. I want to see what sort of sword it is. Qin Bai's power had not reached that level yet, so he couldn't see. He felt terrible about it all. He heard Jian Bugu say there wasn't any danger, so he climbed toward the empty area. 1,000-mile reach and Jia Shizhen knew what Jian Bugu had said meant something else, but Qin Bai was already on his way there. Therefore, they might as well have followed. Han Sen and Bauer followed too. Only Jian Bugu did not move. He still stood where he was in the forest of weapons. He watched them go forward and said to himself, although there is no danger to one's life, that sword is a real pain. It would be best not to provoke it. The few of them had only just been in the empty spot for a few steps when they suddenly heard a sword sound that was rather like an instrument. The acoustics were quite dreamy and unreal. When 1,000-mile reach heard the sword sounds, he said to Qin Bai, Crown Prince, in the past, I always taught you how to find out the sounds of swords. Do you recognize what kind of sword this is? It should be metal, Qin Bai said, but he wasn't entirely sure. Not bad, 1,000-mile reach said. That is a metal sword. To be a bit more specific, it is likely a bronze sword. Hearing the sword sound, you can tell the sword is around 4 feet long and has a thick body of around 1.5 inches. You can also tell the blade is at 30 degrees. Han Sen admired that. 1,000-mile reach really was the greatest teacher in the Qin kingdom. He was very good at listening to swords. Although Han Sen could do it too, he required the Dongxian Sutra. This was Soldier Knife Sky. Without the restrictions of the universe's rules, Han Sen could cast the Dongxian Sutra with ease. He did not have to bother listening with his ears. Qin Bai could not wait to find out if Thousand Mile Reach was right. He hurried up and ran to where the sword sound came from. For a god-class gene race combined human, 30 feet was nothing. In haste, Qin Bai was able to see the old bronze sword emblazoned with the words, 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. Thousand Mile Reach is so powerful, Qin Bai said with shock. It is just as you said. It is just due to experience. Mr. Crown Prince only needs to see and hear more to become like me. Thousand Mile Reach used this opportunity to help Qin Bai learn more. Why is Mr. Jian not coming? Jia Shizhen was surprised to notice Jian Bugu was not going with them. Maybe he does not want to be involved in some kind of trouble. Han Sen knew Jian Bugu had not gone with them, and he was able to guess why. Qin Bai had not noticed. He looked at the old, bronze sword and said, Thousand Mile Reach, with the sword skills you taught me, this sword seems fairly average. It only looks like an old, bronze sword that might be used for decoration. It looks old and powerful, but it does not look like it can be of much use. Is this really some kind of ultimate sword? Thousand Mile Reach replied, looking at sword skills is a very deep thing. You cannot judge it by its appearance. When you reach a certain level, if you can see a sword is a god, this sword looks fairly normal but exudes a scary god light. Qin Bai kept nodding. He looked hopeful and asked, according to what you can see, would the sword will of this weapon match mine? Mr. Crown Prince is a future king. Your mind is special. Ordinary weapons will not suit you. Thousand Mile Reach felt terrible to admit it, so he tried to cushion the disappointment as much as he could. Qin Bai's will was too weak. Not many weapons were able to match with him. It was even hard for Han Sen to pick one. It would be hard to find another one that was as powerful. The chance of it approving Qin Bai was abysmally low. Although Thousand Mile Reach said it in a roundabout way, Qin Bai was not stupid. He was able to understand him and fairly disappointed as a result. Thousand Mile Reach, will you match with this sword? Qin Bai asked. Regarding that, I would have to give it a go. A god sword like this was not something Mr. Jian was able to take, so I do not think I can. Thousand Mile Reach said that, but he still had a budding hope. What if he did match with the sword? This was a sword Jian Bugu was unable to take. If he was able to tame it, that would be quite glorious. In that case, why don't you give it a go? Qin Bai could not take the sword, but he still wanted to see how amazing that sword was. Why don't we let Mr. Han try it first? Thousand Mile Reach politely offered. When Han Sen heard him say that, he knew the teacher still wanted it. He smiled. Why don't you go first, Thousand Mile Reach? I don't use swords often anyway. Thousand Mile Reach offered it to Jia Shizhen, but she was indifferent. So, Thousand Mile Reach approached the sword. Although picking up a sword alone was risky, Jian Bugu said it would be a threat to one's life. Jian Bugu was not a liar, so Thousand Mile Reach was not so worried. If I really can get the sword's approval, Thousand Mile Reach blushed. He was very excited. Although he was excited, he was old and smart. Thousand Mile Reach would not dare be careless. He summoned 4 gene races and combined with them. He then touched the handle of the sword. Thousand Mile Reach's body glowed with a golden light. It was like the light of the sun and the moon. When his hands touched down on the sword, he wanted to pull it up. Han Sen and the others opened their eyes wide as they watched him. They were eager to see what was going to happen. Strangely, nothing did. It was not that nothing happened. Thousand Mile Reach let go of the handle, and the gene race was removed. He returned to his original self. He slowly turned around to look at them. Chapter 3200 The Style of That Sword. Looking back and smiling, by Mei Sheng, The Sixth Palace Has No Color. It was such a beautiful poem. The scene made people's hearts jump. Now, Thousand Mile Reach had an old face. With his white beard and hair, the expression he had made him appear exceptionally pretty when he looked back. They could see the corners of his eyes fly. His eyes looked as if they were hooking onto someone. They were so sensual but with an evil undertone. Han Sen, Qin Bai, and the other people were given a chill. They all strangely watched the scene in front of them. That was especially true of Qin Bai. His impression of Thousand Mile Reach was that he was a little cold but a very righteous person. He was like an old bookworm. Qin Bai never dreamed he might have a face that could display emotions like this. It drove him insane. Seeing Thousand Mile Reach's intoxicated eyes follow the twist of his body as he turned around, he looked horny and slutty. That horniness was cheaply displayed. It was like a stereotypical example of whore. Han Sen, Bauer, Qin Bai, and Jia Shizhen stood together. With their mouths agape, they watched Thousand Mile Reach twist his ridiculous body. It appeared he was dancing. If the dance was performed by a beautiful woman, everyone would have enjoyed it or had some thoughts that could not be described. But this was an old man twisting his hips as he danced. He was doing all kinds of sexy and seductive movements. He even put his legs out to stroke them. It was the sort of scene that made people freeze in place. A chill ran down Jia Shizhen's spine. Her stomach churned. She now understood why Jian Bugu looked so strange whenever he talked about the sword. Teacher Jian said he was beaten by this sword. Did he? As Jia Shizhen thought about this weird scene, it made her shiver. Han Sen was thinking the same thing. He wanted to know what it would be like if it was Jian Bugu dancing this way. In the next second, something even more shocking happened. Thousand Mile Reach kept dancing but started taking off his robes. He was like some stripper trying to tease the audience. He threw his robes at them. Han Sen and the others almost felt their jaws drop. They started to duck and dive. No one wanted to touch those robes. Qin Bai looked very weird. He wanted to laugh, but he did not dare do so. His face was red. He was on the cusp of shouting, "Take it off." He was shocked and surprised. It was hard to remember that Thousand Mile Reach was the man who had been teaching him ever since he was a child. Now, he had been reduced to behaving like this. As he watched, Qin Bai looked delighted. How is Thousand Mile Reach going to act all high and mighty toward me in the future? Jia Shizhen forced herself not to laugh and looked at Han Sr. "Mr. Han, what do we do now? Should we control Thousand Mile Reach first?" Han Sen looked at Thousand Mile Reach, who was dancing and taking his clothes off. He was silent a moment before replying, "This sword is not mysterious or evil. It is like Mr. Jian said. It is not dangerous. I suppose we shouldn't do anything. We should not invoke the anger of that sword. If we do that, things might get worse." Jia Shizhen looked weird as she nodded. "Yes, I supposed Mr. Jian was right. I just don't know how we are supposed to return Thousand Mile Reach to normal." While the two of them were talking, Thousand Mile Reach had already taken off all his clothes except for his white underwear. He had revealed his leathery, dried skin. He looked at Han Sen and the others. He put his foot on a stone and winked at his audience. He stroked his old leg seductively. It was a scene that made Han Sen and the others almost throw up. Suddenly, Thousand Mile Reach looked as if he was having a stroke. He instantly stopped where he was and did not move. His eyes made it look like he had been possessed. It was like the off switch had been flipped. Thousand Mile Reach's eyes looked bright. He looked at Han Sen and the others for a few seconds. He then let out a sob that could shock the sky. When they heard it, that crying made others want to cry. If a crying baby heard in the middle of the night, it would stop crying. A little while later, Thousand Mile Reach put his clothes back on. His old face still kept turning green and white. He just stood there. It was like he had received many hits to the face. Han Sen and Jia Shizhen knew now was not the best time to talk to Thousand Mile Reach, so they did not even attempt to comfort him. If they comforted him now, it would be like throwing gasoline on an open bonfire. Cough. Cough. Teacher Jia, why don't you try and take the sword too? Han Sen suggested. Qin Bai agreed. Yes. 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 Teacher Jia is so smart, you might gain the approval of the sword. Jia Shizhen looked at them both, trying to feign innocence. When she thought about doing the same things Thousand Mile Reach did, it made her blush. These two men are so evil. Jia Shizhen knew what the pair were thinking, but she didn't openly air her grievances. She pretended nothing happened. She looked at Han Sen and said, I and Thousand Mile Reach are too similar. If Thousand Mile Reach cannot succeed, then I cannot succeed either. But Mr. Han, you can teach Mr. Crown Prince a sword mind in just 2 days. Your sword mind level must be the highest here. I earnestly believe you have what it takes to claim the sword. Yes. 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 Qin Bai squealed in support. I think only you can claim that sword. Han Sen felt conflicted. The sword was old. If he had seen it correctly, that sword had already broken the world. Otherwise, it would not have been able to affect Thousand Mile Reach so effectively and make him lose control of his body. He believed it would be great to have a sword like that. If he wanted to conquer a sword like that, he knew it was not going to be easy. Han Sen thought, since I am here, I might as well give it a shot. Plus, there is no suppression in this part of the universe. No matter how strong it is, I should not end up losing control of myself. He nodded and said, okay, I will give it a go. Mr. Han, be wary of the power the sword holds, Thousand Mile Reach said as he stood tall, frosty, and stiff. Ordinary material power does not work on it. Thank you, Teacher Thousand Mile Reach. Han Sen was grateful for the reminder. Being able to shirk his shame and remind Han Sen of that showed just how much of an honorable elder Thousand Mile Reach was. Han Sen thought about the way Thousand Mile Reach had acted. The image he had built was quick to cave in on itself. He had to force his face not to crack. 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. Was that poem born with the sword, or was it added to the sword later? Han Sen walked in front of the sword and thought about it. Soldier Knife Sky's weapons were made of 2 things. They were all half weapon and half gene race. It was normal for them to have words. They had seen many carvings and symbols across many of the weapons in that land. But those few words did not seem to match the feelings of the sword itself. It led Han Sen to think maybe someone had engraved the words onto it. Chapter 32:01 Sword Shadow. Han Sen clutched the bronze sword. Bauer, Jia Shizhen, Qin Bai, and Thousand Mile Reach all had their eyes open wide as they watched him. They kept wondering whether or not Han Sen would end up being affected by the power of the sword and was going to repulsively dance like the man before him had done. Facing a sword that could break the world, Han Sen did not dare underestimate things. He channeled power into his hands. It was one main power and one power reversed. The 2 types of power started to surge and generate a break world power. It was directed into the sword through Han Sen's hands. The Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra created this break world power. It was able to analyze the origin of a life force. It could also dissolve and rebuild it. That was the power it had. It could discern the building blocks of a creature's origin with remarkable accuracy. Although its power was not strong, it was useful to all kinds of life forms. The moment Han Sen placed his hands on the sword, the break world power went into the bronze sword. The sword released a scream that shocked the sky. The sword's body exploded with a green light. It blocked Han Sen's red break world power, trying to keep it from entering it. It was not just that either. A dreamy power was coming out from the green sword light. It went through Han Sen's break world power. It felt as if electricity was zapping his brain. Some kind of scary power had forced its way inside him. Han Sen's face quickly changed. The bronze sword's power was far stronger than he had expected it to be. It was easily contesting his break world power, but Han Sen had the impression that it wasn't even using the full breadth of its power. It had the spare power to release a weird power. It invaded Han Sen's brain. It looked as if it was going to control him like thousand-mile reach. Han Sen's willpower was stronger than thousand-mile reaches. Although his brain conjured some strange thoughts, Han Sen was still able to keep a clamp on his emotions and remain still and motionless. Han Sen continued to hold the sword while standing strong. He stood so quietly that he looked like a statue. The sword's green light and the red light created a strong contrast that released a wildly bright volume of light. Qin Bai looked at Jia Shizhen and asked, "Is Han Sen going to make it and pull through?" Jia Shizhen shook her head and said, "I don't know." They really could not tell which of the two had an advantage. Power was not the main thing. The real battle was happening in the fields of their minds. Unless one won, outsiders could not tell what was happening or going to happen. Han Sen had a heart like steel, but the mental power from the sword was intense. It was like an over-obsessed girlfriend. Its love was corrosive and toxic. The mental power it wielded was not all-encompassing, but it was extraordinarily clingy. No matter how strong Han Sen's will was, he still felt as if his mental power was being beaten back by it. Han Sen furrowed his brows. He did not want to end up like thousand-mile reach, dancing like a horny devil in front of everyone. He quickly gathered up his power to mentally fight against the sword. The bronze sword's power seemed endless. It was like an unpredictable sea. Han Sen turned his heart into stone. He was not going to allow anything to invade him. That was how he was going to go against the bronze sword's power. A man and a sword kept fighting. Qin Bai and the others had their eyes wide open as they stared at the pair. Bauer was looking at the sword as if deep thoughts were crossing her mind. At this point, the bronze sword's text shone, 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. The words flickered with a weird light. As this happened, Han Sen's face changed. He felt as if the mental power he had been fighting was changing from a flowing river into a tsunami that could shake the sky. He felt battered by it. A strange scene flashed in his brain. Han Sen's brain had been overtaken by an illusion. It was one that displayed what happened when his heart had been broken. When Han Sen took a closer look at the conjured illusion, he was shocked. The bronze sword in his illusion had taken on the shape of a pretty woman. The woman's eyebrows were like a beautiful painting. She was so pretty that it did not even seem possible that she was real. Han Sen thought Gu Qincheng was the prettiest woman in any universe and that he would never find someone prettier than her. Even a real goddess was not prettier than Gu Qincheng. Upon seeing this woman in the hallucination, Han Sen's opinion had been turned on its head. He did not even think Gu Qincheng could match the beauty and grace of the woman inside this illusion. The prettiness was not what shocked Han Senator. He had seen many beautiful women. While they were not as pretty as the woman in this illusion, many pretty women exuded different feelings. Han Sen had already passed the age of being able to determine who was good and who was bad by gauging their appearance. The reason he was shocked was that this woman looked incredibly familiar. It was like he had seen her somewhere before. To be accurate, this woman looked like someone Han Sen knew very well. Her eyebrows and eyes made Han Sen think of someone familiar. It made Han Sen feel as if he was looking at Bauer's face. Yes, this woman's eyebrows were very similar to Bauer's, but Bauer had a pretty face that was cute and adorable. This woman looked mature and pretty. Her body was not like Bauer's, but her face was certainly reminiscent. Han Sen's heart felt a bit tempted. After seeing her face, Han Sen was able to calm down and not be overwhelmed by the corrosive mental powers that assaulted him. How could this happen? How could a sword wield a face that is so familiar? Have I just imagined all this? Did I imagine what Baoer's face will be like after growing up? Han Sen was shocked, but he did not think it was possible. His will was not completely broken yet. He could not have the heart shadow there. That woman's face must have been a reflection from the sword. The eyebrows of the woman in the image frowned. She looked sad. It made people want to pity her. The woman looked at Han Sen as if she was singing and saying, 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. It was just an illusion, but Han Sen could hear that woman's voice loud and clear. The remarkable sound was echoing in his brain. It kept echoing. It was getting louder. The sound possessed the feeling of profound loss. As she sang louder, Han Sen's will followed the echo. He could not control his emotions. Before long, he started to cry. Han Sen stared at the woman's face. Only by doing that could he see Baoer's shadow and not have his will be destroyed. The echo of his brain was like a crazy wave. It created many waves in his heart. His heart was under constant attack. Qin Bai, Jia Shizhen, and the others saw that Han Sen was crying. They felt bad and surprised about it. Is Han Sen going to be consumed by that sword? Qin Bai nervously asked. Although he wanted to watch Han Sen dance, he was afraid something worse had happened to him. Of course, no one was able to answer him. Jia Shizhen and Thousand Mile Reach had no clue what was going on either. Han Sen is not lost, Jia Shizhen said with uncertainty. He can last a bit longer. Chapter 3202 Gray Sword. People are not born with willpower. Although some people are born with stronger willpower, it could not be much stronger. The true elites gained experience through repeated failures. It enabled their hearts to become stronger. The more times they failed, the stronger their hearts could become. Of course, many people were not up for enduring such training. They easily gave up under the intense suffering repeated failures can bring. They would lose themselves and become the ones who never were special or anything big in life. Han Sen had encountered constant troubles. It was unknown how many times he had almost died. He had succeeded a lot and failed a lot. His heart had been trained through many crises. Although no one could say his willpower was more stable than the willpower of others, in this world, few things could truly move his will. Although the sword Shadow's willpower was stronger than his, it was unable to make Han Sen bend enough to break. A man and a sword were frozen there. The woman in Han Sen's head kept repeating the sentence, 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. The strong mental power kept increasing. Still, the piled-on pressure was not enough to make Han Sen's willpower bend and break. The sword mind was like a big wave in a raging sea. That wave was immensely strong, but Han Sen's will was like a piece of coral. Coral was small, but the sea and waves were still unable to break it. What is this sword? It has such scary willpower. I am afraid it might be as strong as God Hall Leader, but this is just a sword. Han Sen's heart jumped. He did not dare think too much about things. He just held on in his battle against the sword mind. Now, Han Sen was riding a tiger. Whenever his heart wanted to give up and let go of the bronze sword, the sword mind attacked him harder and forced him to lose even faster. Therefore, Han Sen had no choice but to continue. He could not risk quitting. Many musical waves attacked Han Sen's willpower. It made him feel as if he was being cut up by icy knives or scorched by raging fires. He knew if he chose to concede, the pain would go away. He only needed to be controlled and forced to dance once. That way, he could escape the unceasing pain. Han Sen did not want that. It was unknown how much time went by when the sounds of the illusion stopped. The woman looked at Han Sen strangely before suddenly vanishing. Han Sen felt as if his entire body had been rendered empty. He had not participated in a big fight, but that kind of mental fighting cost more energy than an ordinary fight that would cause him to bleed. The bronze sword light went dim. It looked like it originally did. Han Sen pulled it with his hands. The bronze sword was removed from the ground. The bronze sword no longer resisted him, but it did not comply with Han Sen's will. It was a dead object without a soul. Han Sen pulled the sword out, Qin Bai said with glee. He sensed that Han Sen was much stronger than his teachers. Even 1,000-mile reach had been turned into something weird by that sword. If Han Sen was able to resist that, it was obvious Han Sen was stronger. Jia Shizhen and 1,000-mile reach were strong. They looked happy as they said, "Mr. Han really is a character that is quite like a god. Even these weapons must pledge allegiance and obedience to you." Han Sen shook his head and said, "I only removed a sword from the ground. I did not really make it obey me. It might belong to me now, but it won't listen to me. This is like a rubbish sword. Why would it be like that?" Jia Shizhen and 1,000-mile reach were confused. Han Sen tried to control the bronze sword, but the bronze sword did not move. It was not lively like the emerald stone sword or diamond great sword. It was just an ordinary bronze sword. While the few of them were checking it out, it suddenly felt as if the space around them was starting to madly shake. The weapons nearby and in the distance were trembling. In the twist of space, a strange god temple started to appear. The god temple was very weird. The bricks were made of battle hammers, and the roof was built from swords and knives. The walls were made from long spears. The plaza's grounds were built from shields. That entire god temple was composed of all sorts of different weapons. It was like one grand, weird, and cluttered arsenal. The expressions on the faces of Jia Shizhen and 1,000-mile reach changed. The god temple appearing there had to be the one that belonged to the god Chaos Party. That was the only one that existed in that realm. Han Sen looked at it. He saw the weird god temple sign only had 3 words, Weapon God Temple. Before everyone inspected the Weapon God Temple, the door of the temple opened. The shape of a giant suit of armor, which was around 30 feet tall, walked out. Behind the giant set of armor, all sorts of strange weapons were lined up and floating behind him. From behind, it looked like some sort of Buddha light. Han Sen guessed it was Weapon God Temple's weapon god. Judging from the sense he was getting from it, it was probably as scary as Decapitation Queen. Where did the god Chaos Party find so many scary elites to plump up their ranks? Han Sen thought. Han Sen was not entirely sure. There were quite a few God Chaos Party members, but there weren't many real members. When it came to the main core members, there were even fewer. Not many people knew about their god temples either. In Soldier Knife Sky, only that weapon god would have a god temple. It was likely because he was a core member of the God Chaos Party. He had to be one of the 8 big kings of the God Chaos Party, and he was in charge of governing Soldier Knife Sky. Weapon God's eyes flashed with a god light. It was like he could see through the universe. He coldly shouted at Han Sen, "Who are you? How dare you move the gray sword? Do you want to die?" Han Sen quickly made a realization. This is called Inch Gray Sword. Is it because of the poem? Weapon God looked cold. He did not say anything. He took out a big knife from the arsenal of weapons behind him. He faced Han Sen and slashed toward him. The knife light shocked the sky and cut through space. It suddenly came before Han Sen with an insane speed. Han Sen was holding the inch gray sword. He used the sword like a knife. He used Teeth Knife's Fang to attack the gigantic knife the 30-foot weapon god was using against him. Catcha! Han Sen did not feel any power. The inch gray sword, which looked like a useless piece, behaved as if it was slicing through tofu. It cut Weapon God's big knife into little pieces. This sword did not activate its power. I only use the sharpness of the sword, yet I can cut the sacrifice weapon of an annihilation god spirit with it. This is truly terrifying. Han Sen was very shocked. Han Sen could not fathom what sort of power this sword could unleash if it did unleash all of its power. He could not imagine how strong it might have been. Weapon God's face changed. He looked at the inch-gray sword in Han Sen's hand with shock. He was wearing armor. While he looked to be devoid of emotion, his eyes flickered with a god light. It proved how shocked he was. Weapon God coldly looked at Han Sen and said, "Let the inch-gray sword go, and I will spare your life." Qin Bai shouted, "You are not making sense. Your knife was broken by Han Sen. You should be the one begging for your life to be spared." After hearing that, Weapon God turned his attention to Qin Bai. As he stared at the boy, Qin Bai hid behind Bauer. Han Sen looked at Weapon God and said, "This sword is not yours. What makes you think you can just tell me to put it down?" Weapon God replied, "Whatever. You disrespected the inch-gray sword. Therefore, you should die. I was going to spare your life. If you want to die so much, then you can go to hell." He exploded with a god light as a spear glowed in the arsenal behind him. Chapter 3203 Sword slashes Weapon God. A snow-white spear flew out of the arsenal behind Weapon God. It landed in front of Weapon God. His two hands gripped the long spear. The long spear's spear mind went into the sky. Han Sen and the others felt chills run down their spines as the mountains and fields around started to shake. Things were shattering everywhere. The spear-type weapons on the ground exploded with scary power. It released many spear lights that shocked the sky. They were all headed toward the long spear in Weapon God's hands. The long spear absorbed the power of the sky full of spears. The spear god light grew increasingly stronger. The snow-white spear's body and fire turned black. It was like an inky fire. Spear light was breaking through space. It shook along the body of the spear. A break world power. Han Sen was a little bit surprised, but he immediately reacted. Soldier Knife Sky's gene races were a bit weird. They were not purely gene races. The buffer zone between the two universes was tainted by the Geno universe a bit. Although the effect was minimal, many spear gene race powers had gathered atop Weapon God's big spear so that the spear could force and break the world. "Break world spear kill!" Weapon God coldly shouted. The tip of the big spear in his hands created a cold light that was madly going toward Han Senator. The light was fast, cruel and accurate. Its power was very focused. It had scary features that made it seem indestructible. Han Sen's sword was not weird. The inch-gray sword went straight to meet with the tip of the spear. Seeing the inch-gray sword was about to strike the tip of the spear's gold light suddenly split. It created a meteor shower with lots of stars. They covered Han Sen from top to bottom and blocked every possible avenue he could take advantage of to evade the strike. Han Sen frowned. The Bloodpulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra were cast together. They smashed through the world. The inch-gray sword in his hands was breaking and slashing. Catcha! The light of the spear was shattered by the inch-gray sword. At the same time, the big spear that had gathered up countless spear gene race power was broken. Han Sen was shocked about how powerful the inch-gray sword was. His break world power was not just an attacking power, yet it could break the break world big spear. It had obviously benefited by how sharp the inch-gray sword was. "It is no wonder it is a sword that the master used," Weapon God said to himself. His eyes also looked brighter. His hands were wide open. The weaponry on his back was glowing. All the weapons started to glow. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, onos, hooks, tridents, and various other weapons flickered with a shocking god light. The entire ocean of weapons that populated Soldier Knife Sky glowed with mesmerizing light. All that light went to imbue the array of weaponry behind Weapon God. There were many types of weapons within that arsenal. The entire Soldier Knife Sky's weapon gene races looked as if they had been summoned by a god. They all gave their power to the weaponry. The power was not the power of all the gene races, but it was like a Soldier Knife Sky mini-world. The creatures of the world all lent it a part of their power. How scary was this power that had gathered up? The armor that Weapon God wore beneath that scary power underwent some changes. It turned pitch black. Scary black flames were burning on it. It was like space was burning alongside it. Han Sen looked a bit dim. He spoke to Jia Shizhen and Thousand Mile Reach, saying, "You guys get the Crown Prince out of here for now. I'll handle things here." Weapon God had borrowed the world's power, so he knew he should not underestimate him. Even if Han Sen was not afraid, he was afraid of the battle power having an adverse effect on Qin Bai. "Mr. Han, safety first," Thousand Mile Reach shouted. He picked up Qin Bai, ripped space, and disappeared. Jia Shizhen wanted to pick up Bauer, but the girl was quick to leap onto Han Sen's shoulder. So, she flew away solo. They were powerful, but they were only as powerful as humans. If they did not combine with a god spirit, no one would dare fight a god spirit elite. Weapon God did not care for the small critters fleeing the scene. All he cared for was the inch-gray sword. It looked as if the sword mattered a lot to him. "Go to hell." Weapon God opened his hands. The weaponry behind him shattered. They turned into 100 kinds of different weapons. Every weapon had a scary break world power. All of it was going for Han. Senator Han Sen's eyes froze. The break world power exploded. The inch-gray sword in his hands slashed. Suddenly, he broke a few weapons. No matter how sharp the inch-gray sword was, breaking those big weapons was sure to take time. By the time he broke a few weapons, the rest of the weapons had reached Han Sen's body. Boom! Han Sen's body suddenly turned into a white shadow. He looked like a god spirit with a semi-transparent body that had white light that could explode. His body power moved. The weapons with break world power slashed against Han Sen's super god spirit mode. It was like they were coming down on cotton. They only made the super god spirit cave in. They did not break his form. Han Sen used the inch-gray sword to protect Bauer on his shoulder. "It looks like not all the break world powers can damage my super god spirit. Moon God's level is nothing comparable to this Weapon God." Han Sen's heart felt a whole lot safer. He saw all the weapons come down on his body while his body shone with a god light that shook them all away. What? Seeing the sky full of flying and dancing break into pieces, Weapon God's face looked extremely shocked. That was an incredibly powerful power to witness. He had only seen the God Chaos Party leader do something comparable. Han Sen looked cold. The inch-gray sword in his hands moved. He suddenly ripped space and made Weapon God's giant armor-clad self be split in two. Without the rules of the universe suppressing, I feel wonderful. It looks like my super god spirit mode is still stronger than the break world power. Han Sen felt incredibly good. Without restrictions and combined with his battle power, super god spirit mode was not something an annihilation god spirit could overcome. He was just a beginner when it came to break world powers. When talking about his progress with break world powers, one could say he was not as good as Weapon God. His Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra's break world power didn't focus on combat, so they were not as effective as Han Sen using his super god spirit mode. Weapon God's body turned into starlight, and he faded away. Of course, he did not die. Han Sen knew his true body was still in the God Temple being reborn. If the God base was still there, it would never die. When he looked at Weapon God Temple, Han Sen's body teleported straight into it. Weapon God was in the middle of respawning atop the altar. I need more God bases. Thank you for your kindness. Han Sen raised his inch-gray sword and slashed it toward the altar of Weapon God's body. The white Super God Spirit power generated a sword light. It was like a knife that could slay the sky. It made the God altar and Weapon God being regenerated be split in half. The powerful sword light cut the entire temple in half. Jia Shizhen and Thousand Mile Reach escorted Qin Bai over to the rendezvous with Jian Bugu. They looked back and saw a sword light come from a weird god temple and burst into the sky, splitting the giant Weapon God Temple in two. It crumbled like a mountain. The ground and mountains nearby quaked. Chapter 32042 Moment Gods, Killed Annihilation God Spirit Gene Race Weapon God. Got God Spirit. Found Annihilation God Base. The announcement sounded in Han Sen's brain. It made him happy. Along with an Annihilation God Base, he received Weapon God's God Spirit. He collected the Annihilation God Base and had a look inside his Sea of Soul. He saw Weapon God inside his Sea of Soul as a God Spirit. In that case, this should mean I have two Weapon Gods, Han Sen said with glee. Han Sen, why are you here? Furthermore, you destroyed Weapon God Temple. You killed one of the 8 Sky Kings Weapon God. Do you not want to live? Even if you do not want to live, do not bring harm to Master Bauer. Han Sen heard a familiar voice. He noticed a paper man running his way. He was around the size of a hand. He went right up to Han Sen, stomping as he shouted. There are many God Spirit gene races in the Chaos God Party, so does it matter if I eliminate one or two? Han Sen laughed. No universe laws were hampering him there. Ergo, he was not afraid of anyone. In the universe of kingdoms, he could not use all of his powers in battle. He also could not fight for long. Things were different there. The paper man was obviously Rocky D. Hearing Han Sen say what he did, he felt even more annoyed. You killed an average member, so that was no big deal. This was one of the 8 Sky Kings. That was Weapon God. He was in charge of guarding Soldier Knife Sky, an important core member. If he died, our leader will be extremely shocked. I highly advise you to get Bauer out of Soldier Knife Sky right this minute. Fine. I will let you handle things in my stead. Han Sen wasn't after another fight with the God Chaos Party. Even God Hall leader could not get rid of God Chaos Party. This was obviously grave trouble. The reason he had agreed with God Hall leader to come and check it out was that he wanted a God base. Now, he had just managed to get his hands on another Annihilation God base. He did not have to go any further. He did not want to become the anti-scapegoat of the God spirits. He used galaxy teleportation to reach Jian Bugu and the others. The power in his body then exploded. He took them to the exit of Soldier Knife Sky. After that, he looked at Soldier Knife Sky and exited the area. Back in the universe of kingdoms, Han Sen felt as if he had been chained and bound. He felt incredibly uncomfortable. It felt like it cost him a lot of strength to do just the smallest of tasks. It really does feel better to not have any burdens, Han Sen said with a dismal sigh. He sent Qin Bai and the others away. Han Sen went to his room and put on his Sky King crown. He returned to his God of Wealth temple. He put the God base down in one of the sub-halls. As this happened, the sub-hall exhibited some changes that flipped the sky and the ground. There was a God altar, a God table, and a God stove. Han Sen felt weird about it because there was a distinct absence of Weapon God. Does that mean that after I take the God spirit, the God base becomes empty? Han Sen thought. After he mulled it over some more, that was the only explanation he could come up with. If this is an empty God base, does that mean I can allow Moment God to use this God base? Han Sen tried summoning Moment God's God spirit and put her into the God base. Of course, Moment God's God spirit was able to enter the God base. It enabled the whole sub-hall to become bathed in God light. The gold altar had Moment God's God statue. It really works. Han Sen was very happy. After Moment God's God spirit received her God body, she walked down the God altar. She kneeled in front of Han Sen and said, "Moment is greeting Mr. God of Wealth." Han Sen felt a lot of power enter his Sky God crown. The power of the Sky God crown increased a lot. It must have gone up at least 20%. Clearly, Moment God's God spirit had become stronger. She was stronger than Decapitation Queen in the God of Wealth temple. Ha! 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 I wonder which Moment God is the real one. Is it mine or the one that resides inside the Geno Hall? Han Sen was secretly overjoyed. After Moment God established her things, Han Sen had a look at his God power. He, Bauer, and Fong Yin achieved a high rank in the God fights. They received a lot of God base power for the God of Wealth temple. They should have been able to make a God base. After going to another empty sub-hall, Han Sen was able to make a new God base. Han Sen's heart jumped. The sub-hall he went into had undergone some big changes. The God altar was floating in the air, and God table went up with it. The God stove started to form. Destroyed class God base has been completed. After everything was done, the God temple had a weird God sound. Is it only destroyed class? Can't I make a higher level God base? Han Sen asked with a frown. God base power is not enough. A higher level God base is not able to be made, the voice of the God temple sounded again in reply to his question. Han Sen was crushed by this disappointment. After working so hard for so long, he could only produce a destroyed class God base. It was no wonder the God spirits leveled up so slowly, despite being able to practice for billions of years. He did not know how much God base power he required to make a God base become annihilation class. It looks like destroying God temples to get my God bases will be faster, Han Sen thought. He was planned to go after the God Chaos Party again. In the Moment God temple, Moment God frowned. When the Moment God statue appeared in Han Sen's God of Wealth temple, her heart madly jumped. What happened? How can something bring so much unrest to my God heart? Moment God said to herself. She could not detect where the core of this unrest came from. At the same time, in the God Chaos Party, Rocky D kneeled inside a hall. He lowered his head and did not speak. Rocky D, you are a minister. How are you keeping up with things? The Decapitation Queen temple has been destroyed for quite a while now, and you have not been able to capture the murderer who destroyed the God temple. Now, someone *T all over territory that belongs to the God Chaos Party. What did he do? Well, he destroyed Weapon God temple in Soldier Knife Sky. The minister is useless. You might as well just quit. A strong man was sitting on a high throne, but he did not speak. He just calmly looked at Rocky D, who was kneeling in front of him. The one who was speaking was 8-Arm Evil God. Rocky D did not raise his head as he coldly said, regarding Decapitation Queen, it was me being useless. But I am only in charge of foreign affairs. I only deal with things outside. Whatever happened in Soldier Knife Sky had nothing to do with me. If it was not you, the foreign affair minister being useless, how could there be no news about enemies invading Soldier Knife Sky? If this was not your fault, then whose fault was it? 8-Arm Evil God coldly grunted. Rocky D did not continue explaining. It was like he disdained what he was trying to say. Eight-arm evil god wished to say something more, but the strong man upon the throne started to speak. All right, Rocky D is one of God Chaos Party's founding members. He has never done anything bad. He knows what he is doing. There is no need to keep going on about it. Yes, Master. Eight-arm evil god hastily bowed and backed off. The strong man looked at Rocky D while he coldly asked, Rocky D, why is the murderer who destroyed Weapon God Temple still at large? Why has he not been killed yet? His words were not cruel, but they still made people feel pressure. Rocky D raised his head to answer. Mr. Leader, the person who destroyed Decapitation God Temple is a member of God of Wealth Temple. I would like to find out more about this God of Wealth Temple, so that is why I have not acted on the culprit yet. The strong man nodded. I see, but you do not need to pursue this any further. Kill that person. How long will you need? Rocky D's heart jumped. He had to say, please give me 3 more days, Mr. Leader. Chapter 3205 The history behind Inch Grey Sword. Han Sen and Bauer were happily having hot pot. Suddenly, something shook inside the fanny pack across Bauer's waist. Bauer opened it up. A book leaped out of it. The pages quickly opened and flipped themselves until the shape of a black, human silhouette jumped onto the table. It pointed at Han Sen and shouted, Han Sen. Han Sen. Can't you just stay home? Why did you have to go to Soldier Knife Sky to kill Weapon God? Do you have a death wish or something? Now, the temporary leader has tasked me with killing you in the next 3 days. What am I supposed to do? There is no need to rush this, Han Sen said with a smile. You are a gentleman. How can you be so rude and hasty? Humph. Rocky D coldly grunted and said, the leader has demanded that you be killed. What are you going to do about that? How am I supposed to know what to do? Why don't you think of a way out of this instead? Han Sen asked with a smile. Why would I wipe your ass for you? Rocky D coldly retorted. In that case, you might as well just come and kill me, Han Sen said while opening the palms of his hand. Rocky D was furious. He madly said, do not think I would not dare kill you. If it was not for Master Bauer, I would have killed you 10,000 times over by now. After he was done venting, Rocky D said, no matter what, I must implore that you do not leave the walls of Jade Wall City. The Qin Kingdom has 4 Annihilation God spirits protecting the place, and 2 of the Annihilation class God temples are in this city. If you stay inside Jade Wall City, the members of the God Chaos Party will not try and kill you. They will only want to do something to you. You keep your eyes open from now on, and do not let Master Bauer get hurt. Okay. Han Sen swiftly agreed. He looked at Rocky D and said, my part is not a problem here. How do you expect to navigate your own affairs? I need you to play a role in an act with me, Rocky D replied. We need to scare the leader so that he will not send any people to Jade Wall City to deal with you. That is how we can keep Master Bauer safe. What do I have to do? Han Sen asked. Did you not pick up the Inch Grey sword from Soldier Knife Sky? Rocky D looked at the bronze sword attached to Han Sen's waist. Someone had made Han Sen a scabbard, so the Inch Grey sword was tied to his waist. I want to ask you something. What is this Inch Grey sword? After I collected this sword, why did Weapon God decide to show up claiming he was there to protect that blade? Han Sen really wanted to know the origin story behind the sword. The woman in the sword had looked like Bauer. Rocky D seriously said, the Inch Grey sword is the leader's sword. Han Sen's heart jumped, prompting him to quickly ask, is that the leader in charge now or the leader from the days of yore? Of course, it belonged to the old leader, Rocky D said with a lift of his lips. That was the real leader. The leader right now is only temporarily holding the position. He is little more than a steward. Han Sen was shocked. This sword is God Chaos Party's leader's sword, but that leader almost destroyed the Geno Hall. It is no wonder the sword mind was so scary. Why did the woman in the sword look like Bauer? Is Bauer the God Chaos Party's leader reborn? Rocky D looked at the inch-gray sword. I do not know how you managed to pull that sword out, but I think I am correct in assuming you cannot activate it. Is that right? You are right, Han Sen said with a nod. After he had arrived home, he had tried many methods. No matter what he tried, he could not activate the inch-gray sword. Still, the sword was indestructible. It was already very strong in his hands. Of course, the inch-gray sword is the best sword in the universe, Rocky D said. Even a sky full of God's spirits would be afraid of it. Aside from the master leader, no one can use it. No one has what it takes. If it is that strong, how did it randomly end up in Soldier Knife Sky? Han Sen tried his best to extract information. If it wasn't for the leader, Rocky D only spoke half of what he was about to. He suddenly became alert and stopped. He looked at Han Sen and said, "You do not need to know that. Plus, the sword is in your hands now. We just need to make the temporary leader believe that you can use the inch-gray sword. Do that, and I think you will be fine. No matter how brave he is, he will not look for trouble with you. Can you activate the inch-gray sword?" Han Sen asked. Rocky D looked at him with disdain. Of course not. If I was able to, he would have believed what I told him. Han Sen understood what Rocky D was trying to say. He laughed and asked, "So, how can I act with you in a way to make him believe that I can use the inch-gray sword?" Rocky D hesitated. He looked at Bauer and immediately looked back at Hans Sr. "I have a way to make him believe the story, but you must do one thing." "What?" Han Sen asked. Rocky D's paper-looking body jumped onto Han Sen's shoulder. He went next to his ear and whispered, "Do not let Master Bao use the inch-gray sword or there will be a disaster the likes of which you could never imagine." "Why?" Han Sen looked weird. He thought the leader of the God Chaos Party was related to Bauer. "Just do as I say." Rocky D did not answer Han Sen's questions, but he gave a final reminder. "By the way, do not leave Jade Wall City anytime soon. If you do, my plan is likely to fail. I can't lie to the leader." After saying that, the paper man looked as if he had lost his soul. It fell from Han Sen's shoulder. Han Sen picked up the paper and put it back in the book. Bauer took it and frowned. Based on Rocky D's behavior, Bauer was probably the reborn God Chaos Party leader. If things were like that, Bauer could activate the inch-gray sword. He would not even have to act. He could just let Bauer use it. Rocky D had said that Bauer should not be allowed to touch the inch-gray sword. That was rather weird. Bauer also didn't seem interested in the inch-gray sword. If that was her sword from a past life, she would have remembered it. Han Sen kept thinking it over, thinking it was all so bizarre. He could not figure out anything. So, he had to comply with what Rocky D had told him to do. It wasn't a big deal. He was not planning on leaving Jade Wall City anyway. There was still a month to go before the Qin Kingdom's annual sacrifice ceremony. He had to go to the Qin Kingdom's Alpha Temple and see the new well. After Rocky D spoke to Han Sen, he disappeared. The next few days were quiet. Nothing happened. Han Sen did not know why Rocky D was lying to the temporary leader. As long as nothing went awry, there was an 80% to 90% chance the plan would be a success. God Chaos Party was in shock. The leader of the God Chaos Party was also in shock. Can Han Sen use the inch-gray sword? Rocky D was wearing black clothing. He was covered in blood. His left arm was gone. He looked pale as he said, "Yes, Master. My arm was cut off by the inch-gray sword." If it was not for the Inch Grey Sword's help, how could a human break Weapon God Temple? Inch Grey Sword is being used by a human, God Chaos Party leader said as he observed Rocky D's wounds. Let's not kill Han Sen yet. Let's figure this out first. This time, no one objected because the words on the Inch Grey Sword broke their courage. Chapter 3206 Mirror Lake changes back in the Geno universe. Linger sat upon a stool in Space Garden. She placed her hands up against her jaw to cradle it and stared up into the sky to daydream. Little Linger, did you miss Brother Yuhang? A man approached her with a smile on his face. He smiled at Linger. Granddad Yuhang. You have come back so quickly. Linger looked at Wang Yuhang with surprise. Wang Yuhang's face looked dim. I told you that you should call me Brother Yuhang. You are still calling me a granddad. Am I really that old? But they say my father called you an uncle, Linger said with a blink of her eyes. We are not related, so it does not matter, Wang Yuhang said. Our relationship has nothing to do with them. You should just keep calling me Brother Yuhang. By the way, is Little Flower here? Where is he? Wang Yuhang asked. Brother Little Flower is with Big Sister Menger, Big Sister Zero, and Big Sister Little Sky, Linger explained. They have gone to outer sky. They heard Mirror Lake has something new going on there. That is fantastic that they found something new, Wang Yuhang said as he rubbed his fists. I cannot wait to go to the anti-material world. I want to see how Han Sen is doing. After saying that, Wang Yuhang readied himself to leave Space Garden. He was going to go to Mirror Lake. After taking 2 steps, a hand grabbed his sleeves. Big Brother Yuhang, can you take me to outer sky? I want to go see Mirror Lake as well. Linger looked at Wang Yuhang with a pity-filled face. No way, Wang Yuhang said with a shake of his head. You are too small. It is too dangerous for you to go over there. He did not want to take this princess to such a place. If something happened to her, all the creatures of Space Garden would want to bite a chunk out of him. Brother Yuhang, are you not going to bring me? Linger looked at Wang Yuhang with sadness in her eyes and blinked. I would like to take you, but it will be too dangerous. There are many scary creatures. Arg! Before Wang Yuhang could finish, he suddenly felt as if his entire body was turned upside down like a character big in the Chinese language. Linger sat back on her stool, placed her hands under her jaw, and looked at Wang Yuhang. Her eyes glowed. She smiled and said, It is fine if you don't want to take me. If you don't take me, you must stay here and play with me, read only at Dow Novel. Cough. Cough. I really am busy. I don't have the time for that. Now, please put me down. Wang Yuhang struggled with his words and his body. Nothing he tried could help him escape. It was like an invisible rope had tied him up. Take me or stay here and play with me, Linger said with a smile. Wang Yuhang looked angry and asked, Little Linger, how could you do something like this to me? I am your granddad, Yuhang. Did your mother not teach you to respect your elders? Linger is supposed to be a good child, so stop messing about and put me down. Yes, my mother taught me to respect elders, but you said you are Brother Yuhang and not Granddad Yuhang, Linger said as she blinked her eyes. Fine. 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 I will play with you. What would you like to play? Big Brother Yuhang is going to play. Wang Yuhang was very angry, but he could not fight back. He had to blame himself for being stupid earlier. Let's play your favorite game, Little Six, shall we? Linger clapped her hands. The 6-ear macaque came running over. It ran right in front of her. After hearing Linger's words, the 6-ear macaque's eyes were bright as it looked at Wang Yuhang. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Wang Yuhang looked at the 6-ear macaque, which did not look nice. It felt as if something was wrong. He felt very bad. Not many people were at Outer Sky's Mirror Lake, but a giant laboratory had been built there. Many people were seriously examining the screen inside the building. Many people were controlling all sorts of tools. Xia Qingqing could not help but ask, "Sister Yufei, what is going on here?" She did not understand all the data streams and what the machines were doing. Over the past few months, Mirror Lake had been exhibiting many weird events. The whole outer sky was affected. The very high had been unable to find out why. They asked the elites of Space Garden to help out. That was why Han Yufei had built a lab near Mirror Lake. In fact, across the whole of Space Garden, only Han Yufei was good at this. Everyone else was useless. Han Yufei kept looking at the data and said, "Judging from the data and the information I am receiving, over the past 3 months, the anti-material movements of Mirror Lake have become stronger. The anti-material springs are going off more often. It used to be once every 4 or 5 days. Now, it is happening 2 or 3 times a day." "What does that mean?" Xia Qingqing asked. According to the data, there are 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the anti-material world is undergoing some weird changes. The buffer zone between the 2 worlds has been impacted, so that is why there have been these changes. Han Yufei paused. She looked excited as she went on to say, "One possibility is that there is a power breaking the barrier between the 2 near Mirror Lake." When everyone heard that, their faces changed. Someone happily asked, "Is Big Brother coming back from the anti-material world?" Han Yufei shook her head. "According to the information given to us by the Very High, this movement already existed, but it was weak and did not affect anywhere else in outer sky. Therefore, no one gave it any attention. I am sure that it has not been going on just in the past few years. So, it probably isn't Han Sr. Does that mean those creatures in the anti-material world are going to try and break through Mirror Lake and enter our world?" Xia Qingqing asked with shock. "So far, that is the most plausible theory," Han Yufei replied. "If the veil is broken, what might happen?" Xia Qingqing asked with a serious look of concern. "I do not know," Han Yufei said with her eyes glowing. "The one thing I do know for sure is that when the 2 worlds are connected, we can feel the power of the 2 worlds straight away. Perhaps we can be our race's elite Tai E and have the 2 world powers to become break world elites." Xia Qingqing's eyes glistened as he asked Han Yufei, "What kind of power is a break world power?" Ever since the Geno Hall battle, the Geno universe had undergone many big changes. All the resources grew like crazy. Many people were able to level up and develop at a much faster rate. Xia Qingqing had already reached the max god level. He could not go any higher. He also did not want to be a god spirit, so he stopped, unable to improve himself any further. "I have not reached that level yet, so I do not know the proper details." Han Yufei seemed to grow more excited as she said, "I only know that putting the main and second world powers into one, for the witch, was something only Tai E managed to achieve. The reason why achieving break world is hard is because we cannot feel the powers of the other world. If Mirror Lake is broken, we will be able to immediately feel the powers of the anti-material. That means breaking the world will be much easier." Chapter 3207 Sacrifice. Xia Qingqing was not as optimistic about this as Han Yufei was. He worriedly said, "If there is an elite out there who can break the barrier between worlds to enter our universe, it could very well be a grave disaster for us all." Han Yufei shook her head and said, "You think too much. If they break the world and come, then the rules of our universe will restrict them. It will be just like Qin Xiu back then. No matter how strong he was or how many god spirits he was able to kill when he came to our universe, he was unable to defeat the true elites. He could not fight for long. Qin Xiu traveled here solo, but this time the path between worlds is opened. There is a difference between these 2 events. Xia Qingking did not agree with Han Yufei. Han Yufei did not want to argue with him. She coldly said, "If there is danger, we cannot do anything to stop it. If you are going to bleed your worries over everything this early, why not be more productive and figure out how to level up to protect yourself?" "You are right," Xie Qingking said with a laugh. "What you are saying, Sister Yufei, is the best course of action." He was trying to lick her boots. Xie Qingking was very overbearing. He was not afraid of the sky, and he was not afraid of the earth. He was not afraid of Han Yufei. Since Han Yufei had conducted some research in Space Garden, the creatures of Space Garden had leveled up a lot. He was one of them, so Xie Qingking admired her. Of course, Han Yufei was always a prankster. She always did some tests that seemed like they were unnecessary and weird. It made Xie Qingking suffer. He felt weird whenever he thought about them. "Breaking through a path between the two worlds is great," Tang Zhenliu said. "We can search for Han Sen in the antimaterial world. He cannot be allowed to become famous alone." "Right," Han Yufei quietly said. Xie Qingking suggested that if there was a way to break through the mirror lake and get the path to be opened sooner, that would have been best. People from the sanctuaries were all very powerful. Most people agreed with that. Very High Leader was shocked, so he sought to stop them from attempting that. In the end, Han Menger helped be a voice for the Very High. She made them hold off on their idea. Han Menger was there representing Sky Palace. The changes that were happening in Mirror Lake could affect the entire Geno universe. Sky Palace would not sit idly by without letting their voices be heard. Han Yufei walked to the kitchen to make tea. Han Menger went with her and said, "If I had break world powers, I could go to the next world and find Father." Han Yufei touched Han Menger's head. Only she could do this to Han Menger, who always looked so cold. Of course not. The break world powers are special powers that combine main and reverse world powers. Having a break world power does not mean you actually break worlds. Your body needs to be strong, so you can be strong enough to break the barrier between worlds. Han Yufei paused to think a moment before saying, "Back then, Qin Xiu's break world power was strong, but he was unable to use his own power to break it. He had a gap between the universes and built a path from there. That is how he went into our Geno universe. When he came to us, he was bound by the restrictions of the universe. He was separate from his gene race, which reduced his effectiveness in the Geno universe. In that way, the rules of the universe clamped down on him to make him weak. He lost the power to break worlds. Everything had to be started again, and he had to get used to the Geno universe from scratch. He had to learn our Geno universe powers. I have to admit that Qin Xiu was a genius who was very talented. Although he had to learn the Geno universe's powers again, he grew up fast and became nearly invincible before the end." Han Menger quietly listened to Han Yufei and asked, "Where did Qin Xiu come from?" "He came from Mirror Lake," Han Yufei said with a smile. She quickly added, "But World King God's power is a world power, and Qin Xiu's God Spirit Blood Pulse power is a time and space element. When combined, the two create the break world power. It enabled a power to travel between worlds. That was how he was able to use a glitch and enter the Geno universe. Otherwise, if someone did not have the same power he did, people could not come here alone." Han Menger sounded disappointed. "Aside from breaking Mirror Lake, does that mean there are no other means to reach the other world?" "It is not that there is absolutely no way. We used to research and create God temples. We could then use those God temples to travel through space and reach the other world. These tests came so close to success, but there was a God fight and sacred broke. Our created God temples were destroyed. The information and data were lost. To get the information again and create a man-made God temple is not something that can be done in a short amount of time." Han Yufei patted Han Menger on the head and said, "Do not worry. No matter where he has ended up, a man like Han Sen is likely doing just fine." Han Sen really was fine. In the Feng family's castle, he was like a king. He had people serving him around the clock, all the while he wined, dined, sipped, and sucked on the nicest food and drinks one could receive. "Han Sen, are you really coming with me to join the sacrificial ceremony?" Qin Bai felt rather worried about it. Although he would have 2 servants joining the ceremony, they were servants. They were the ones who reminded Qin Bai what he would need to do in the ceremonies. The sacrificial ceremony was very complicated. Ordinary people could not remember all the procedures of the ritual. That was why there were servants. If he swapped Han Sen with one of them and something went wrong, Qin Jingzhen would not let that go. "Do not worry," Han Sen said to comfort him. "I can see through the hearts of people. I can just read a servant's memory and remember the entire procedure without missing a beat. It won't go awry." 2. "I thought you were going alone." Qin Bai's eyes opened wide. Han Sen smiled. He pointed at Bauer. "Bauer and I will disguise ourselves as servants and go with you." Qin Bai shook his head. "You can disguise as a servant, but Bauer is too small. How can she not be discovered?" Bauer rolled her eyes at Qin Bai. "She used her sunglasses." Qin Bai froze at the sight of what she became. She looked just like Qin Bai. "Not just a servant, but I can even disguise myself as you if you want," Bauer said. Her speech mannerisms were just like Qin Bai too. Qin Bai was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. "Bauer, you have such amazing powers. Why don't you just pretend to be me? I don't want to go to those boring ceremonies anyway." Han Sen shook his head. "No. This is the Qin family's blood pulse sacrifice ceremony. Even though Bauer can look like you, she does not have the king's blood. If something happens, we cannot lie our way out of it. The officers will never forgive you. It is likely the king never would either." Qin Bai looked sad. "All right. Tomorrow, you guys come to the palace. The 2 servants will teach me the procedure. Then, you will replace them. In 2 days, we can go to the Alpha's temple and participate in the ceremony." Qin Bai thought having Bauer and Han Sen around would not be so boring. Chapter 3208 Destiny. Well, Jade Wall City really was like a jade wall. A flat circle with an empty circle was at its center. The empty part in the center had a man-made planet. That was where the Qin Kingdom's Alpha Temple resided. The sacrificial procedure was a very complex affair. Fortunately, Han Sen and Bauer were prepared. He had copied the memories of the 2 servants and used their memories. So far, nothing had gone awry. Han Sen and Bauer, one on the left and one on the right, followed Crown Prince Qin Bai. They kneeled in front of the Alpha's statue for 3 hours. The ritual had yet to come to an end. Han Sen swiped a peek at the Alpha statue and acknowledged that it was Qin Xiu's face. It made Han Sen feel weird. If, in the Geno universe, it was World King God who was killed, why did World King God look exactly like Qin Xiu? He could not be bothered thinking about this, so he had a gander at the left side of the hall. He did not see anything. In a place like that, he did not dare use power to observe. He did not want the jig to be up. Han Sen now understood why Qin Bai did not like performing the sacrifice. No one wanted to kneel there for half a day and listen to random chanting no one could understand. They also were doing non-stop kowtowing and bowing. Han Sen calculated that they had already kowtowed 30 times since they had started. If it was not for Destiny Well, Han Sen would have left. It was not easy finishing the sacrifice for the Alpha. Next, they had to pay their respect to all the kings in the side halls. Although he knew how to do it, it was extremely boring when he did it. The Qin Kingdom king led the royals and officers to kowtow before all the kings. They kept doing it until even Han Sen started to feel dizzy. How many kings does the Qin Kingdom have? If we keep kowtowing like this, when is it going to be over? Han Sen looked at the monuments of the kings. He could not even count how many were there. Still, they kowtowed to all of them. If they really did go kowtowing to all of them, their heads would probably break before the end. Han Sen thought, a family that has run for this long is not a good thing. This is just more and more troubling for your descendants. It was not easy kowtowing to all the kings. It was eventually midnight. Han Sen remembered they had arrived there earlier in the day. It had all been a mixture of kneeling or kowtowing up until now. Finally, we are going to see destiny well. Han Sen let out a long sigh. Bauer did the same. They had lived for many years, but they had never before been forced to kowtow this much. When they visited Destiny Well, every officer exited. Even the royals remained outside the Alpha Temple. The current king's close relatives could pay their respects there. Even Qin Jingzhen's daughter had to wait outside. She kneeled outside. The king only had Qin Bai as his sole son. Qin Bai had yet to marry. In the end, it was only Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai going to the side hall to visit Destiny Well. The others around were the priests in charge and the servants next to Qin Bai. They were, of course, Han Sen and Bauer. Han Sen was finally able to see the legendary Destiny Well. It was different from what he had expected it to be. Destiny Well did not exude a royal feeling. It was just an old well built from stone. The stones that composed the inside of the well had been there for a long time. They were all smooth and silky. It was like people had ground them. Just as Qin Bai said, only the words, Destiny Well, were written on the octagon-shaped well. Those two words were very familiar to Han Senator. It looked like it was done with Qin Xiu's handwriting. It definitely belonged to Qin Xiu. What they were doing now was different from the sacrificial ceremony of earlier. After Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai arrived, they were not in any rush to kowtow. They kneeled in front of the well waiting for something. Han Sen and Bauer, one on the left and one on the right, kneeled behind Qin Bai. The two of them saw the two servants' memory and knew they only started the sacrifice after midnight. One of the reasons the ritual was so long was because they had to wait to come to the Destiny Well. There were only 5 minutes to go before it was midnight. Han Sen was unable to do anything except patiently wait. Qin Bai was usually very loud. Throughout the whole day, he had not said anything. He did exactly as he was told and did not speak a single word. Han Sen thought he must have been told off before or something. Han Sen did not see anything special about that Destiny Well. He felt sad. Do I have to wait until midnight to see what is inside the well? It was very hard to muster the patience to wait 5 minutes until it was midnight. Finally, the priest hosting the simple ceremony arrived. Compared to the complicated ceremony earlier, the ritual for the Destiny Well was easy. Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai, the father and the son, burned some incense sticks and started to pray. They bowed 3 times, then it was done. At least, Han Sen thought it was done. It made him disappointed because he had not been able to see anything special about Destiny Well. The ritual had actually not ended yet. As the priest set things up, Qin Jingzhen grabbed a sacrificial knife, cut his finger, and dribbled some blood into the well. Qin Jingzhen dropped some blood into the well. The quiet well was like a cauldron. It kept making strange, gudong, gudong sounds. It was like water boiling. Han Sen was shocked. The priest and Qin Jingzhen were shocked too, but neither of them moved. They stood where they were staring at the old well. The sounds coming from the well were very loud. Not long after, the old well's black chains started to shake and make la sounds. The chains were thicker than the arm of an adult. They rattled against the stone well. They soon went into the well. They kept making their la sounds. The chains were straightened. It was like something was pulling them down from below. Han Sen frowned. He had heard the legends about these chains from Qin Bai. He had been told that they were there to chain up a god beast that was able to suppress kingdoms. With that god beast being suppressed inside the well, the Qin kingdom's luck would remain. The Qin kingdom would not die. Qin Bai had not told Han Sen that it would move. He looked at Qin Bai, whose face did not look good. He was scared. He did not know there would be movement either. The big priest looked happy and said, "Mister, I think the Alpha's prophecy is coming true." "Really?" Qin Jingzhen looked happy too. With a look of excitement, the priest said, "The well's water is thrashing. The chains of destiny are moving. This is the Alpha King's sign of prophecy." He brought in the other priests and servants to kowtow near the destiny well. Suddenly, there was a ding sound. The chains, which were as thick as an adult's arm, broke off the well. The entire chain fell into the well. In the next moment, the well erupted like a volcano. A lot of well water rushed out. The well water was scary. It was red. Lots of well water spilled out, hitting the ceiling to create a sky full of blood rain. Chapter 3209 Blood Sacrifice, Destiny Breaks. Blood Pulse Spills. The Alpha King's prophecy has come true, the priest looked very excited. He let the blood merrily fall on him as he kowtowed before Qin Jingzhen. "My king," the Alpha King's prophecy appeared. "This is a good sign for the prosperity of the Qin kingdom. Please use the special method for performing a blood sacrifice." Qin Jingzhen looked conflicted. He stared at the blood pool of the destiny well without saying a word. Kings always thought more than the average person. Although this was a prophecy spoken of by the Alpha King, Qin Jingzhen could not be entirely sure this was it. Will the prophecy happen just like it was recorded? Is this just a pre-established trick? As a king and a father, he had to be careful. After all, this all had to do with an Alpha King he had never met. If the prophecy was the truth, it was a lucrative prospect for Qin Jingzhen to consider. The prophecy predicted a king that would rule for 1,000 years. Upon thinking about that, Qin Jingzhen felt the blood in his body boil. Conquer the universe and become a king for 1,000 years. Can I do that? Qin Jingzhen clenched his fists. He stared at the destiny well, which was spewing blood. His face looked strangely red. Qin Jingzhen had always been a smart king. His heart also held great aspirations. If he was able to rule the universe like the prophecy claimed, to him, that was all he wanted. As a king, Qin Jingzhen knew he should not do things he was not 100% certain of. While he was deep in thought, the priest that had been sprayed by the blood started madly shouting. Their bodies glowed with a god light. It was as if they contained a strong power. "My king, the water of destiny is reinforcing my body," the priest happily shouted. "I feel as if even if I did not use a gene race and a god spirit blood pulse power, I could beat many elites." Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai fell back. Some servants generated power to make a shield of light that would protect them from the blood water. Upon hearing the priest's words, Qin Jingzhen was awfully tempted. He saw the bodies of the main priest and other priests grow stronger. He said to himself, if this entire prophecy is true, the thing inside Destiny Well can make people holy. "My king, let's start the blood sacrifice," the priest begged. For this to happen is a rare opportunity. If this was like the prophecy said, then the blood pulse spring was just a herald. The treasure inside the Destiny Well required a blood sacrifice to be retrieved. Qin Jingzhen's face kept changing. He was a king, but sometimes even he was indecisive. As a king, it was not wise to take a risk like this. If he missed this opportunity, he might miss the only chance he had to unite the entire universe. Qin Jingzhen did not want to miss this opportunity, ergo, he did not know what to do. Seeing Destiny Well's blood spring become smaller and almost disappear, the priest again pleaded with him. "My king, please do not skip out on this opportunity." Qin Jingzhen had yet to make a choice. He gnashed his teeth and bowed to the wall behind the Destiny Well. "What should I do? Please, show me the way." Han Sen was shocked. He did not see anyone there. He looked at the wall. Before this, Han Sen had only been looking at the well. He had not noticed there was something on the wall. When he looked at the wall, he saw a giant painting. There was a blossoming plum tree depicted in the painting. The flowers were opening, and the petals were falling. Underneath the boughs of the plum tree, deer were munching on the petals. Next to the plum tree was an old man in a white robe, who was sitting on the tree roots. The old man had a white beard and white, which complemented his white robe. He was holding a black wooden cane with a top that looked like a wine bottle. Qin Jingzhen was consulting with the old man in the painting for guidance on how to proceed. "I am only in charge of guarding here," the old man in the painting said in response. "I do not care about anything else. It is up to you if you want to take this chance." It was like he was a living person. "If there is any danger, can you please protect me and Bai, my son?" Qin Jingzhen asked. "I have been in this painting for so long, guarding this place for billions of years. I have watched the rise and fall of the Qin kingdom with many outsiders and elites reaching this place, yet the God Temple was never destroyed." The old man in the painting, who was sitting near the plum tree, spoke quietly. Even though his voice was quiet, his words were overbearing. "With you speaking, I will not be afraid." Qin Jingzhen's eyes looked bright as his face turned red. To be able to rule the universe during his lifetime and become a king for 1,000 years was all Qin Jingzhen wanted. In his lifetime, he could not see another hope of uniting the universe. Thus, he had to let go and see if there was hope. Of course, the most important thing about all this was that the old man in the painting was protecting him. That was how Qin Jingzhen had the courage to try. The old man in the painting had protected the Qin kingdom for many generations. He had saved the Qin kingdom from being destroyed through the many crises it had endured. He was the biggest beacon of guidance for the Qin kingdom. If the old man in the painting wanted the Qin kingdom to die, then the Qin kingdom would have died many times over by now. All the kings took their gods seriously. They were even more important than the Qin family getting God's spirit blood pulses. If a guy like that said he would protect them, despite the danger, it would not lead to a catastrophe. "Priest, get ready for the blood sacrifice." Qin Jingzhen's eyes looked bright as he made the command. The priest was very happy. He kneeled in the blood water and said, "Yes, I will prepare." The priests prepared the blood sacrifice. Han Sen stood next to Qin Bai. They kept looking at the destiny well and blood water on the floor. Han Sen could not tell how the blood water had changed the bodies of the priests, but he did not feel safe about the situation. Han Sen thought, Qin Xiu was able to do anything for what he wanted. If he tried to trick his people, I would not be surprised. Now, he was just posing as Qin Bai's servant, so he could not speak. Even if he used his identity to advise Qin Jingzhen not to do it, Qin Jingzhen would have likely ignored him and had him kicked out. First, this was the Qin family's business. Second, Han Sen could not determine the exact nature of the problem he was feeling. If the Qin family's alpha was not good, it would harm them. Thus, Qin Jingzhen would not want to do a blood sacrifice. First and foremost, Qin Jingzhen would probably find people to kill him. The old man in the painting had a mysterious power. Not even Han Sen knew how strong he was. He did not know who he was either. Han Sen had no confidence in beating him in a universe in which he was suppressed. The Qin kingdom also had many elites, and many of them had god spirit gene races. The priest preparing the blood sacrifice was not a normal character either. He had to be a god spirit blood pulse inheritor. Han Sen thought the blood sacrifice required the Qin family's blood pulse blood. He soon discovered it was not like that. The priest brought in a girl. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old. She looked terrified. She was obviously not from the Qin family. Chapter 32:10 The thing in the well. There was fear in the young lady's eyes, but she still listened to the priest and went toward the destiny well. At this time, the blood spring in the destiny well was almost gone. The priest shouted at the girl, "Do not be afraid. Just use the same method that I have always taught you. It will be fine." "Yes," the young lady replied. She walked in front of the destiny well and brandished her sacrificial knife. She drew it across her wrist to leak her blood into the well. The wound was deceptively small. While a preliminary examination of the wound would have revealed that it was not very big, quite a lot of blood was drawn. There was so much red blood flowing that it could be compared to a faucet that would not close. With blood gushing out of her, the young lady let it all pour into the murky waters of the destiny well. It was a strange scene. When the lady's blood touched the well water coming out started going back in. Han Sen had been intensely watching the young lady, but he did not notice anything special about her. She did not show any sign of possessing a god spirit blood pulse, and she did not have a gene race. She was just a commoner. If that wasn't a blood pulse belonging to the Qin family and she does not have a high-class god spirit blood pulse, why would they use this girl for the blood sacrifice? Han Sen wondered. While the girl bled, the destiny well returned to normal. The wound was not large, but as all that blood spilled out of her, it was not too long before the young lady's face started to look pale. Suddenly, the chains of the well made a blah, blah noise. The broken black chains again came out of the destiny well like a pair of lashing, toxic snakes. They gripped the young lady's injured hand. The young lady was pulled toward the destiny well. Qin Jingzhen and the priest were shocked. The priest shouted at the young lady, "Hurry! Bring the chain up. If you get pulled down, you will die." The young lady gnashed her teeth and yanked the chain. She used 2 hands to pull it. Because the chains were so heavy and she had lost so much blood, it was difficult for her to pull. The wounds on her wrist were still bleeding. They dripped on the black chains, dyeing them red. Han Sen was confused. He did not know why they let this one girl pull it. After all, the Qin kingdom had many elites. Was no one else going to help her? Qin Jingzhen watched the girl pull the chain inch by inch. He was shocked as he said, "Many kings of the Qin kingdom cannot pull this chain. They can't even pull them an inch. This girl does not have any power, yet she can pull it. It really is just as the legends say. The Alpha has indeed blessed us with a desire for the Qin kingdom to grow." The priest looked excited. The Qin kingdom has had so many years, months, days, and time ladies that have been born. Never have they proven themselves useful until today. Now, there is no waste. Whatever the Alpha King left behind must be important. Han Sen heard them speak and understood that not every girl could do what she was doing. The Qin kingdom had many of these young ladies, but only now was one being used. Because pulling the chain was so hard, the young lady's wounds were leaking even more. Her face went paler as time went by. It was all very strange. The more she bled, the lighter the chain became and the more of the chain she was able to pull. The destiny well made some metallic sounds. It sounded as if something metal had struck the wall. It sounded as if the item was almost up to the surface. Everyone went to look at the well, wanting to know what the Qin kingdom's Alpha had left behind inside the well. As she pulled, there was a dong sound. Something struck the well. The girl pulled it, but she failed. The chain was heavy. Pull harder. You must pull it out, the priest quickly yelled. He would have loved to help the girl pull it out. Unfortunately, the Alpha said only the girls born in a year, month, and day, and at a time could pull the chain out of the well. If anyone else touched the chain, whatever resided inside the destiny well would remain buried in there for all of time and never be revealed. The priest knew a lot of things, but he would not dare help her. He just had to nervously wait on the side. Qin Jingzhen was nervous too. Although he did not exhibit any changes, his hands were clasped into a fist. He was not as calm as he looked. Qin Bai was curious. He stuck his head out to look into the destiny well. From where he stood, he could not see what was inside the destiny well. The young lady kept bleeding and trying to pull. She knew if she did not pull that thing up fast, the bleeding would kill her. The young lady kept biting so hard that she was going to bleed. The chain finally moved again. She pulled it about 2 feet higher. The chain reached the end. The other side of the chain looked as if it was tied to a ring. The ring was made of black metal. It did not look gold, silver, bronze, or iron. It was unknown what kind of metal it was. It was strangely heavy. The young lady kept pulling what was below the metal ring. It was a metal box. Qin Jingzhen's eyes looked bright. He was a king, but he looked very excited. The thing inside the box might have been what it would take to reunite the Qin kingdom, so it was hard for him not to feel excited. The young lady almost couldn't hold it. She had no god spirit blood pulse or the aid of a gene race. She used her natural strength to pull the chain. Plus, she had bled so much. If her will was not as stable as it was, she would have let it go and slipped into a coma. The girl was bleeding from her mouth. She kept pulling the chain while stumbling back. She pulled part of the metal box out of the destiny well. From what they saw, the height of the box was surprising. Its width was 3 feet, but it was at least 4 feet high. The bottom of the box still could not be seen. Han Sen thought this was weird. He thought it was a box, but the box was very tall. If he looked at it horizontally, it was rectangular. Why does this box look like a strange coffin? Han Sen thought. Boom! Boom! While Han Sen was thinking, the box was pulled out by the girl. It was outside of the well. Everyone now saw what the box looked like. It was a box made from black metal. It was not a square, and there were no adornments on it. As they looked at it, they saw it was 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Han Sen thought it looked like a weird metal coffin. Chapter 32:11 Dead body in the coffin. The young lady pulling the coffin let the chain go. She fell to the side and bowed to Qin Jingzhen. Good. 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 You did a fine job. Qin Jingzhen was so happy that he said the good 3 times. One of the priests took the young lady away to heal while Qin Jingzhen and the main priest went to examine the black metal box. The rectangular metal box had no symbols on it, but the lid was different from an ordinary coffin. Normally, the lid of a coffin had one side. This metal box's lid was on the side where the metal ring was. A ring was positioned between the lid and the box. If the ring was pulled, the lid would open. Qin Jingzhen had no idea that the 2 servants present were Han Sen and Bauer in disguise. He thought only his confidants were there, so he ordered the others to open the box via that ring. The ring was on one side of the metal box, which was not locked. The priests went to pull the ring and chain to open the lid. It was different from what they had imagined. The lid was connected to something. As the lid was pulled, the item hung in the air. Below the lid was a rectangular piece of ice. It was unknown how this ice had stayed so cold. It looked transparent like it was a perfect crystal. A blonde woman was encased in the ice. That is Wanner's dead body. Han Sen secretly screamed. The woman in the ice looked just like Wanner when she was blonde, but this blonde lady's face was pale and snow-white. It did not look lively. It did not look like she was alive. Qin Jingzhen and the main priest just looked at each other. Before they opened the lid, they had many guesses as to what was inside. No matter what they had predicted, they had not expected to see a lady's dead body inside the box. Qin Jingzhen frowned as he looked at the priest and asked, "Is this the treasure that the Alpha King left?" He had no clue how a woman's dead body could aid him in ruling the world. The priest was also very confused. He developed a wry smile and said, "The Alpha King was a character like a god. There has to be a reason as to why he left behind this body." Qin Jingzhen wished to say something, but he heard Qin Bai, who was still kneeling, start to scream. She moved. Qin Jingzhen and the priest looked over at the rectangular block of ice. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The blonde lady was still in the ice. She hadn't moved. Qin Jingzhen wanted to ask Qin Bai something, but he immediately heard a "catcha" sound. A long crack appeared in the ice. That crack was similar to someone pushing the first domino piece. That one crack in the ice multiplied into many. Lots of them rapidly developed across the ice. "Protect the king." A guard moved to protect Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai. A "pang" sound was heard. The ice, which had formed many cracks, suddenly exploded. The dead body of the blonde lady did not fall down with the hailstorm of ice bits. She just floated in the air. Although she did not have a life force, one could sense a golden wave within her body. It was the power that made her stable in the air. Han Sen knew this power. This was the power Wanner used to enter her blonde lady mode. It was bad for his super god spirit mode, as they always cancelled each other out. The priest's expression did not change as he suddenly said, "My king, I remember." The legends claim that when the Alpha King was born, he was no good. There wasn't a single god spirit willing to give him a god spirit blood pulse, but the Alpha King's real sister was blessed by God. When she was born, she had an incredible god spirit blood pulse. Because she did not want to see her big brother get bullied, she gave her god spirit blood pulse to her brother. Ever since then, the Alpha was very powerful. From a nobody, he became the man that created the Qin kingdom. It was all because of the princess giving away her god spirit blood pulse. I know that. The legend says the Alpha King was unable to keep the god spirit blood pulse going, so the next of the bloodline was blessed by an annihilation class god temple instead. It never did come from the original Alpha. The Qin kingdom's current god spirit blood pulse is different from the Alpha King. All of that is just a legend. No one knows for sure the validity of it all. Do you understand something, priest? Qin Jingzhen finally understood what the priest was thinking. The priest was very happy and nodded. If I have guessed it correctly, that legend might be true. This is the Alpha's fabled princess. He left her body here and said it could help you rule the universe. Perhaps the princess's god spirit blood pulse is different from that of the legends. Perhaps she did not give it all to her brother. Maybe her god spirit blood pulse can always be given to others, and that is why the Alpha kept her body here. It was for his children to have too. Qin Jingzhen's eyes looked very bright. If he could get the legendary Alpha King's blood pulse, he would be like the Alpha. He could become a king that would shock the entire universe. Qin Xiu had come close to ruling the universe. If Qin Jingzhen received a blood pulse like Qin Xiu, he thought he would not be any inferior to Qin Xiu. Han Sen was not as optimistic about these prospects as they were. After all, Qin Jingzhen and the others only knew about Qin Xiu from the books they had read. History books were not going to portray the Qin Kingdom Alpha as an enemy. Let's not suggest Qin Xiu was super evil, but even if he was, he would have been praised as a proper hero. Han Sen understood the real Qin Xiu. Regardless of anything else, that man would have done anything for his sister, Wanner. Qin Xiu wanted Wanner's god spirit blood pulse so he could give it to his descendants. That was why he had set this up. Han Sen did not believe it, not one syllable of it. It was likely the other way around. The gold waves from Wanner's body grew stronger. In the beginning, it was just like an ordinary wave of water. Now, it had become a gold fire that raged around her. Impossible, the priest said upon seeing the gold flames around Wanner. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This is unbelievable. There is no sign of a god spirit, and there is no scary gene race buff. It's just her body power that is this strong. She is stronger than a break world elite. What is the Alpha Princess's blood, pulse power? In fact, there was no need for him to say that. Qin Jingzhen was able to tell all of this as well. Wanner was indeed very powerful. He was a king with an annihilation god spirit blood pulse and could use the strongest gene races of the Qin kingdom. Even with all that, he could not match her might. Just for her body to have such a scary power, with my Qin family's god spirit blood pulse and gene races, who in this universe would be able to compete with me? Even the very high god spirits would be afraid of me. Qin Jingzhen looked like he was picturing himself uniting the universe. His eyes glowed as he looked upon Wanner. Han Sen grew increasingly nervous. Wanner's power seemed stronger than when she was in the Geno universe. She was far scarier here. Wanner was a good girl. In blonde mode, she could not control her will or her power. Even Han Sen had been beaten by her. Han Sen suddenly thought of an incredibly scary possibility. Hang on. Wanner's gold power goes against my super god spirit mode. Does that mean her power is a reverse super god spirit mode? Chapter 32:12 Revive Han Sen kept thinking. Whenever Wanner reached the Geno universe and her gold power showed up, she would become exhausted. Han Sen believed it was her body that had the problem. Now that he was able to think about it some more, he started to believe it was similar to what he was going through. The Geno universe restricted all powers that did not belong there. Wanner's body needed to have her gold power restricted if her body was to recover. Han Sen's super god spirit mode did not get along well with her power. It restricted her reverse super god spirit mode power. It made her body normal again. Han Sen was still confused about something. After Wanner was reborn, her body should have belonged to the race of the witch. They were from the Geno universe. Even if she was restricted by the Geno universe, why did she have the powers of her past life? Han Sen quickly came up with one possibility for this conundrum. Perhaps the body of the witch Wanner did not actually belong to her in the first place. It might have come from Qin Xiu, who went to that world. After thinking about this some more, Han Sen did not think that could be accurate either. Qin Xiu's gene race was World King God. His power should have been similar to the World King God's power for him to combine with World King God and break the world. His super god spirit mode power was not World King God's power. Han Sen thought it was weird. He could not understand it right now, but there was one thing he knew for certain. The blonde lady he was looking at was truly Wanner, and she was probably combined with the two Wanners from both universes. Does that mean when World King God put me and Wanner into the tunnel that bridged the two worlds, it was supposed to just pull the witch Wanner and combine her with the Wanner of her past life to revive Wanner? Han Sen was shocked. He could not be certain his guess was correct. Han Sen's body's super god spirit mode was restricted by the rules of the world. Now, Wanner's body power had become very strong because the Wanner from two worlds had combined. Han Sen could feel his super god spirit mode had been severely restricted. Even though he was a fair distance away from Wanner, he could barely feel his body and super god spirit mode power. If this Wanner wants to kill someone, who in this world can hope to stop her? Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine. Han Sen understood that the Super God Spirit mode was very scary. When he could use it without its imposed limits, he could fight Break World elites. He could even beat the low-level Break World elites. Now, Wanner's power dwarfed Han Sen's power. After all, the power of Wanner from both worlds had been combined into one. Her power had become the power of two people. This effect was not so simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The current power Wanner wielded made Han Sen's heart shake. At this time, Wanner's eyes opened to reveal gold pupils that shone like a pair of suns. Her eyes were very pretty, but they lacked warmth. Therefore, her eyes looked cold. Alpha Princess, my surname is Qin. Qin Jingzhen had everyone bow before the blonde lady. He hoped to receive her blood pulse blessing. Han Sen knew things were going to get worse. With Wanner's situation being what it was, she would be just like the blonde Wanner. She would not recognize anyone. In the past, Han Sen's Super God Spirit mode was able to cancel Wanner's power. Now, it had been so long, and his Super God Spirit mode power was being suppressed. Wanner's gold power was affected a bit, but it could still explode. Han Sen wondered if he had the power to stop Wanner. Han Sen prayed to himself, I hope things won't go as bad as I think they might. I hope Qin Xiu is not as bad as I thought. For people like Han Sen, they had a knack for having their greatest fears come true. It was not like he had a special feature. It was just that he was able to perceive things for how they truly were. If he thought something might happen, there was a high chance he was right. Wanner floated in the air. Her blonde hair dropped. She was like a god looking down on Qin Jingzhen from a lofty place. She still looked very cold. Qin Jingzhen sensed something was really wrong. His face changed. He could not help but retreat as many guards and priests moved to protect him and Qin Bai. Wanner finally moved. Suddenly, she came right before Qin Bai. She was so fast that the very powerful guards could not even see how she moved. Seeing Wanner grab Qin Bai's head, the other guards and priests had yet to react. Only Qin Jingzhen, who was next to Qin Bai, noticed. His body mustered a scary power. He summoned a thunder-like, destroying the world-type power as he threw a punch at Wanner's hands. Han Sen had to confess he had underestimated the king. Ordinary kings were usually busy with business affairs, so they never practiced their combat to extreme levels. Although the humans of the Qin kingdom borrowed power from the outside, if they did not have enough innate power or will, it was hard to command a powerful god spirit blood pulse and gene race as well. Qin Jingzhen's power was not weak. Han Sen could tell he had practiced hard. He had not reached a break world level, but he was a rare type of person in the realm of humans. The punch he threw must have had the power of Decapitation Queen. Wanner's hand did not look very strong. It did not look like it wielded any power. It was just that her hand was burning with a gold flame. Pang! When Qin Jingzhen's punch touched down on Wanner's hand, the king's entire body flew away like a broken kite. As he descended, he coughed up a lot of blood. His overbearing punch was swallowed the moment it came into contact with the golden light. There was not a single drop or dot left of it. It did not even make a sound. My king, the main priest screamed. He flew over and caught Qin Jingzhen's body, but he also spat out blood. He hit a wall with Qin Jingzhen. Wanner's hand still moved to grab Qin Bai's head. Qin Bai was frozen in place. He had never seen this before. He had never seen his proud father ever be reduced to such trouble. A body flashed. Han Sen held Qin Bai and retreated like a shadow. No matter how much of an asshole Qin Bai was, he had always been nice to Han Senator. Thus, Han Sen did not want to watch the boy get killed right in front of him. At the same time, the painting on the wall of the Destiny Well chamber began to glow. The old man in the drawing had a god light. He walked out of the painting like a god. He stood in front of Warner. The old man still held his black cane. His body brimmed with a god light as he looked at Warner and said, "I promise to protect this temple. No matter what you are, you cannot kill here." Chapter 32:13 Old man in the painting. A priest moved to protect the injured Qin Jingzhen and the main priest. As they retreated, he said, "My king, I will ask more people to come and help." Qin Jingzhen looked frustrated as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Shut up. No one is allowed to leave the god temple. I will kill anyone who tries to leave. If whatever happens today is made public, you will all be killed." It was unimaginable what might happen if it was made known that an incident took place in the Alpha Temple, resulting in Qin Jingzhen being injured. How much would that affect the Qin kingdom? The losses for the Qin kingdom could not be calculated, let alone fathomed. Qin Jingzhen could not let that happen. He believed the old man in the painting could sort this problem out. "Father!" Qin Bai cried as he ran before Qin Jingzhen. He had never seen Qin Jingzhen in such a state. His hair was messed up, and he had blood in his mouth. He looked pale and a bit green. "Do not be afraid, Bai son. All is fine." Qin Jingzhen patted Qin Bai on the head. He allowed a trusted man to take Qin Bai and leave the temple. Although people might become suspicious of the crown prince leaving before everyone else, Qin Jingzhen did not want to risk his son's life. He was Qin Jingzhen's only son, so nothing could be allowed to happen to him. He forced a smile. He looked at Han Sen, who was next to Qin Bai, and asked, "Are you Han Sen? I have been wanting to meet you, but I never thought we would meet at a time like this." The teacher was right. "You are a unique man. Please forgive me for joining here uninvited," Han Sen casually said. He did not really care for Qin Jingzhen. His attention was mostly fixed on the old man and Warner. "My king, who is the old man in the picture?" Han Sen thought the old man in the painting looked godly. He did not look human. He looked more like a god spirit than a human. "It is good that you came uninvited. If you had not come, my son would be put in danger." Qin Jingzhen paused and went on to say, "That elite is not a human. He is a powerful god spirit. Back in ancient times, he was as strong as 12 annihilation god spirits." As strong as 12 annihilation god spirits. Han Sen was shocked. How could a god spirit like that not be in a god temple but instead relegated to a painting inside another god temple? Qin Jingzhen did not hide anything. "I do not really know who he is. I only know that one of the Alpha Kings invited him in to protect the temple. The legends claim he is an old god. Before the 12 main gods existed, he was already that powerful. I have tried doing my best to research his origins, but no information about him has been discovered." Upon hearing Qin Jingzhen say all that, Han Sen was shocked. The old man in the painting was clearly very powerful. When Han Sen had fought Moment God, he got a grasp of what true power was like. This man far exceeded that. Aside from those 12 annihilation god spirits, only the person inside the Geno Hall could be that powerful. The old man in the painting was not him. If such a powerful god spirit existed, it would have been from before the universe rebooted. The God Hall leader had told Han Sen that because the universe had rebooted, a sky full of God spirit power had been weakened. Han Sen had been able to kill Moment God, but that was not the best Moment God. That was because the universe had been rebooted. Moment God had not yet recovered the God power an annihilation God spirit should have had. The old man in the painting was likely a powerful God spirit from a time before the universe was rebooted. It was unclear why he had not been affected by the reboot. Either way, that was why he had such a scary god power. Even if the old man was the strongest annihilation god spirit, Han Sen did not think he could beat Warner while she was in that mode. Wanner's eyes looked the same as they always did. It was like she had not heard what the old man in the painting said. She floated like she had not seen the old man in the painting. The latitude and longitude of the world is just a picture, the old man angrily said. He seemed to have been enraged by her ignorance of him. He moved his cane and sent a miraculous power flying at Wanner. Han Sen had witnessed Xie Qing King use a power that enabled him to draw something and have that thing come to life, but he had never seen anything real become a painting. The old man in the painting emitted a god light. Everything in the temple became a 2D picture. It was like the entire scene became a 2D anime. Everything was very unreal. Wanner, who had a gold fire around her body, was not affected by the power. She still floated as she approached the old man. The power used against her did not seem to affect her in the least. The face of the old man in the painting changed. He was a drawing god. Before the universe was rebooted, he was an annihilation god spirit. Back then, there were more than 12 annihilation god spirits. But he had fallen and joined the god chaos party. In his last fight, he wanted to escape the disastrous rebooting of the universe. He hid inside a drawing that had an incredible god power. That was how he managed to survive. He was not erased by the rebooting of the universe. He also did not want to get trapped inside the painting. A king of the Qin kingdom randomly found the god painting. He accidentally opened the painting. It allowed the painting god to be set free. He thanked the Qin kingdom's king, but he also wanted a place to stay. The painting god had lost his god temple, so he agreed to guard the Qin kingdom's Alpha temple and accept the sacrifices of the kingdom's royalty. The painting god had heard the legends about Qin Xiu and Qin Wanner. Back then, he was still trapped inside the painting. He had never seen Qin Xiu or Qin Wanner. He also did not care much about legends like that. Humans use god spirit blood pulses and gene power. They could not get very strong, but right now, that Wanner in front of him made him drop a pretense of flippancy and take things deathly seriously. Seeing his painting god power was unable to affect Wanner, the painting god's god light flashed. He gathered up power on the wooden cane. The wine bottle, which was hanging on the wooden cane, flew up. It poured out an elixir that was like ink. The painting god put the tip of the wooden cane into the liquid. It was like a giant pen splashing ink on Wanner. The whole world suddenly turned into a painting. Wherever the painting god's cane reached, the space that touched the ink turned into darkness. It was like a piece of paper God had painted black. Whatever had been on the paper before was covered by the ink. It was like it had never existed in the first place. Anything touched by the ink on the cane was enveloped by darkness. The old man waved his wooden cane, turning half of the god temple black. Wanner was in the half of the temple that had turned black. Now, the god temple looked incredibly weird. Half of it was like its usual god temple self, whereas the other half was a 2D world of darkness.